of let me fix that. So instead of making the patrols more balanced to be not such a massive range between the amount that spawns with one person playing and with 4 people playing, they decided they were just the shit ass devs decided they were just going to make it so that no matter how many people are playing, it always spawns the units as if 4 people are playing.
So if you're soloing it, it's
I mean,
spawning as if you're
technically
4
that is
people.
normalizing it.
Yeah, technically that is. And basically the CEO came out and said that he's getting really fucking sick and tired of his devs being lazy, blunt tools with how they are handling the balancing of the game. And that the job they've done so far has displeased him greatly in terms of how they've handled weapon balancing and how that armor wasn't working initially, and how that they were supposed to have special effects be applied to the Helldiver helmets to affect how your HUD is displayed. And each helmet was supposed to have a unique HUD that would display things like patrol patterns for scout helmets, or medical information for the rest of the team for medical helmets, stuff like that. But they couldn't because they had to get the game shipped out. But now that he's looking back on how his team's handling weapon balancing, where instead of touching things like fire rate, ammo size, accuracy, drift accuracy, all the other values on a gun you can modify, they're only modifying damage.
Okay, so here's the thing: if he actually starts firing bitches,
well, that's the problem. They are a Swedish company.
Oh yeah, no, he's fucked.
Yeah. So to anyone who's not aware of what happens in Sweden, as I've just been so helpfully informed by our resident meatball, in Sweden, if they fire you, if we'll get to that part, if they succeed in firing you, they still owe you about 3 to 6 months of pay, regardless. Just they have to pay you while you're fired, which is already not great because that probably means the company's not going to be able to hire a new person to replace you. But they also won't be able to extract work out of you for the pay you're getting.
Yeah. Hey, you want to know who has even crazier fucking laws? Poland.
I'm sure.
Trying to fire someone in Poland is like, bro, you can change your name to fucking Hercules because you just undertook 12 fucking labors.
So it gets worse. So when I said if they can fire you, I do mean that. So basically, every single firing case has to stand up in court in Sweden. You have to justify in court why you're firing someone. So,
and I take it they were a dog shit worker just doesn't count.
It does count, but you need like proof. You need like you
basically here's the thing. Functionally speaking, it's the same thing you have to do in the US, right? Technically speaking, an employer can fire my ass at any time. However, he needs to have a paper trail because otherwise, if I'm from some kind of ethnicity, I can go racism or minority.
So it's like working in a
sort
company
of yes, but no.
At will.
It's a lot more complicated.
At will employment, which is typically not. I'm going to say not for salaried jobs. Typically, at will employment really only applies to hourly jobs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it still applies to salaried positions in the US.
Yeah,
it
you're
does?
wrong.
Okay.
Yep. Someone in Georgia, yes.
Now, generally speaking, your company will have a standard contract for salaried employees that state you receive X benefit, Y benefit, Z benefit, so on and so forth. And generally, there won't be a lot of room to negotiate in that, except for the happy little dollar number.
Right. No, I understand that. I was more saying at-will employment doesn't require a reason.
No, but that's what I'm
Correct.
saying. While at-will employment does not require a reason, most companies will build a paper trail so that in court they can prove there was a cause, so that you can't go and say, because racism or because
Right.
retaliation.
But my point is that that's different from Sweden, in where you being fired period at all requires you to justify it in court. Not like, it's not like, oh, but they might take me to court, so I need a paper trail. It's like,
No. I know, but that's what I'm saying.
actually like
Functionally speaking, though, it's going to come out to the same thing, because in
To
Sweden,
some
in order for it to
extent-
stick in court, you're going to have to build a paper trail. You're going to have to build the same paper trail in Sweden that you have to build in the U.S. You just might have to build more of it.
Yes,
Well,
fair,
in
yeah.
But
Sweden,
functionally, you
the-
still have to show they did. We wanted them to do X. They did not do X. We
Right.
told them to do Y. They didn't do Y.
But I mean, that is the problem.
That's not another reason there. Like in
Right.
Europe, if you want to fire someone in most countries, right, you have to go through such bullshit that is
Yeah.
better to just keep the person
Yeah.
until either their contract lapses or they leave of their own accord. So they will just start alienating you at the work.
Which
Like-
actually is really bad, because apparently in Sweden the standard is a permanent contract.
Yep. And they just won't promote you, and like your increments will be bad. That's their way of telling you, get out.
Yeah. So basically, this makes it worse. Is because, in most jobs, as a bad doctor, people get sick and die when you're a bad doctor. It's pretty easy to prove you're a bad doctor, right? When you're a bad cook,
He left the surgery tools in 3 different patients.
right? Well, if you want to use a good example of something that actually happened, he carved his initials into 3 different patients' livers.
Yeah, I forgot about that
He
guy.
left a sandwich in someone.
Yep, that also happened, yeah. But, if you're a bad cook, the food you produce is either going to get people sick, or it's going to taste bad, or it's going to take too long, and those are all objective measurements you can point to at a courtroom and say, like, look, they are bad, and the courtroom will be like, yeah, okay, those are bad things to have as a cook. Bad cook. Boom. For game development, it's going to be a little bit harder because, they didn't balance the patch right. And the court's going to look at you and be like, I didn't understand any of the words you just said.
It gets even worse because like the methodologies used for tuning between every studio are so like massively different that there's no industry standard, right?
Well, it's not only that, it's like you have no proof that them tuning it in a different way would have produced better results. Because it doesn't work like that.
Also, majority of the baffling tune decisions taken in video games are generally all PM driven. Because they think make hard, make money.
Yes, yeah, usually. These are more decisions because the devs are incompetent and lazy, and they don't know how to modify other standards on the weapons to balance them.
Here's the thing that the guy can do, right? What he can do is go into his the meeting, right?
Yeah.
And say to people, I do not like the way that you are balancing this. I want you to be more creative. I want you to do X, Y, and Z. You have only modified the following parameters. I want you to start modifying these parameters in addition to continuing to mess with these parameters. And then if they continue to not do that, he can then point to a bunch of negative player feedback and go, this is negatively affecting the experience of the people playing the game. It's causing us to lose profit. It's causing us to lose engagement. And then he can probably get them fired for non-performance.
Right. As somebody who works very deep within the industry,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a couple things that may seem like absolute like stupidity to you, but this is generally how it happens, right? The problem is the designer will generally propose a pretty fucking good plan. Like we make a pretty good spec, pretty simple. Might not be the best thing in the world, but 99% of the time I have never run into a spec that will create an unfun or at least like you can see that there's always going to be some holes in it, something problematic. But by the time it ever makes to a 1.5 page or sometimes even like a one pager meeting, there's at least going to be 4 to 5 steps for a PM who generally is a B school grad trying to get their shit done there. They really want to be designers. And this is like a very universal thing. I thought it was like maybe 1 or 2 people. But after being on like 6, 7 different projects with multiple different PMs, they all fancy themselves as masters of everything. They will try to get their changes done. And if you don't do it, you are now basically fucked. Because if the game succeeds, they will take credit, right? And if whatever you made failed, they will directly blame its failure on decisions that you deferred from them on. But if you follow them and it fails, then they're on the chopping block. The thing is, for any company, these people are easier to fire because they generally do not justify the cost they come in at. A PM would cost you 4 to 5 times what a designer would cost you. And they know that. So they will leverage the best they can. Now, every time you look at any of these like fucking like Suicide Squad or any of these like bigger fucking games that actually bomb after they come out, those are not design driven decisions. There's probably a group of designers just like in a back room going like, wow, they really made us make this, huh? While the PMs are just like, yeah, boy, money, money. If we copy this other game, we make the money because they have comps. They literally will go copy 20 completely unrelated games. Just like even if they like smell the tiniest hint of similarity, right? Like for example, they go like, yeah, this is a game about Marvel, Marvel video game. Oh, the Marvel mobile game, Marvel's like Marvel Snap makes this many million every day, right? We should be able to directly comp that and increase that because we're spending so much more on our development, notwithstanding the fact that the install base is less than maybe like a tenth of what that stupid mobile game has. That's just how their brains work. These are not gamers. They're not people who play games. They have no idea how the fucking market works.
I understand they're that stupid. Like I really do get it. They're that
dude.
dumb.
And then we get to like the entire actual development period, right? What you will get is, of course, you'll have the meeting between design or all the verticals, right? And every single vertical for what they have to do, they'll give an approximate costing, which is it will take us this many days and this many people to do this module, right? And then the production and PM will start cutting down on it until it's basically incredibly unfeasible. If you got a company that's at least a little bit player forward or like a little bit like not EA, not fucking Activision, you'll get maybe a delay, maybe 2 delays. That's the best case scenario, right? But the worst case scenario we've seen way too many times. And it's actually more of an industry standard now than the other one.
So typical IT shit with over promising, change of scope, scope creep, etc.
Oh, see, the scope creep thing, weirdly enough, is decently covered until they realize they need more monetization. So to create more monetization, you need to create a whole new module, create a whole new economy for it, and create a whole new avenue for it to be monetized, right? And generally, to make that happen, they'll cut some kind of core module that was already planned before. They're good at dealing with feature creep. They're just not good at dealing with feature creep well.
Makes sense,
I feel like if you fire every single B school grad from video games, you'll actually get good stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing is all these people, exactly,
are publicly treated, right? they can't fire these guys because you got the like stock value. You got to keep going up.
Oh yeah, because God forbid you announce that you're cutting 100 employees, and everyone's like, oh my God, you're cutting 100 employees. That means you're not earning as much money, which means my stock isn't worth as much. I'm selling now. It's like, no, it just means we don't need that many.
It's why non-public.
Which is why there's a whole bunch of companies going with contract workers now.
Yeah.
No, they've been using contract workers for decades.
A long time.
Yeah.
Like,
one of the biggest issues
workers...
for developers in the not just developers, artists, designers, whatever, insert role in the games industry that is not a management position. Guess what? You're probably a contract worker, and you're probably not on staff.
Like my friend, he got his. He also joined the game industry, but he joined from like a much worse uni than mine, and he joined like 4 years before me. He became a permanent contract worker last year. He's been working 7 years in the industry.
Yeah, because now he's finally important enough.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky enough that like that never happened to me. Like I got basically like I was not contractual from the very beginning. So yeah. But some people have literally spent their entire life as like contract, like not even freelancer. They're just jumping from contract to contract.
Yeah. But
it is bad.
Enough about life being bad.
We're here to talk about fanfiction being
We're here
bad.
to talk about fanfiction being bad. We're here to talk about bad people doing bad things in the names of their cringe-ass fanfiction.
All right, now, Nose is here, so I want to request a new section, okay? Okay?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I want to request, for the sake of Nose, that we go into, let's see, what's something, I'm trying to think, what's going to cause you the most sand damage? Probably Darkest Dungeon?
That's all, we can
that literally causes me sand damage every single time
excellent.
I'm with a 90%, so yeah.
Holy shit, does Sign have a new mic? It doesn't sound like he's deep-throating a dick anymore. Oh, well,
yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He does sound different.
It's got a pop filter on it, and yeah, that's basically it.
Oh, so he's not deep-throating it anymore. Congratulations.
He sadly cannot physically deep-throat.
Yes.
But hey, yeah, like I told you, I'm glad that last week I told him pop filter makes a huge fucking difference, and what do you know? It makes a huge fucking difference.
I don't have one.
Apparently so.
Like genuine, actual professional recording tip from my sibling, who is an audio engineer. Even the shittiest mic can be made so much less ass by
just putting a pop filter on.
Setting your gain correctly, putting a pop filter on, and keeping it a consistent distance away from your fucking mouth.
The distance makes a lot of difference.
Yep, it does.
Yeah, that's why you can sometimes hear Nose breathing, and why you sometimes can't hear Nose at all.
I just don't like those headphones.
Counterpoint, I'm currently painting, so I'm kind of keeping my mic farther away from me, so fuck off.
Yeah, it's at an appropriate distance, don't worry.
Like when he said, I'm currently painting, I imagine like a Bob Ross type of thing.
Yeah, he's making some happy little accidents all over his orcs.
They're orcs.
No, he's not making happy accidents on the orcs because he's not Mel.
After he takes them out of the jar, of course.
Excuse the fuck out of you? Am I gonna have to slap you? Bitch! Fucking never say that again. I'm not a fucking Eldar player, alright?
Is this some Nose lore?
Yes.
No, it's...
Official Nose lore.
No.
Yes.
We are not making this a thing. Fuck
Nose is not an Eldar player. He is not that degenerate.
Do not paint misinformation because you think it's funny, Sneaky. You fucking cunt.
Listen. I'll allow a lot of slander to go on my boy Nose, because that's how friends do.
Wow, thanks.
It's not like you haven't slandered me.
I mean, he's not wrong. That is how friends do.
Yeah, he is not wrong.
Are you
Not
really gonna stand before the court and say that you've never slandered me?
1 second.
You
He's
must
consulting
slander
his
your
lawyer.
friends for the betterment of themselves.
The answer is no, but I'll also be right back because I got shit to do.
He had to consult his lawyer. His lawyer said, "Cut it, shut it down."
This is not a fight we can fight. Leave.
Sign's just happy we're not smacking him this time. Well, I mean, I already spent like the past hour making fun of him, how he was defending 14-year-old marriages. So, I mean, it already happened. It happened off screen, but it already happened.
You're not gonna make it to day one of court.
Bro, you kept bringing it up, okay? I mean, we were talking about just marriages between 18-year-olds and 40-year-olds, and you're like, yeah, but it's legal if they're 14. And we're just like, sign.
Yeah, I'm pointing out they lowered it specifically for this.
They didn't lower
it's
it.
A bad thing.
They did not lower it.
I'm sorry,
sign,
that makes
the
it
age
even
of
worse.
marriage has only ever gone up.
I'm sorry, that makes it even worse, Sneaky.
No,
that
it
they haven't
doesn't.
changed it.
No, what are you
What?
saying?
Bro, what? Bro, what? It's worse that they never changed it versus them actually lowering it.
It's worse that they haven't raised it in those states.
It's worse that they haven't raised it versus them having lowered it? So, sign, what the fuck?
No, okay. I think I get what he's saying. He's saying the fact that they haven't raised that age
It is bad, yeah.
is bad.
Well, no, obviously.
Yes.
Oh, wow, it's terrible. That's like saying Nazis versus communists. They're both bad. The problem here is that Sign made an objective statement saying that he believed previously the states lowered the age to 14 for marriage, when in fact it was always 14 and they just hadn't raised it. And he's saying the fact that they hadn't raised it is worse than the fact that he thought previously that they lowered it.
I didn't say they lowered it. I said it was.
I have you recorded.
Sign, listen, man. You're a great fella, but I need you to never be taken into custody for anything, because you're gonna be outed for so many other things, except for what you're taking.
Yeah, Sign's the kind of guy.
Like you'll be taken for like overspeeding or something, get 5 years in jail because of other fucking items.
Yeah, okay, Sign. Listen, Sign. Okay, listen. This is Atin's friendly legal advice. Now, a lot of this will pertain specifically to the U.S., but remember, cops can and will lie to you, and that's legal. They like lying to you. Number 2, you have the right to say nothing except "I want an attorney." They can't deny you that right, but they can make you wait several hours.
Yeah,
72
up to
hours.
24 before 72. They get you that.
They can hold you for 72. They actually have to give you the lawyer within 24.
72. I thought it was shorter. But anyway, look, the point is they can hold you for a very long time before that lawyer has to materialize.
Well, it's 72 before they have to charge you.
I am charged.
Anyway, point being is the Sign is in fact the sort of person that would be brought in on a crime of, say, firing his gun at someone. And then in the meanwhile of being interrogated, he somehow manages to tack in possibly child porn and drug-related charges.
Okay, now you're not going to look at my Gmail, are you?
Oh, no.
I need you to not look at my spreadsheets.
So wait, does you bringing me in mean you have a warrant for my house?
Oh, no.
If they ever crack this man's fucking... Like, I hope you're keeping all your writing ever. All your, like online login information, every single thing, even tangentially related to your writing, on a secure hard drive that you have a kill switch on. I really hope that's the case.
Jesus Christ. There's only 100
secure.
Darkest Dungeon stories and only 34
Good.
Darkest Dungeon
There should not
crossovers.
be many. Please don't make Darkest Dungeon stories.
I mean, they shouldn't.
I mean, I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm just shocked by the fact that so few people have written them. Because, I mean, we all know that Darkest Dungeon players are schizophrenic and just completely delusional and in their own head, which is like the perfect breeding ground to have lots of writers.
He's not wrong. He's out of line, but he's not wrong.
You say that like other players of other games aren't exactly the same. In fact, there's a lot of crossover.
Well, no. You see, the difference here is that when someone plays Halo, they just happen to also be schizophrenic and delusional. When you play Darkest Dungeon, it's because you're schizophrenic and delusional.
Ah.
Mind explaining what Darkest Dungeon is? Okay, so Darkest Dungeon is a video game where you create a small band of heroes of like
Heroes,
8 classes. Oh, here, yes, I know, but you know what I mean. I'm using terminologies. Yeah. There's like 8 classes. You create your band of heroes. You could have overlapping classes if you want, and then it's a turn-based action combat in where the positioning of the hero changes what abilities they can use. If you're familiar with the older games of Final Fantasy, it's a lot like that. And they all, they have a bunch of moves, some that move them forward, some that move them backwards, some that move the enemy around, some that do damage, deal debuffs, etc., etc. And basically, you're navigating your way through a labyrinth. I know they change the theme up each time, but it's a labyrinth.
Yeah. A procedurally generated labyrinth.
Yeah,
you're fighting the labyrinth just as much as you're fighting the enemies, to be honest.
Yeah, and you're fighting yourself more often than not. That's why I said schizophrenic, because also at the same time you have to bring certain amounts of resources with you, because you should bring supplies with you so you can camp, but if you bring too many supplies you won't be able to bring loot out. But you can also bring other pieces in with you to use to get possibly good loot, because like if you come across like this occult symbol, but if you have holy water, instead of just destroying the occult symbol you can purify the occult symbol, which means you get an item out of it.
And bear in mind that if all you do is purify the occult symbol, like if you just try and smash the occult symbol, everyone is going to be like, oh shit, we've been otherworldly knowledge has been forced into our brain from shattering the demon obelisk.
Right.
Maybe don't do that again.
Oh no.
Yeah, so like there's a whole bunch of environmental stuff, and there's a whole bunch of loot management, and then once you actually get back to town after fighting the boss, you have to do a whole bunch of town management with the loot you've now received. And then on top of that, the heroes all have permadeath enabled, which means you can in fact lose them. I mean, it's a very good game overall. The reason why I say you play it because you're schizophrenic and delusional is because it's an extremely punishing game where the only thing that keeps you playing through the entire time is the theory that you can win this time.
You play it because you hate yourself.
Yeah, and I want to point out, except for the absolute most ball-smashing difficulty, you have an infinite amount of time to beat the game.
Yeah.
You can have an infinite amount of people die. So, functionally, it's not a question of will I win. It's a question of when I win. When, right? I being the royal I in this situation.
Yeah.
And which, I mean, you can still kind of soft lock yourself out because you do reach a certain level of progression where the new guys just can't take it on.
No, they do actually have ways to work around that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the place where you get heroes is the stagecoach, and you can get more advanced units from the stagecoach.
Oh, okay. Can you, like through upgrading it or something?
Yeah.
Okay,
so you upgrade the stagecoach, and that gives you more advanced guys in the stagecoach. And then, at first it's level 1, and then it's level then it's level 2, then it's level 3, then it's level 4. So, yeah, you will. unless you're incredibly stupid, you can't soft lock yourself.
And well, I mean, I did, but you know, that's because I just had no fucking idea what I was doing. As for theming for Darkest Dungeon, basically it's turn-based Bloodborne. I'll stick with a more regional game like XCOM. Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds like Dungeons and Dragons with a few caveats.
Not really.
No.
There's no movement.
No.
No, not even slightly.
No.
Yeah, it's not
literally
even
the
anywhere
only
near.
thing that Dungeons and
For one, it's
Dragons
fun.
and Darkest Dungeon share in common is the fact that when you kill enemies, you get loot.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, like it goes pretty cheap on sales. I'd say.
I would say, in fact, actually, I think it.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, it goes really cheap.
I think
on
it's
sale.
on sale right now.
There was a very cool expansion pack for it, which is like a free like fan-made pack, where like you're on like an airship and shit like that. It's just like there's so much content.
That's the other thing. There's a bunch of funny mods for it. There's a bunch of not so funny mods for it. There's a bunch of horny mods. Sign.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of horny mods.
There's a lot of horny
Oh,
mods.
this looks like some sad scrolling bullshit.
What? I mean,
That
it
is literally what I fucking said.
But
That's
like,
that's
that's when
described.
My brother
Play,
Christ
yeah.
was
Welcome to
I
the
didn't hear that.
conversation once again, Sign.
Even thinking about his lollies.
Fucking brick wall, I swear to
There.
God.
I was eating, goddammit.
Oh, I didn't realize eating
You
required you to
okay,
turn
so
off
Sign
your
can't
ears.
eat and think at the same time. Women take note.
I
Eat,
couldn't
it is
hear
That's
you over the
interesting.
sound of chewing, damn it.
Bruh.
Yeah,
How fucking loud are you
I'm
chew? Hello, I didn't realize Sign was half cow. I didn't realize you masticated so hard that it overpowered my voice.
That man was eating the crunchiest fried chicken known to man.
Like I said,
It was
really
it was
important.
crunchy.
Take note. Sign cannot think and eat at the same time. So
God's
if you ever need to
driest
convince
fried
him to do
chicken.
something stupid,
Fucking hell. Takes a bite until his teeth crack. Just the way I like it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he
Ugh.
does use extra seasonings on it, so it's basically rock salt, fried rock salt.
I mean, it was
Extra
very
seasoning,
seasoned.
ceramic.
It was very seasoned.
Yeah, fucking Sign's so seasoned that when he dies, they don't even need to do anything to preserve his corpse.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be my body's salted.
Pre-mummified.
Yeah.
but yeah, no, like yes, it is a side scroller, but like it's not fucking Contra, mate.
No, it does
Gets
not
the
like
fucking
Contra.
S power up and he's unstoppable.
Oh God. Anyway, so until Nose comes back, we're gonna switch to the Mass Effect section because we haven't been here in a while
Ugh, this is bah.
for a
Okay,
reason,
sounds
but
fun.
you know.
You know, honestly, the most depressing. The reason I no longer go there
Yeah.
is because I know that Masked Up will never finish updating because
True.
The man who's writing it is Russian,
Yeah,
and he has definitely been killed in Ukraine at this point.
possibly.
You think?
By statistics, he's been killed.
Oof.
Well, the dude's got a really bad history. So basically, Masked Up at one point didn't update for a year and a half because he visited his family in Israel, and the Israeli government was like, "You are related by blood to people of Israel. That means you are an Israeli citizen, and you have abstained from your martial duty for 6 years. You are hereby under arrest and will be forcibly conscripted into the IDF."
Oh yeah,
The
no,
fuck you
they
say?
do that. Oh yeah, no, the same thing happened to a professional Dota 2 player. It happened. Was it Fly?
Yeah, it was Fly.
Yeah, it was Fly. I want to point out,
It-
this is a dude who won millions of dollars playing Dota.
Yeah.
Literally millions. Super successful dude. And now he's gonna become a fucking doctor, by the way.
Oh, good for him.
Fly?
Yeah, Fly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's Israeli, right?
Yep.
But yeah, also just a friendly reminder just to cause psychic damage to everyone. Action Slacks has a PhD.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. He also has a master's in economics.
I know. Just making sure. Don't forget the man who stands up and does haha funny pee jokes. PhD.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine, man. Like, you gotta get a PhD to live with yourself after all that shit.
Anyway, but so yeah. That is not the first time the Israeli government has pulled that shit. It's not the last time. Because
point is he got conscripted for a whole year. And they were like, we don't want you, but we have to conscript you because that allows us to conscript anyone still. Because we're continuously enforcing this law. And so they just gave him
I didn't know conscription followed the same rules as fucking U.S. copyright.
Well, basically, because people could fight it in courts, and that's exactly what he did. And as he described it, basically he was told outside of the courtroom that the government had to put up a fight about it and had to initially conscript him so they could legally keep the right to keep conscripting people without getting the law challenged. Because
that's so fucking dumb.
The challenge he was doing wasn't that the law should be overturned, it was that it didn't apply to him. Yeah. So, that's why they were like, okay, we're just going to give you really shit jobs and you're going to like clean latrines for a year and then we will concede that it doesn't apply to you after you put a year in and we'll release you and you can go back to Russia.
No, I would not play that game. You cannot steal a year of my life and then go, oh, well, sorry.
But they can,
it doesn't apply.
because you're there.
Yeah, you're there, you don't have a gun, and Russia's not coming for you. Yeah. So, doesn't really have an option. Also, his family might get retaliated against by the government if he, resisted.
Like, that's the thing. Listen. Israel likes to pretend that it's like this super nice enlightened government. No, it's not. It's full of a bunch of fucking assholes. It is nearly as autocratic. It is nearly as autocratic as Russia.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, so he's got some bad luck. So he eventually came back to Russia, said, "Hey guys, I'm back from being conscripted by the Israeli government."
Yes. And everybody said, "You fucking what?"
Yeah. So he started updating again, and then the update stopped. I think back was it 2018. I think the update stopped. Which does coincide.
About the time Ukraine.
Yeah, about the time Ukraine. So it's entirely possible he was in fact conscripted again. Which is unfortunate.
In fact, it's highly likely they conscripted him because technically they didn't even have to train him because he's already spent a year in the army.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so Mass Effect stories. Hee hee ha ha. Also, the other reason why I wanted to do Mass Effect is so I could shit on Sign again. Because Sign here tried to write a Mass Effect inspired inventor story, which is basically, if you're aware of like Tinker of Fiction or generally stories of that range, it's where you spend writing time and then you get your character to get power-ups based on how much you write. And they can get power-ups basically in the vein of technology implanted into their head. And, like Marvel has like 10 tiers. But like, tier 1 Marvel is like Tony Stark building an Iron Man suit in a cave. And then tier 10 is like, I can build the Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, no, tier 10 is like, I can build the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, my bad. The Infinity Stones.
Is the Gauntlet.
Yeah. And that generally applies to literally any fandom. And, some fandoms only have, like, 2 tiers. Like, Stargate only has 3 tiers, I think it was, where tier 1 was human tech, tier 2 was gold tech, and tier 3 was ancients.
It had, like, 5. Okay. It went up to... And then he had to unlock it, and it went back up to tier 10, with tier 10 being the civilization that builds stars. The one from...
right, yeah.
What was the last Stargate before they canceled it?
There's the universe, Stargate Universe, or something like that.
SGU, yeah.
Yeah. Where they were on the
Yeah,
ship
those
the whole
ones.
time.
Yep, the
Yeah.
Destiny, yeah, that
Yeah.
one.
So I mean, bad point, I guess, but effectively, like, not everything is 10 tiers as far as I'm aware, but some of them do.
Not everything does.
Yeah. So Sign here tried to write it initially, and then I don't know how he fucked it up. He like wrote the tomboy girlfriend out of the story, and then
everybody hated her.
Okay, I want to be clear. Ashley sucks.
What?
Like,
You're talking,
was he talking about Ashley?
No, I wasn't talking about Ashley.
We're not talking about Ken. No.
We're not talking about Ken.
No. The character is like 30 years or 100 years before Mass Effect even happens.
Oh, okay, okay.
Something.
Yeah, and
I was about to be like, I was about to defend him like, hey, no, wait a minute. Ashley's a fucking terrible person.
Ashley's kind of an idiot.
Anyway, so main character was basically Sign if he was more introverted and at an orphanage, and he invented some OC tomboy waifu character who was like, energetic, childhood friend, concerned about your reclusive nature, etc., etc. And I don't know, Sign probably botched writing that character really hard because that would require him to actually know people in real life, which.
Oof.
Wait, we're talking about a Mass Effect, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I can tune out.
And so he went on to write it, and I mean it was okay for a while, and then it kind of just got ridiculous because he kind of, I mean, pretty much every tech-based story sort of falls into this refactoring.
It's the Godzilla threshold of tech. You get into mile-long ships, and it's like, what's the point? You can't be beat at this point.
Well, it's not just that. It's the refactoring issue that a lot of tech stories have, where it's like, oh, I've unlocked this tech from Marvel that allows me to have this super alloy, and I've unlocked this tech from Halo.
And rebuild everything using
and I've locked this tech from Halo that lets me have this super alloy that, when combined with this super alloy, negates the side effects of this super alloy, which makes me make a giga super mega alloy.
Okay, now, to be fair, I am fully aware of that, and it's one of the things I hated about, what was it, Brockton's Celestial Forge?
Yes.
Where he just continuously wrote nothing but his...
He's still
going.
He's still doing that.
Yeah.
I read his chapter yesterday, and I'm like, he has been teasing the day after for the last 7 months. The day, he has been on the same evening for 7 months. And I don't think he realizes it. And the next chapter is apparently when the next morning happens.
Jesus Christ.
He started planning that. No. Okay, so by American side, I actually looked this up on the map. The slaughterhouse were what, like 1.5 day away from his position 1.5 years ago. They will get there in the story's space tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So we're waiting at least 1.5 years for them to be dealt with.
Jesus Christ.
Also, my favorite thing is his character is so fucking shit scared of everybody. Like, at this point, he created a he created a full planet and a decent amount of void inside of a little crystal that he gave to somebody in order to kind of remove them from the range of most, any kind of like simmer type powers, right?
Right.
He can do that. He can create, he literally has the singing ability that these guys from Lord of the Rings, the Maiar and all have, right?
Right.
He has legitimate Asuras rat god powers. And he's scared of fucking people like Firsing.
Yeah.
He's scared of Coil.
Yeah.
My brother have you not? So he's not played Asura's Wrath, but he gets like a flashback of the characters he gets the parts from. That motherfucker punched a guy to death by punching his finger repeatedly. His finger was the size of a country pressing down from the skies. You don't need to fear anything. You could probably one-on-one Zion by now. But
Yeah, well,
no.
don't worry, that'll happen in 15 years.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. He gave someone Asura's power?
Yes.
Not just
Asura's Wrath?
No, not just Asura's power. He has Gundam powers. He's at this point with so many powers, I forget what he has. He has Titan from Titanfall. He has
Asura's already overkill because Asura literally destroyed the creator god of his pantheon.
Asura's power. Okay, so it is the strongest power he has. At least, it's literally the fucking mantra god body that they have, right? And he's got to build up mantic energy by making people follow him. The thing is, he's already, because of some fucking meme power he got earlier, got the kind of worship that he needs to make this god body stronger than Asura ever managed in canon.
Okay. This tells me all I need to know that this writer is an idiot, because Asura was that strong while refusing prayer.
Yep. He could
Asura was able to kill the creator god of his pantheon while denying people's prayers to him.
He also has a demigod Palico. That's part of his
why not?
people.
The point.
Why not? But anyway, point being is that there's a lot of the tech stories, and this happens to Celestial just tech as well, and Tinker Fiction stories in general. Like every single text-based story is whenever you start mixing multiple fandoms, super alloys together, you get really broken shit out of it.
What you should just do is go, every super alloy is equal to every other fucking super alloy.
Well, no, see, the problem is with that.
I got Super Alloy A, right? I made things with Super Alloy A. Now I've got Super Alloys B, C, D, E, F. I will keep Super Alloy A because I already made my shit out of it. I'll keep the remaining in case I ever need to remake something that got destroyed.
Yeah, you're correct, but the problem is that, for example, Sign in this example basically made a Sun Harvester, Asteroid Harvester, Nano Fabricator, so when he got upgrades to his shit, he could just refabricate everything.
Yeah, so that is what he does. Every single time a tiny little upgrade happens, he's like, rebuild mode.
Yeah, and then I actually turned around and went, okay, so we have this new upgrade. I'm going to go ahead and incorporate it into everything. And I kept it to a paragraph, maybe 3 at the most, and moved
Sign did just try and move on, except the problem again is that the main character was just Sign, and so it wasn't very interesting to read.
Into kids.
Fair.
And no, he wasn't into kids. He was into ship girls this time.
Excuse me?
One of them was a kid.
No.
No, the kid part, the before part. Ship girls. What do you mean?
Ship girls.
Oh, just some Japanese shit.
Yeah, Azure Lane,
Page of Blue Steel.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'll fucking send some shit to you. Okay, so ship girls. Let's go with Azure Lane.
Send you the good stuff. I'm sure.
No, I won't, because I don't save any of the good stuff.
I meant the stuff actually. No, I mean like the franchise is worth looking at.
Oh yeah.
One reason or another, like
yes, Eminence.
Fucking. Let me see if I can't get a goddamn picture. Can I copy this picture? There we go. Okay.
Sometimes I'm glad I didn't find the intro until I was like 17.
Ship girls.
There's the ship!
They are the ship.
They are the ship.
Japan should just get nuked a couple more times.
Wait, how have you not heard of this?
But also normally they have equipment
I'm
as
not
well.
online
Yes.
nearly as much as you think I am.
Yeah. So the equipment thing, that's more
but like you
the
work in the
older
here's
ship
my
girl
problem.
versions.
You work in the game
so it's gonna
industry,
be like
and
Yes, I do.
Azure
Wait.
Lane
They've
makes piles of
You see,
fucking money.
There's a
They've
reason.
stopped
Okay.
They've stopped including equipment. Sneaky?
well, okay. So the equipment in Azure Lane has gone from say this to what's it? I should probably search this one off stream.
Very carefully.
Oh no!
Of course, there's yes, that's equipment. Yes.
Okay, so Guam. If anyone knows Guam, you know exactly why I had to search that one off stream real quick.
Oh boy.
Well, it's not quite that kind of ship girl. This is a case of the girl is actually the ship. She doesn't wear equipment. She has two bodies. One is her physical humanoid body. One is her ship body.
Yeah, the older editions of Ship Girls is what I posted right above, the Bandai Namco model. It has recently moved more into their equipment is stands.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, but based on like what you were
Okay.
saying after this,
All
like
right.
most of the
Yeah,
time
I-
when we look at Japanese games, right?
Hmm.
We just like kind of go over them, we play some of them, and then we realize that there's some bullshit that only Japan can make work. So we just don't.
Actually,
do that.
Azure Lane's Chinese, but yes.
That's somehow even worse. I mean, the
even
Chinese
worse.
have
Oh,
kind of been
okay.
copying the monetization formulation, like for the formulas of the West and
Yeah.
the game design of the East.
Yeah, so
which
like
is-
basically
which
Azure
is something
Lane
they can
is
do.
like they have a very interesting opinion on ship design.
And women apparently.
Yeah, let's see if I can't find
Yes.
yeah, okay,
But
yeah,
I
here
love
we go.
I like all the ones you posted are like massive badonkers and then side posts one and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, of
God.
course, you know, it's
Yeah,
fucking
it's
side.
fine.
Yeah, obviously
Yeah,
it's
That
side.
is literally the main female character of the series. God damn it!
Okay.
We can't trust you to post characters that look like that because we're worried you'd write them pregnant.
Here, hang on.
Yes, side. And 14.
Yeah,
Here you go.
and right, and mind broken.
Okay, can I
Have
copy this
fun,
image
though.
now? Jesus fucking Christ.
See,
Let me
now
just
that's
copy the
better.
fucking image, you
That's
dog
better.
shit fucking company. Oh my god.
Like
Oh,
she
you
is
can't copy this image because it's not safe for
carrier.
work. No, it's fucking not. Oh my god,
Excuse me, battleship.
Yeah, when was the ship built? He's
Alright,
asking you
so,
a question.
I will,
Canonically, like 20 or so years ago.
I'll give credit where it's due. Azure Lane at least keeps consistency in how it depicts the ship girls. So, like, basically, bust size, age, and waist is all based on the classification of the ship and how new it is.
Their displacement, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the displacement. Yeah.
Their weight.
And
basically.
so the lolly characters are destroyers and submarines, except
Which,
for
I mean,
some
can
particularly
make
large
sense.
submarines, which get actually like teenager/adult bodies. There's like a couple of them. I'm
AOBS
trying.
kind of does the same thing.
I just googled
Here we go.
Azure Lane American ship, and honestly, I'm not disappointed.
Yeah, the American ships are fucking god tier. Amen.
All right, I'm gonna
that's
check this out.
yeah. Yeah. Here's Albacore.
Azure Lane
Yeah,
American
That's way
ship.
worse than anything I posted.
Yeah, that's Albacore.
It's way worse than anything I posted.
Literally, all of her dialogue lines are making fun of you for liking her body.
What the fuck?
Yes, all of her dialogue lines are like, "Oh, be careful, Commander. You might get arrested if I say anything."
That's it.
Of
You've been added
course.
on the side watch.
You're on the side watch. Oh yeah,
What?
Enterprise is great. Clearly, I'll take one moment to shill because, of course, as a New Jerseyan, I must shill New Jersey. the best.
Contractually obligated to shill New Jersey, eh?
The best boat.
No. I like the which one is it that has the blue hair and she's always portrayed as some kind of rich bitch?
Wow, that really narrowed it down.
Bro,
It should narrow it down.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down, Sign?
But Sneaky, you're from Jersey. I thought you were Floridian.
Yeah, I'm from Jersey. I was born in Camden.
Oh, okay.
Let me look it up.
No, that doesn't make sense. I've never liked a person from Jersey. That's wild.
Don't worry. No one from Jersey does either.
Listen, Jersey is a.
I legitimately
special
thought
land.
Sneaky was from Florida. It just for
St.
some reason,
Louis.
that connection in my head was the easiest
Here's a
thing to
better
know.
image.
All right,
Something
then.
like that.
What fresh
just say,
horrors have I returned to?
Ship Girls. I would say
Here.
another one that
That's not horrors.
another one that I
New
was a
Jersey.
fan of
Behold.
was shit. Fuck,
St.
what was the one where the
Oh,
kids
yeah,
got
that
the
one.
where the kids got the submarine
Yeah,
ship
that
girl
one.
girlfriend?
Like I know
Uh.
that specific image, the one that Sign posted, like every fucking cosplayer was doing that, and I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
No, holy ship.
Yes, indeed.
No.
Yeah.
Kill yourself.
Death immediately. No trial.
I am a
She's
comedic
leak or two
genius.
below deck.
Fuck you.
She
But,
needs those leaks or two below deck plugged.
Anyway, so so Ship Girls. I don't even know how we ended up on this topic. Anyway, so now that Nose is back, let's go back to torturing him. Anyway, so the
that Dirk is not
Adomos
the movie.
estate. The estate want new blood. Hero want riches, glory, honorable death. Villagers want farce to be over. Lenore Adremosos, the rightful heir, just wants break the curse, land, and survive. Sadly, all good deeds must be paid in pain and death, and exploration into hows and whys of Darkest Dungeon.
Can you find me the most popular fic? Like, can you just go through
The
this and,
most
like,
popular Darkest Dungeon fic. Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
no.
wait. Before he brings it up, Nose, what's the over/under on it being just horny?
50% horny, 40% not horny, 10% beyond any reasonable doubt horny.
The most popular
Well, it's not
fic has
horny.
less.
Really?
Horror Supernatural T-rated.
The most,
Garland
the highest rated story in the section is a T-rated story with 21 chapters, 130k words, 200 reviews, 300 favorites, and 350 follows.
Is that the fucking Ruby Darkest Dungeon fic that we saw once?
No.
That's not a
This is not crossovers.
This is not crossovers.
I'm more surprised that out of these, only one of them has OC as a character, because other than the two you start with, all the characters are randomly generated. So I thought there'd be more OCs or self-inserts.
Well, I mean, no. So basically, most people don't list it as OC. They'll make they'll list it as Crusader, and then they'll invent a personality for the Crusader.
Because I'm not even seeing.
Except they already have fucking personalities.
Plus, considering how fanfic writers do it, like they probably still have Dismas and Reynold all the way till the end. So
Of course, obviously.
The true way of playing.
that's everybody should be there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unfortunately, in my Blood Moon campaign, Reynold couldn't pass. He got down to Death's Door, failed his first check, despite having a trinket to boost Death's Door resistance.
Skill issue. Why was he at Death's Door to begin with?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
that's
don't
an easy one. That's an easy one, Nose. I just finished a 2-ghoul fight, and I was pretty low. And then the Collector showed up.
Wow. Skill
It's
issue.
your favorite guy, the Collector.
Skill
he
issue.
collected your fucking head.
Blood Moon
Oh
Collector.
shit! It's this guy again. My favorite. Yes, the Darkest Dungeon 2 20 fucking turn boss fight.
Yeah.
Stop healing
Yeah.
you. Shit.
Listen. I finally lost my Dismas when I fought the thing from the stars.
Oh, the thing from the stars can go get bent. I never go near that fucker.
Yeah,
Like that's where I lost him, and when I beat him, it gave me like an achievement called "There Are No Words," and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how I fucking feel
Look,
right now.
here's the
No,
thing. Here's
like-
the problem with the thing from the stars. It supposedly gives you good upgrades. Small fucking
doesn't.
problem. It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Because the drop rate is fucking like 10% or some shit.
Well, I mean, honestly, I kind of just feel bad for everyone at that point, because it's like, okay, we gotta go into the mansion, we gotta go dig through these fucking tunnels. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, there's also like a grotto that's like filled with a bunch of monsters. Okay, whatever. Oh, by the way, also like there's a bunch of like vampire mosquitoes. Like they were kind of like just taking over your land. It's like, all right, fine. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, so I know like a portal to hell is opening, and the sea people are mutating, and we have a bunch of blood-sucking vampires. But also, by the way, a meteor just crashed into your land, and tentacled horrors are spewing from it now.
No.
So what I'm hearing is
Creepy
Ancestor
blue
is
rock
uncle.
horrors are coming from that. And then don't forget, some crazy fucking dude showed up asking you to fight people to the death in his fucking circus?
The ringmaster is a she.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry, some crazy bitch showed up asking you to kill people in her circus.
Yeah, so that's at this point that's sort of like normal. But again, blood plague, all that's sort of normal. It's just like this is all kind of on brand. It's like if you're having a fucking Bloodborne adventure, right? It's on brand. It's all right. Everything's going fine. And then like a fucking meteor crashes down, and now you have to deal with space sci-fi golems.
It's like starting out Bloodborne.
The replicators just showed up.
Or the Elden Ring gravity fucking monsters show up out of nowhere.
Gravity monsters just show up, and it's like, what the fuck is this sci-fi shit doing in my goddamn Bloodborne adventure?
Honestly, I kind of really enjoyed it. I just wish there was a teeny tiny bit less for some reason every one of the expeditions in that area would always be extremely long, or at least it felt super long as compared to any of the things before it. So yeah,
honestly, I feel like it's longer more often than other places. Like you get RNG of shorter journeys in every other place compared to that one. So you're right on that to me.
I think that BioWare
was like wild.
BioWare missed out massively on a DLC attempt. I mean, I would have even paid money for this. They missed out massively on a DLC attempt that when they released the Mass Effect series alongside the Dragon Age series, so they actually should have had a crossover small DLC that added a gun to Dragon Age and a sword to Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Like, what does this do? I don't know. The holy stick of moving. It makes a noise and things done.
It just looks like a fucking musket, but it's actually just semi-auto.
Yeah. It's probably like a laser or something.
It's the fucking it's the Krogan
It's
shotgun.
a laser musket. It's the laser musket from Fallout.
It's a laser musket. Somehow, Todd Howard.
Yeah, he's been part of the deal all along. He just didn't know it.
Gathering together a group of unlikely heroes and mercenaries, they must delve into the deep, dark abyss and battle creatures out of nightmare. But the darkest dungeon is not made of stone and iron bars.
No, it is. It's definitely made of stone and iron bars. Just sometimes it's also made of a lot of dead people and flesh.
So this is just like a novel retelling of
it basically is. I mean, basically the summary is just the summary of Darkest Dungeon. I can see why it might have ended up the most popular story, but this dude took 6 years to write 21 chapters and 130k words. Like, that's fucking brutal.
6 years to write 21 chapters sounds like my speed, to be honest. But
the portable nuke launcher from ME2.
Can you go and check what the most popular crossover for the section is?
Yeah, we'll go check the crossover section. Oh, by the way, the second one, Nose was right with his 50-50 call. The second one is M-rated supernatural horny romance.
Bloodborne.
The Bird and the Beast.
Of course it's supernatural.
It's a slow burn. Wait, the beta is Silverbore? That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
Oh, he's still updating, and all of his fixes still shit.
They're still such dog shit.
They are.
Bruh, speaking of fucking betas, that guy, Jesus.
Oh yeah,
Christ.
did you finally? Yeah, that's right. You told me you finally fucking
Oh, yeah,
kicked him.
I fucking got rid of him. I'm like, brother, nah.
Yeah, so
Dude,
story
I
time.
get out my shit, and he just starts writing ahead.
Yeah, so he takes a snapshot of his most recent chapter and posts it at the kid, that wanted to be his beta, and he's like, "All right, here you go, beta this." And the kid just starts writing his own shit into the story, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" No, I said, check the grammar and the spelling and the dialogue, not just write shit. Hold on. Pizza.
Okay.
He wanted you to write for him. Is that so wrong? No.
Dude, like the other thing is like this guy would just never shut up. This kid would just keep saying like images like so hold up, I'll give you guys an example, man.
Do we want an example?
Hold up. This is the one image he sent me like 6 times. I don't know why he was so fucking like I don't know why he thinks this image goes hard.
Okay.
What? John is going to continuously fight his darker impulses nature. He will struggle.
I don't read the stuff. Trust me, it'll give you brain damage.
Oh,
I
are you
sent
fucking
to
posting
Nicky.
it? Oh my god, yeah, no, dude.
Ah.
Oh god,
Wait,
no,
is this
no.
the guy from your AI story? That you,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
put
no,
off?
no, you have to share the whole fucking thing, my dude. Oh my god, it was so bad. Hold on,
Ooh.
let me go grab that shit. Oh my god, it was bad.
Yeah, I'll just post the whole thing one by one. Give me a second. Jesus Christ, this guy was a fucking creature.
Yeah, no, I got it, I got it.
It's an Arcos.
Oh, you got you got
Dark
it.
Imperium.
Yeah, bro, it was so
Yeah.
fucking bad.
My favorite thing is he hit me with that image, like that specific John
Him,
image. Like,
rare to see. Yeah.
he hit me with that image so many times. Also, this guy actually like thought of himself like an omnipotent being or something. I'm like, he would keep telling me about the fact that I have exams going on, dude. I'm like, why?
Evil John
sure
has
he's not
bright white
secretly-
light eyes.
Are you sure he's not secretly Miles Luna?
I would not. I mean, I don't know what kind of exams Miles Luna's having, but if that's his kid, I might understand.
DMPC for an omnipotent being, and he's a self-aware gamer.
Yeah.
What does that? What
even mean?
Let me think if I can think of this, because I've seen enough shitty fics. I might actually be able to guess DMPC.
Dungeon Master,
breaker.
their character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
usually that's what it means.
Breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh wow.
My favorite part was like I told him specifically just please, like, all I need from you is sentence fixes, phrasing fixes, and make my grammar better wherever. Gets the fucking little snippet I sent him written by the AI. Instantly goes into like my story mode.
Did you copy that, or did you delete it?
It's still like he tried to delete it, but I still have it.
Oh, can you fucking send me that?
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
How is this showing up on stream?
Is this getting shared with the class?
I don't think I'll show it on stream, but I'll definitely read it out loud.
Oh,
no.
Let me just revert to the old version. I will mark all the shit that like specifically he wrote. So like yeah.
Oh, man. Honestly, God, Sneaky, you know what this kid's behavior is reminding me of?
Trevor from 6 years ago.
No, Leaf.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember Leaf?
All the stuff that's like bold and underline is the shit he wrote. Although, by the way, it took him a day to write that.
Vaguely.
He made no other changes.
I think this is even worse than Core. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
There's an author I've actually complained about who stayed in the MHA section for ages with crossovers mainly for Harry Potter and other things and DxD.
Yeah.
And for some reason, he put in a character that breaks the fourth wall in every single one of his fucking fics because he found it funny. Gotta fucking... who was the
I think
author?
I know who you're talking about.
They've made like 100 different fics,
Yeah.
and each time, every Harry Potter has Luna able to break the fourth wall. Every DxD has someone... No, actually, it's a different author. But Quartermass also does that. But this is a different author.
Sakura Demon Alchemist?
No. It's not the usual ones. It's not the usual ones.
Impossible.
Sneaky's pulling out some fucking dark magic with what he's saying right now.
You know what?
Oh,
if I just go to the MHA Harry Potter crossover section, I'll probably find him.
Also, like I will never understand Harry Potter like crossovers because like what
Harry
does
Potter
Harry Potter add to most fucking franchises?
Nothing. Well, according to most authors, broken magical powers that let him do anything.
My brother in Christ, he has like a repertoire of 7 spells, out of which 2 he can't even use properly.
Not dyslexic writer, but space lexic with his Outsider Chronicles 174 fucking...
The Outsider Chronicles, dude, yes!
Yes, that's who I was talking about. Every single one of his 74 fics has someone that breaks the fourth wall in it because he finds it funny and then just mass defends it anytime it gets brought up how it doesn't fit or it's shit. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. He gave Harry Potter Wizards MHA quirks as well as magic, and Luna's is just breaking the fourth wall. It's called Deadpool.
Yep.
Dude, it's wild, bro. Like, every time I think about...
He also does reading of his own stories, where he has the canon characters reading his stories.
Like, my brother, that's the thing for people who like your story to do. And honestly, you should just say no to that, because I remember, like, when Metapsychics was getting big, right? It's like somebody asked, like, if they could do a reading of it, and, like, I said, you know what, show me the first chapter, we'll see, right? And, like, just like, I saw the first chapter that this guy wrote, like, the fucking, like, that sad song from Risk of Rain played in my head, and I was like, no, thank you. I do not require a reading for this. I shall let the authors read, I shall let the other authors read this the way they want to. Please,
I still remember my third ever Harry Potter Fate fic I ever read. It was a reading of Fate's Gamble.
Are you talking about Darth Mars's Harry Potter worm story? Where he reincarnated...
That's so familiar.
Well, he reincarnated as Harry Potter's reincarnation who reincarnated into Worm. And was a smirk bomb the whole time. Yeah.
Excuse you?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That actually sounds familiar, and I hate that it does.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm glad I wake up so early on fucking Saturday mornings just so I can be like tortured by the horrors that exist around me.
You know, it's just a great reminder in general, you know, that like things could be worse. Like your writing could be worse.
Like
I'm just happy that I've got Robin to deal with.
I'm glad that I took. Cause like, before that, I was in another fucking fanfiction Discord, and over there everybody was like, yeah, your writing is so good. You should definitely keep going." I come here like instantly get reality checked, and I'm like, you know what? I'm glad that fucking happened.
The plot's dog shit. Your character's dog shit. You got to write a new fic. Redo it all.
Well, I'm like,
have you read your? To be fair, the only thing we really ask of new authors that come in and ask about how their story is we ask them, have you read your own work? Like,
no, read it aloud.
Looked at your work and actually read what you wrote, put together.
I still remember that one guy who did in fact read their work aloud.
Ooh.
And they still were fucking awful, and it's like, damn, son.
Dude, like, honestly.
Bro, that sucks.
Not even God should save your writing.
Reconsider life choices.
Sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but
Get
thou
shit.
art shit.
Another fanfiction has hit the tower.
Anyway, so let's see what we got here. So we're just gonna. What the fuck is this? John asked, taking to the sky with direz erases. Oh, that is Beast of Mountain, and you were just standing on its beak. Lao spoke, pulling from what looks like a detonator from his pocket. As for bomb.
No. The stuff specifically read the shit that's like.
I know. I'm just trying to let people know what they're getting into here.
Where the AI ends and where this man begins.
I wouldn't tell you about it if you had any chance of stopping it, would I? He finished, pressing the button on the detonator as he did, and the world erupted into noise and light. So that's where the AI finished. This is where this dude proceeded to write a page and a half. It took him a day to write a page and a half. Damn, that's
a full day. Yeah. Because I was sick, I literally slept the entire day, and then I come back.
It was Darth Mars' story? I fucking told you! I fucking told you!
Sneaky knows shit authors off by heart and their lyrics.
All you have to do is describe some vague details, and I've probably not only read it, but I've read it like 8 years ago, and I'll still remember it.
Yep, although you might just not remember the author sometimes, like me.
I'll get them confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cauldron commissioned Quill to see what happened if they tried to kill Harry, even though this doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That story, literally the only thing that kept me reading that story is the fact that he was updating it like every other day. Also,
and then there was also that worm Harry Potter story where Taylor gets reincarnated in Harry Potter, and it ends off with her using a house elf to fucking time bomb Voldemort with a fucking time turner. Like Grey Boy does.
Oh no!
Was that by
Shane T? I can't believe that Killer Queen has no weaknesses.
No, Shane T.
Yeah, Shane T, whose fics just go on forever full of fucking nothing.
I have gone back in time for the sole goal of nuking Voldemort.
From
time. No, so she used
paranoid
Barty's house elf, who Voldemort got killed, with a time turner to trap Voldemort in a time bubble for 10,000 years, and then left a recording to brag after the heat death of the universe was happening.
Jesus!
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. All for the cost of Harry paying her 1 galleon to kill a man.
She's killed children for less.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Oof.
Like, there are some good parts to it, but god, his fics go on forever with just absolute nothing.
Anyway. Now remember, the following is not written by an AI. It is written by a real person with real blood in their real veins.
Why do you do this to us?
You say real person, I say NPC.
John groaned, feeling great numbness within his ears. He felt excruciating pain. Began to slowly dwindle away thanks to his semblance. Any other man, he'd be permanently deaf with less limbs of a person. You are finally awake. John tensed.
Hey, you.
He heard the voice of Lao.
I will mute you. I will mute you.
Even out here in the Skyrim intro.
I will return you to the Shadowlands, and I will find the nearest. I will find the nearest public rest stop in Illinois, and I will post your cell phone number.
I will play Warhammer 3 with you, and I'll play the Empire wrong.
Oh God.
That one hurts more.
No, here's the problem. Playing a game with Nose is self-inflicted damage because his turns take slightly less time than the heat death of the universe.
See, that's why I read a book when he takes his turn.
Oh, wow.
So it's like playing chess by mail.
Yes. You're finally awake, John tensed. He heard the voice of Lao spoke across large cave, the voice echoing off wall. John jumped across wide cave. He had lunatic were in, and then he drew Dai's eye out.
Which is already out, may I point out from the last bit, yeah.
Lau queried an eyebrow.
He queried an eyebrow, eh? AI.
Yeah.
No.
AI, I would like an eyebrow.
Again, I reiterate, this is being written by a real blood person.
No,
This is not AI, this one. This one is not AI.
I'm sorry, Sneaky. I was making a joke based off the fact that he said query instead of...
Right.
Ah.
Worked.
My bad. Yes.
Yeah.
Query.
As in, you query the AI. Not, I know that this is being written by a human.
Lau queried an eyebrow. Space-time fuckery, he asked. Wait, huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Isn't space-time fuckery?
That was out of nowhere. It's like,
fuckery.
pulls sword out of scabbard. Ah, space-time fuckery.
Like, I could understand if he was bringing it out of the inventory, considering gamer powers, but that weapon already out, brother.
Yeah, but it's cooler this way.
ChatGPT will now sue you for defamation for even suggesting it's this bad. He asked, to which John only nodded. So he answered him. He let him think that's what he want him to think. Easier to defeat him that way.
This seems like this guy ran it through his own AI.
Yeah, his own AI is called his brain.
His own special idiot AI.
His own AI called his brain.
Yeah, no. To be fair, I would definitely, yeah, I would definitely put this guy as an AI as well. Definitely fills the artificial part of intelligence.
Oh, he definitely felt like not a real person.
You would have made excellent member of the Legion. It's not too late to join me, Lau spoke. John subconsciously used Eyes of Golden Emperor. Is that even an ability he has?
What?
Apparently it is now.
I was going to say, even if he doesn't, that's very in line with the AI.
John, I'm trying to...
No. The way Eyes of Golden Emperor just gives them clear vision. It's a passive.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that...
How do you subconsciously use an always... Like, it's a passive ability. It's always there.
I'm subconsciously using my passive
Also, all
abilities.
it does is it allows him to see through... Like it just gives him clear vision. So, like, if there's a haze, if there's, like some kind of fucking, whiteout happening, you can see through it.
Wait a minute. He has to use it in order to do that. It's just not just like a constant thing.
Passive. It is a passive.
It's passive, but this guy's having Jean.
Do you think in a world where passive abilities exist, it's like in the same vein of breathing, where someone's like, you're now manually breathing, you are now manually using your passive?
Oh no.
You just tell someone you are manually using your racial night vision. Fortis just looking at you like, you fuck.
You are now thinking about your tongue on the roof of your mouth.
Dude. Just read the next line. He put that fucking image, the image that he sent me multiple times into this.
I know. That's why I was asking specifically, because I didn't know if that was an actual ability he already had, or if he was just arbitrarily giving John this ability.
Well, he has the ability. It's just a passive, right?
Right.
It's always there.
He didn't know why. He just felt compelled to do it. Yawn's iris began glow majestic yet deadly golden color. Lau only sighed. Wait, why did he capitalize iris?
Good question. He's very obsessed with glowy golden-eyed John.
Yeah,
that
he
looks
really
like
is.
A fucking dork.
You have so much potential. Whatever he was going to say was interrupted by the entirety of Remnant began to shake. The very color and texture of cave began to slightly change into light blue cave turned into orange desert.
By the way, he's not paraphrasing. That is actually what he has written.
Yeah.
What? Crap! Lau's voice actually seemed to panic now. Oh, his voice is panicking, I see. Kid, I know you have a vendetta against me for killing your mentor and throwing my men at you, but right, we have a much more serious threat to deal with. John hesitated.
That's the word, hesitated.
John hesitated. He didn't want to trust Lau.
Okay.
The worst part is, the fucking spelling autocorrect is right there.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to trust Lau. The man was unrepentant murderer who let his men die all for sake of power. He would be perfectly willing to let all innocent children and civilians of Atlas to burn, all for sake of idiotic goal, but panic and worry in his voice gave him time to pause. I'll hate myself for a long time for agreeing to this, John. John Bleakley.
Bleakly?
No.
No, Bleakley.
Bleakley.
He's trying to write like Bleak Lead or something, but he doesn't know how to.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to. So he instead wrote Bleakley.
Bleakley. That's his new name, John Bleakley.
John Bleakley thought out, which is apparently 2 words now with a hyphen.
Like a well thought out plan, you know?
Yeah. Fine, we have a truce until damned creature is dealt with, John bitterly spoke. Possessive irises glowing a more intense, hateful color of gold. Wait, what do you mean a more hateful color of gold?
Well, that gold is awfully hateful.
See. He saw
That's pretty
that,
anti-Semitic of you, Sign.
See, so I even explained
He's an Exalted
to him
fan.
that, like,
Oh,
so
fair.
you're like, because the parallels to the story are with like what's it called? Fucking what's the name? Soul leveling.
Right.
Because that was like the original like lore bit was taken off like the wiki of soul leveling.
Right.
So you know how like Jinwoo's eyes kind of glow?
Yeah.
When like his shit actually very let's like a very not like that golden as its image type of glow is there, but it only activates like when he's using his abilities, right?
Right.
So that is kind of like hinted at in like various parts of 4 chapters, like maybe 10 words on it.
Yeah.
And this man made it like the very basis of John's existence.
Well, don't you know? He's the Dark Empyrean now.
Hell, man.
In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there is only really fucking bad lore.
Listen, I'll be honest, like, any man who thinks that, like, Doctor Who is cool is already on my fucking shit list. I'm like, dude, that is, like, the most dog shit, boring-ass storyline I've ever seen in my life.
No, hold on. Which version of Doctor Who?
Yeah, which version?
Yeah.
I wrote everything from Eccleston to Tennant.
Oof.
Them's fucking fighting words. Mods shove this man into skinny jeans.
Yeah. What? No.
Bad.
Well, no.
Hang on.
Also,
I need a moment
Fine,
to
I need you
process
to
that.
control your homosexual urge.
Yeah. Also, I don't really care about your opinion on the Doctors, but the enemies and fucking monsters that show up in Doctor Who are amazing. I'll say that.
I actually like them.
The Dalek are funny.
Yeah.
The Dalek can be funny.
The Dalek can also be some of the most savage motherfuckers when it comes to word sparring.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was the final line of one of them? You'd make a great Dalek? It's like, ooh.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we take notes? You make great exterminator.
Man, are you sure you don't
Oh.
want to join our team?
Yeah.
You're real big on the whole exterminating thing.
I have to say,
He claims he wants peace, but man, he
Possibly.
is good at exterminating.
I was
Hey,
really
he
happy
pursues
about
peace
it,
through superior firepower.
but I hated it.
Well, remember, the Doctor's idea of firepower is a library.
Well, the library at the end of the world is still scary as fuck, bro. Oh, he sent me a message back. Will we be getting Silent Fox? Too busy working, just got in.
Silent Fox, who's
Oh,
making...
is
Wait,
that who
fuck.
just showed up?
Did he show up? He did show up. Yeah.
Do I need to give him some more roles?
Yeah, he's gonna be a writer, and he'll get guest star role.
Oh
I'm
no.
currently reading Silent Fox's new fucking JJK one.
Now, so
Good, eh, Foxy?
there is one weeping angel in Remnant 2.
No.
The
Huh?
you say?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
There is
Wait.
one
Oh, the
weeping
game?
yes, in the game Remnant 2. There is
Oh,
one
no.
weeping angel.
Oh, okay, wrong remnant.
And
I thought
Ooh.
I'd miss a really interesting episode of Ruby.
Yeah.
Me too. Like that.
Okay,
There's actually
but, like-
interesting enemies in Ruby.
But that would actually be like a really cool enemy out of the Grim. Like the Grim that doesn't
Yes.
move until you're not looking at it. That'd be cool.
The
Just
humanoid
have Grim that
are
are just crossovers with other media.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
You know what?
yeah,
I'll
literally.
try and see if the AI can write that.
Wait, what do you mean there's 3 of them? No, not with the DLC. In just the base game, there's 3 of them? That's fucked up, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna see if
You know-
if the AI can do that. I'll give it some prompts. We'll see.
I love that everything I hear about some of the stuff in Remnant 2 is like, maybe I'll just put that game a little further down in the backlog.
So me and Gray were exploring one day, right? And
Oh, no.
we, yeah, I know the room in Yesha, yeah.
I love how we're waiting. Like it's like just like turn-based
yeah.
combat with killing there.
It's turn-based combat. Turn-based dialogue. With 3... Oh, you didn't find the other room? Correction. There is 4 weeping angels in
Oh,
Remnant
no.
2.
That is lovely.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about the same room. Okay, well, only 1 activated for me. That's weird. So anyway, so you have to go through this, like, really elaborate setup, like, you aren't... Unless you... Yeah, after the puzzle, yes. The 4 statues, yeah. Yeah, like, you wouldn't know to do this unless you kind of just, like, are a Remnant veteran, and you just kind of scan over literally everything that looks like it's not a rock. And so you shoot out the 4 statue heads, an elevator opens up, and you go down it, and you're like, oh yeah, cool, whatever, a secret room, yay! And you run to the end of the room, and you get to the chest, and there's a note there, and you're like, oh cool, I'll read the note. And the note's just like, turn around! It's like, huh? And you fucking get stabbed by the weeping angel, and it one-shots you, and you're like, huh?
Yeah, if
He's
I
like,
remember,
I believe I will turn around next time. Thank you, game.
yeah, if I remember correctly, there are people who have tried to beat that. I don't know if they've actually succeeded against
Oh, yeah,
the
I
Weeping
did.
Angel or not.
Yeah,
You did?
I did. Yeah. You just get a it was a major letdown. All you do is you get a guaranteed rune drop out of it. Yeah, major letdown. But yeah, there's a delay, and you just have to have a weapon that has a quick fire rate. It was really annoying. But yeah, yeah, God, that was so fucking annoying. Holy shit! And it also scared the living shit out of me because I'm like, I'm reading the note, and I get to the bottom of the note, it's like, turn around. I'm like, huh? I'm fucking screaming my ass off, and Gray's like, what's happening? I was like, don't blink!
Oh no.
Oh, you said the best words you possibly could there. That's great.
Oh, fucking hell, that was bad. Oh, I hated it so much. Yeah, but yeah, we killed the statues. That was That was a fucking hell of a time.
Well, I need more rum.
Oh, you do that.
Did you say rum or ramen?
Rum.
Rum.
Understandable.
Where has all the rum gone? That kind of rum.
I do have some bad news. In the new DLC, there is a new Weeping Angel, and it's a mini boss.
That's terrifying.
It's terrible. I hate it.
What the hell is Megaton Musashi W?
Is what?
Yo, Max, look at this.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea what this is. I'm gonna go check out the Steam page real quick.
Trash,
very
apparently.
back score.
Anyway, so. All right, kid. What in Two Brothers are you up with your eyes? The more I stared at it into them, the more I saw inverse of great-grandfather. Julius was kind, noble, compassionate, and fair. When you have your golden eyes, I see deadly, psychotic, unfettered, unstable man. The temperature in room dropped the moment Lau closed his mouth. An intense gold glow of John Iris's only increased when Lau made that remark. Then, entire cave structure continued to shake! Exclamation point. Rocks, dust, for some reason capitalized, and other debris began to displace the bright golden hue overwhelmed eyesight of Huntsman. The golden light glowed brighter and brighter, and then out a mighty earth-shattering, wind-scattering roar. That's right, the eyes let out a roar that seemed to have pierced the heavens themselves. What in Two Brothers
if your eyes
is
are
that?
roaring, consult a doctor immediately.
Yeah, you might want to get
9 out of 10 doctors recommend that you don't roar with your eyes.
I
If it
just
roared for
wanna,
more than 4
I
hours
just
at
want
a
to know why
time,
it's. I want to know why we're in HP Lovecraft territory with eyes making noises.
He got
I'm
some
just gonna
Yog
post this image
Sothoth.
again.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep posting the image every single fucking
got some
time.
Yog Sothoth eyes going on here. Let's see here. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. John half exclaimed, half asked. His temporary alloy Lau barely managed
His
to protect.
temporary alloy, huh?
Yeah. Barely managed to protect his eyes. It seemed John's golden eyes seemed nullified, part blindness induced by golden creature. Gold light revealed itself, winged creature of colored gold white. Yes, that's right. The golden light revealed itself, a winged creature colored gold white. And it seemed to be an inverse of a grim. The creature, yes, an angel, of course.
what the shit?
Are we? Also, he says inhuman perfection. He's posted pictures of regular Jean. Are we sure 100% this isn't Miles' fucking fanfiction account?
It's Miles. It has to be.
Listen, you don't understand, right? Like, you don't understand how I fucking felt after I read this, right? I think this image sums it up.
I have an idea or two how you might have felt. I've dealt with similar.
Just look at
All
like,
right.
the fucking image of Roy Batty dying. Is how I feel about
Congratulations and
this.
welcome to the server, you wouldn't sex a cat. It's by right. Everyone on this server gets a
tradition.
nickname.
It is tradition. Sign's gone through like 5 of them, each more demeaning.
Yes.
I haven't even noticed.
No, don't worry, the rest of us did.
That is, in fact, the point of Sneaky's nicknames. You're not
Yeah.
going to notice, but everyone else is going to be like, who is this fucking weirdo?
Usually, everyone just realizes, they usually realize mid-stream, especially if they're watching the stream, and see the new name. Look across and wait,
Who's
wait,
this
that's
fucking
my profile
person
picture!
that keeps lighting up when I talk?
Wait, that's my profile picture!
I had to change mine in the middle of the stream once because it was something that should not be up on stream, and all Sneaky did afterwards was just add the in front of it. I'm like, okay, I can live with that.
That's why I got the very recognizable profile picture.
Yes, yes. So, all right, who dares enter my domain? Wait, hold on. The creature had 2 large golden white wings with white lines painted across their white body as if they were tattoos. Who dares enter my domain, the creature roared, its voice echoing off the cave. The loud voice was enough to destroy the heads of even experienced and talented huntsmen due to how loud it was. Thankfully, John was beyond such things.
Yeah, that's what he did with one day.
Yeah, so that was
So this guy wanted to be a beta.
yeah, this guy wanted to be a
And
beta.
you give him a chance to be a beta, and for some reason he took that to mean I wish to co-write with you now.
Yes.
Yep. Man, okay, like if his writing would have like stunned me or like holy shit, you're actually a good writer, I would have made it a half AI, half little British kid story, right?
Yeah,
But holy
oh yeah.
mother of Christ.
I didn't know if Fox knows, but we're reviewing Krul's newest story that he writes completely with AI.
Yeah.
And everyone's saying it's his greatest fic ever.
Yeah.
Oh, I finally got a negative review just while this stream was going.
Oh yeah.
It isn't even like it isn't even like a true negative. It's just like, oh, this plot makes no sense. It's like you're trying to like. I fucking hold up. I have to go to it and read
Have
it out.
none of the reviews been like, hey, this feels AI written? What's going on with
No,
it?
they've all been amazing. They've all been amazing, great. Love this fic.
Legitimately never had reviews this good.
It is the funniest shit ever. Literally, the AI is schizophrenic, gave John like 100 levels by the end of chapter 2, and it just randomly invents new abilities for him and then forgets them later.
Wait. So you're saying that the AI is a power gamer?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Which
Like,
shouldn't
the first
surprise
thing
you.
AI did was I got this ability. I'm gonna jump into a jungle and not come out till I'm level 40 something.
I could also make the joke that the eyes read Medaka box, but I don't
The
know.
very first chapter, he apparently got a
That's a very
sword that gave him the
topical joke.
equivalent of 40 level ups in everything.
Oh yeah, and not only that, also armor that's 30% armor, like damage reduction at the base.
Damn.
It's light armor.
Then it never rolled items again.
Oh yeah, it has still since that point. It's only ever gotten one item, and that item I have like the AI has not even gotten around to writing like it has not even gotten around to explaining what the other item is. It's gotten a mask. I do not know what the mask does. I don't think the AI knows what the mask does.
Amazing.
Truly. That
It's
just
saving
sounds
him
like
Batman.
that sounds
It
like
makes
the
him
woes
Batman.
of a DM with
Yeah,
a player who just randomly picks something and neither knows what's going on until it's
Listen,
used.
all I really do is I put all the old chapters into the lore tab of novel AI. And I just click the generate button till I get something that sounds somewhat realistic. Oddly enough, it actually takes more time for the AI to come up with a coherent chapter than it would take me to actually write the thing. But
yeah, but like you don't actually have to write it. Like no
yeah,
thought.
press the button, read. Press the button, read. Press the button, read.
Yeah.
AI is the future of writing.
So anyway,
I mean, from
Silent,
what I'm getting, it seems it is.
we have a tradition on this server where whenever a new author shows up, we torture them with their most favorite fandom.
Shit. Favorite fandom.
Yeah.
Please don't say Ruby. We've gone through that enough already. We've gone through the
No,
entire
I
section.
I don't really have like a favorite fandom per se. Like,
Yeah.
All right, I'm going on his QQ account, seeing what he's written the most.
So what you're saying is he wants the list of lists.
So what I hear is
that... King of Magic! We gotta show the tradition!
We are not reading King of Magic, for God's sake.
We're not reading it, we just gotta show him the list.
Show him the list.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say also now that there's a new, more fresh meat here, they need to be inducted into the Hall of Psychological Trauma.
Oh yeah, like we've been living here a while. It's pretty cool.
Okay, so let's see. Let me
I would say there's things like Harry Potter having what was it 1,056 anal tears?
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
Not as a human, but as a cat.
No.
Remember to roll. Remember to roll for anal circumference.
No.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, Nose.
Let's see. So we got 1, one JJK. I've got 2 BattleTechs. I've got 1 original Mass Effect. I've got 1 Pokemon. I've got.
Yeah, I'm going through your plot bunnies. I'm going through your plot bunnies and counting those.
Radio Arabian 9.
There's a magical girl.
I had a magical girl one. Most of the plot bunnies are ones that I ended up turning into actual threads. I've got
threads.
1 Dungeons and Dragons. I've got 2 Danmachi, and I've got 1 Yujo Senki Danmachi.
Yeah, we know about that one.
Yeah.
I have no idea what any of those words
mean. Yes, the infamous one.
The infamous one, yep.
Yep, the one that set the stage for pro clutching, and
Yep.
now
So
all
that's
the
hilarious.
nowadays all the Yujo Senki that you can find that sign doesn't right is like lolly rape fix. It's just like my story was
the
just
sign special.
My
Yep,
story
it's a
was
sign
just,
special.
You know, oh man, she goes to to the red light district to have sex, and an Amazon goes through and gives her a aphrodisiac, and all of a sudden now it's non-con, and the comments are just like, why didn't you just go to a bar and get drunk and have sex? I'm like, how is that any more
better?
Consensual?
Hey, look, I was on the side of, I mean, it kind of was out of nowhere, and I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it was one of those cases where everyone on my side was also fucking retarded.
Well, it was just,
I liked it.
It was just like, once you understand, like, Danmachi is not a fluffy, happy-go-lucky. Like, if you do any sort of digging into the lore, especially the Amazons, like, the Amazons raid their neighbors, they kidnap their men, they fuck them until they break them, and then they toss them into labor camps where they get worked until they die. Like, that is Amazon to a T. And they throw all their young into a giant pit fight, and they just make them keep fighting until they prove themselves strong enough to leave. It's just like, well, why would the Amazon who had this whole lifestyle, show up and,
do it again?
Think that, giving an aphrodisiac to somebody that she wants to have sex with is a real big fucking deal. So it's just like, it's not that.
Listen,
me
I
personally,
want this, she wants this. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Seems fine to me.
She came here to pay for sex. And all I'm doing with this aphrodisiac is relaxing her into it. So it's just like her morality scale is completely different. But you couldn't get people to detach.
It was
from
just so
Tanya.
wild. Yeah, it was just so wild. The fucking reactions that people had on QQ of all places.
Oh, I know.
That's the thing that I didn't. I'm like, you're on QQ.
QQ
There are
is-
sections.
is-
You have
Yeah.
an entire section of what are those fucking pearl
Is it-
clutchers called?
Non-consensual.
Non-con.
Yeah.
Non-con, dub-con, and outright R-word. I think there's like 3 or 4 or even 5 different fucking tags for it.
Yeah.
I don't know why you know that, but okay.
Because if you
3.
search tags, it shows up the ones most
Yeah.
searched in a huge list, and all 3 of those are in there.
I also-
QQ is like
See,
space
listen,
battles,
stop
right?
them.
It's got that weird thread thing.
Yeah.
It just changed its look, and it looks fucking dog shit on
Yeah,
mobile. I haven't checked the
unironically, we recently had someone on Signed servers say that Archive of Our Own was a good website to get fanfiction from.
Jesus Christ.
Holy
And
God.
yeah, and
Like,
then
I'm so glad I only stayed to FF then because
Yeah,
the only.
Is that the
UI
lefty?
that I
yeah, it's the
understand-
lefty, and then it gets better because when we pointed out how hard it was to find a readable story on that website, he said, "Well, you just have to do your research properly."
Well,
It's like
No, Sneaky.
No.
He was making that we need to do research to, we're getting surprised by sudden gay shit. He's like, you need to do research for that. And it's like,
yeah,
It's like, well, there's
we do.
400. There's 400 made-up tags for this one story.
Yeah.
How am I
and how
supposed
do
to
we
see
predict?
the
How do we
one?
predict
This is
sudden gay
so
shit?
most
Fox,
sane AO3
Yeah.
story.
My
Yeah,
favorite thing
so,
about AO3 was.
This is actually
around-
based on a Sneaky story where he was reading an actual good fic, and then just halfway through, suddenly gay because the author wanted to surprise people and potentially turn them gay if
Oh
they
yeah,
liked
like that's what you told
Yeah.
me about.
Give
Yeah.
me a one.
That's what they were bringing up, and the guy was saying, well, you should do your research. Authors are like
Yeah.
that.
Like,
Well,
how the fuck are we supposed to do
Jesus.
research for that when the author just pulls it out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
like,
There was one worm fan fiction on space battles that I was reading, and it was really good. But like 4 chapters into it, it's really good for those first 4 chapters. 6K, 7K meaty chapters.
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of plot and a lot of development in those early chapters. But then when Taylor and Sophia Hess end up getting shunted off into a different world, and this is, mind you, right after Taylor joins the wards and finds out that Sophia was Shadowstalker, and literally within like 2 paragraphs, when they get shunted into a different world, Taylor's all of a sudden asking about Sophia Hess's sexuality, and Sophia Hess is now suddenly questioning her sexuality.
Oh, of course,
and they have this big heart-to-heart talk about their sexuality, and you're just like, where the fuck did this come from?
Probably from the recesses of Sign's mind.
I'm like, these two hate each other.
Yeah. Although to be fair, when it comes to Worm, Sophia and Emma being lesbians is probably the most. It's actually probably the most well-written thing he's fucking wrote.
Probably the most proud thing I've ever done to a Worm story.
Oh no!
Is get pages deleted on space battles.
Yep.
Like whole ass pages from the thread got removed because
what I would love.
Yeah.
What I would love is to see somebody go through and start a story off where the character is gay, but then slowly turn her straight throughout it, and watch everybody melt the fuck down.
Oh no! To be honest, if you put it on fanfiction, people would probably be happy about it, considering.
Is the author of Rebel Yell posting anywhere else?
Who?
The author who wrote Rebel Yell, they got taken down from fucking fanfiction.
King Deck.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, King Deck.
The dude who went a little too hard on the.
Yeah, he's posting it to Fiction Live or something.
But yeah, he made Uncle Ruckus Captain Confederate's sidekick.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is.
You can call me the white supremacist.
Yeah,
what?
That was
yeah. Have you not watched Boondocks?
Long story short,
I have self-respect.
It's great, Atin. It's great.
Boondocks is actually kind of
the guy who thinks he's white but he's black.
No, he's literally an Uncle Tom. He is literally an Uncle Tom.
He's Uncle Tom.
He is the black guy that absolutely loves the white man, and
that
the white man can do no wrong, and that black people are monkeys and all that stuff, and he is this reoccurring character. But the whole thing is the Boondocks is a
parody
conglomeration of all stereotypes as a
there you go,
as a treatsy and like a mirror of the black community, and the artist, the creator of it is black, and he's just like, this is all the things that I'm seeing wrong with the black community. Is you've got
it's lovely. I fucking love it.
I think my favorite part of the clip you just posted was the fact that it has the Black Entertainment Television logo in the bottom in the bottom corner.
You'll never guess what the chat of Rebel Yell is going on about in Fiction.live. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, no, we can't really say that on this.
No, but I'm posting it in the chat.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's about what I. Yeah, that's.
Yo, what?
Yeah,
yo, I gotta see this.
That's about what I expected.
Man, that is some shit.
And that's a hard R within the first seconds. Goddamn.
Those are the comments. Those are in the chat, the reviews. That's not even the story.
Yeah.
No, it's the first 2 words, man. The dude's name.
Dude, I opened the fucking
if anyone reads any of it out loud, I will literally kick you.
Yeah.
Like,
then why do you think I posted?
The first fucking thing on that page.
I was gonna say, I feel like if you even read any of this out loud, that should just be a litmus test of you should not be allowed to speak.
Bro, just don't read this shit.
That's crazy.
Because it was hard not to, but I managed to contain myself.
Oh yes, it was hard.
Yeah,
it should not be hard to contain yourself.
Not in that way.
But yeah. So anyway, that guy was posting to QQ, which again, I don't fucking give a shit, right? I don't even care if he was starting shit in the comments saying that sort of stuff. I don't care. What's he gonna do? Oh, say mean words to you on the internet? Oh no!
Don't you know we had to ban mean words now because
it's the
they're
fact that
hurtful?
the audience also started role playing has certain
I mean, like, no,
things.
the thing is though, it doesn't even matter if they were role playing or not. Like, that's the thing at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. But the QQ mods are just Reddit mods and Tumblr mods, and they freaked out, and then they punished him because, you know, he said some shit to them, and they didn't like the fact that he was not just bending over and taking it up the ass, and so they
I
banned
don't
him.
like it when you do that.
Yeah, well, you do it very often, so you would know.
I have, in fact, been warned multiple times.
Yes. But anyway, so Harry Potter and the King of Magic's a very classic story. You really should just open up the link and take a look. Yeah, I'm not going to read it out loud. It would literally take 2 hours to read this chapter out loud. I would know we did that one time.
Yeah.
It was pain.
And
just
quite literally,
just open and scroll, please. Just
90% of the chapter is just a list of things that Harry is now being empowered by.
And it doesn't end there. If I remember correctly, it goes on to the next chapter as well. Eventually,
Yes.
It adds more.
Yeah, no. So
remember how much gold he had?
He has more gold than the weight of Earth.
No, the next list goes on in the author's note of chapter 2 of wives, all 34 of them, and familiars, all 36 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Good God, you were not kidding.
Yeah, this is why we call it, this is why we call it the list of lists, because it quite literally is multiple massive lists.
You know, every time I learn about these other places, I'm just glad I ran fanfiction. At least, like, the readers are dog shit, the UI is dog shit, the site is dog shit, but holy mother of Christ.
Yeah, well, I was around when AO3 was first starting up.
Oh, so was I, dude. Like, it was wild because, like, I had just had one of my biggest stories of all time, and everybody was like, you should post to AO3, you should post to AO3. So I tried to figure out how the fuck to post there, and it was a fucking invite-only kind of system, and I was like, how the fuck do I even get in to post my shit?
I'm like one of the first 1,000 accounts made on AO3. Yeah,
I've got a really
honestly, I remember when Sneaky messaged me, like, good news. I got an invite to AO3. We can start cross-posting there now for Scorched Earth.
Yeah.
We very quickly reversed our hype on it within 2 years when it went to shit.
Yeah.
Still invites only.
No way. There's no way it's invite only still.
How is it still invite only when it's so poorly managed?
That's crazy. Anyway, you saying, Fox?
The problem that none of its tagging is standardized. It has zero standardized tagging, and everybody just makes up their own tags. And you've got, you know, even for like a fandom like you know, Naruto, that should have a very you know, you can go onto a wiki page, you can look up somebody's name, but you still got motherfuckers going through and tagging Itochi Uchiha, and you're just like, but then other people go through and
they're tagging
copy those
Utochi,
tags.
huh?
Yeah, who the fuck is Itochi Uchiha?
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I understood why AO3 was originally made, because fanfiction.net's search system is pretty fucking god awful. If you're trying to search by anything other than update date or favorite count or word count.
Yeah.
And if you're ever trying to search for a story with specific characters or a specific theme or a specific even AU, I understand the whole idea of fan-created tagging system, because it's like, oh, well, the fans will create the tags, therefore that's less work, and we don't need as many moderators, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, fine,
But it
yeah.
went too far. It went way too
well,
far.
obviously it went too far, because unfortunately the audiences that they attracted initially with AO3 were the audiences being driven off of fanfiction.net at the time, and the audiences being driven off of fanfiction.net at the time were the obnoxious shitheels who were complaining and whining and screaming and shitting themselves over the fact that their mature adult rated stories were being banned from a website that explicitly outlined that it would ban mature adult rated stories.
Yeah.
And it makes you sign an agreement every single time you go to post a story saying, hey, reminder, mature adult rated stories are not permitted. And no sign, I don't give a fuck if they don't enforce their rules. They still have that as a rule.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying it used to be FFN
boys?
did not... What?
What?
Bangtan Boys? I don't know, but you see it all the time on AO3. I don't know.
I have no idea what you just said, and I don't want to, honestly.
It's what Killian posted.
Anyway, so you're saying, Sign?
Any fucking way, yeah.
It's BTS.
No,
It's BTS.
Oh.
FFN used to allow all the R18 and C17, etc., and so forth sites, and then came the first great purge after the soccer moms
they literally
got
never
to
did.
it.
No.
Yes, they did, Sneaky.
No,
I was there for when FFN was first there. They had ratings specifically for NC17. I remember I was there in the beginning.
Of the universe, yeah, we all know.
I know, you were there for the dawn of the universe, yeah.
I think I found fanfiction.net back in like 2005.
Yeah, around there, yeah.
I found FFNet when I was in school. That was.
I think I was 2008 or 9. I was later.
Yeah, like
Let me see if
6
I
or
can find
7, I
oldest
think,
accounts.
is when I found. And I don't think I
was in my
wrote for like the
teens.
first 4 years of knowing about the site.
Also, we've seen the list of lists, but does anyone remember the character sheet to end all character sheets?
Oh, God.
Oh, wait, oh, yes, yes. That story! Oh, God, that story, yeah.
Team Ruby Forever 2346.
Oh my God, this guy.
Ryan, me, and his friends and family get sent to Remnant. There they meet Team Ruby and their friends as they all team up. Why are there so many commas? Why are there so many commas?
You know what the worst bit is? We stopped making fun of this and putting it on stream because it was just Canon Ruby.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Is literally we skipped to the latest chapter at one point, and it was just the Roman versus Team Ruby fight where Roman was in the Paladin.
82 chapters for
a bunch of those are character sheets. A bunch of those are character sheets.
He's got more chapters than he has reviews, favorites, follows together, I think.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes, he does.
Jesus.
Almost, yes.
My brother is hitting
And a bunch
the
of those
same numbers I hit in a fucking hour.
He actually hasn't posted since we've stopped making fun of him.
Oh my God. Wait, did he know you were making fun of him?
Yeah, he did. No, literally, here's my reviews on him. I refuse to believe this is not a shit post. You must be 12 years old. Go outside and touch grass for the first time in your life.
Yep.
Also,
able to make a villain and villain team work. Villain team versus
that was me.
Oh, so
So
the best part is that he named his team Team CRNG.
Yeah.
Team Cringe.
And that's what I called them. And he flipped his shit with me calling them Team Cringe in the reviews.
So why is the writing from chapter 68 the exact same as chapter 1? Are people supposed to get better over time, not worse? Do you have performance issues? PVSN, isn't he also on this on
yeah,
our server,
he's here,
on this service?
Yeah. But yeah, no, he went back and forth with us for a while, and then he hasn't updated since then.
Yeah. Has he updated any other fic? No. He's been off. He's just been off
him quit. Another one, boys. Not
another victory.
One small step for me, one huge leap for the Ruby fandom.
Oh, it's a leap, all right.
The leap off a cliff with a rope attached to their neck.
God, Ruby had such potential.
Yes. We've been there, said that, done that. We've spent probably more hours complaining about Ruby's potential than anything else.
Yep, and the potential of
Endless
its world,
suffering.
even not even its characters, just its world, even in lore.
What's
Well, that it
worse,
has.
an AO3 story about a real person that the author hates getting abused and gang raped, or a YouTube video about the video creator self-inserting into a movie like Harry Potter and then putting in scenes of a hot male character the video creator has a crush on as a self-insert?
Second, 100% the second.
I mean, honestly, I think the first one's worse. No, because the second one's just generic female daydream.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I just because they always also put that shit in the tag of AO3, I just ignore those stories.
Well, I mean, I'm never getting duped into clicking on anything like the YouTube video, so I mean, it's not like that's gonna be that much of a surprise either. I mean, personally, I would say the AO3 story about a real person, just specifically because it's not you imagining having sex with a character that's not real, it's you imagining torturing another real living person.
Yeah, that's actually kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
that says more about the author than it does.
Yeah. Yeah, just like when a 55-year-old just writes about a 14-year-old having tentacle sex with a self-insert on themselves.
Yeah.
Wow, that would be awful. Who would do such a thing?
Yeah, who would do such a thing?
Listen, here.
Hey, at least he didn't write about his self-insert disguised as a magical professor. Taking a cat boy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. But Sign, remind me again, what was the name of that fic?
So Sign, you weren't here for this, but basically at one point in time we found a Harry Potter fic where oh my god, it was like there was like a little burst of a phase going on in the Harry Potter section at one point. It comes and goes.
Harry,
yeah,
Snape finds a Harry who somehow anime just transformed himself into an animal.
Yeah.
Why does that sound like something
remember that phase?
Dragon Slayer?
Oh no, we're not done.
No, don't worry, it gets worse. So basically, it was a phase combining multiple themes. But one of the themes that was the foundation for it was the Dursleys were super abusive and like raped Harry every single day. And in this specific story, the author explicitly lined out that Harry had 312 anal tears, which we also mapped out, by the way. And he actually had more anal tear than intestine.
Jesus.
And see, we reached the level of we were like, we have to map this. We're like, wait a minute, that seems.
We had
to map this.
Yeah, well, no, because I mean, it's one thing to be like, anal tears detected or something, and it's like, okay, fine, whatever.
To be specific with 312,
specifically 312 anal tears, and we're like, okay, well, what makes an anal tear, and then how many anal tears can fit on an intestine? And it turns out that you have way less intestine than you can fit 312 anal tears on.
There's many times math
this was
has
a
been
matter
done
of
on
science.
This show. This was up to and including. Wait a minute, you can't possibly swing a sword that size inside a bullhead.
Don't worry, it gets worse.
Followed by the bullhead is as big as I need it to be.
Yeah, that was a good one.
To be fair, as the author, we had to give him that though. We did have to give him that because he's the author.
Because basically, so after being raped every single day, the Dursleys were going to dump Harry off with their Aunt Marge into sexual slavery to be a sex toy
to her dog.
For her dog.
Yes. Yes.
Where do you find this shit? Jesus.
And
the Harry Potter section, baby.
So hold on, it gets better,
Fanfiction.net.
and by better I mean worse. So then the story splits here. So then two different stories basically came out of this premise. The first story is that Harry triggers a animagus transformation and turns into an adult. This is a key word here: adult Jaguar, and then proceeds to kill and rape Vernon Dursley to death as an adult Jaguar, and then kills and eats Marge's dog and Marge, and then he runs away to France and finds the French magical school, and they for some reason hire him as a teacher while he's 10 years old. And he meets up with Fleur because Fleur is an incoming student at the age of 10 as well, and they for some reason start dating. Him as a teacher and 10 years old, her as a student and 10 years old, and they regularly have sex while Harry is transformed into a jaguar.
What the actual shit?
But don't worry, he might be 10, but he trained in his mind for 3 years.
So that's the
he's
better story.
8.
So that's the better story, right?
Yeah.
So the worst version of this story is that Snape barges in and catches Harry being raped by Vernon, and instead of Harry transforming into a giant cat to kill Vernon, he transforms into a small baby kitten to save himself. But Snape casts the medical diagnostic spell Medical Diagnosticus on Harry. You think I'm kidding?
No, we're not.
No.
We're really not.
Oh god.
Like, yeah, I'm not. I don't think you're kidding. I just hope you stop.
And he gets a whole list of injuries, and it's like Harry has 97 broken bones, and ruptured spleen, and a ruptured stomach, and a ruptured lung, and mass blood loss, and 312 anal tears.
Yep.
And it just keeps going on and on about all of these really obscene level injuries that Harry has. And then, of course, Snape basically instantly heals him and then decides to take him home and adopt him. And then Harry is, staying as this baby cat, though. And then in the span of 3 chapters, Snape realizes he feels fatherly affection for Harry. Harry realizes he feels romantic affection for Snape as a 10-year-old who is currently a cat. And then in the 3rd chapter, Harry, the 10-year-old who is a baby cat, has sex with Snape.
Yep.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, no, fanfiction
wasn't Harry Potter or Naruto where he was a 4-year-old but he trained for years in his mind, so he looked 8?
Oh, so
that sounds like
that was Naruto, and it's worse than what you're saying. So in this,
please not this one.
In this Naruto story,
wait, which one? There's 4 or 5 Naruto.
Yeah, like the moment you said that specific thing, that's a very common Naruto thing.
So in this specific Naruto story, Naruto was this is an AU where Kushina and Minato survive. Minato dies, but Kushina lives, and Kushina actually had a daughter somehow who is currently half Kushina's age, and Kushina's current age is 22.
20, yeah. So she's 11.
Her daughter's 14. So that's the thing. And
Try not to think about it.
She had the daughter with Minato as well.
The fucking Naruto siblings stories, I remember, I think Soul Reaper Crew wrote one, and then everybody was writing one for the next.
So it gets really bad now. So Naruto, when he was being sealed again, the Minato activated the death seal on him, and the Kyuubi was like, no, wait, I don't want to be sealed, and then grabbed all of the other Jinchuriki with him into the seal, and then they fused into the 10 tails, and then they subdivided again back into all 9 chakra beasts, and the 10 tails was also awake, except actually they were all
horny women.
horny women with animal features in his mind, and for the next 3 years they raped Naruto in his mind until he aged into a 30-year-old mentally.
Yep.
The classics. I see.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
the classics,
Yes,
right
the
up there with
classics.
Plato.
Yeah,
Yes.
the classics.
Sick.
And,
Well,
and then
classics
also
for this place at least.
Naruto, Kushina and Naruto's older sister in this story were both nudists and walked around the village naked. And because of all of the training Naruto did in his mind, it made him super buff in real life. And so because he was a 3-year-old, he trained really hard and had the body of an 8-year-old. So it was okay for him to have public sex with his mom and sister.
Yes.
Because you see, he was asserting dominance over the entire Leaf Village. Of you could look at his family, but only he could
have sex with them.
Yeah, have sex with them. Yeah, yeah. That is, by the way, also actually the reasoning the author gave. Is that he literally had sex with his family members in the middle of the village to assert dominance over them.
That's not how that works.
I mean, you could have just said, we're the last Uzumaki and we got to keep the bloodline pure and shit like that.
No.
Targaryen energy.
To be fair, the Hyugas would probably be like, yeah, that makes sense, we'll support them.
They
So
actually
would the Uchiha,
would.
actually.
Yes,
So would the
Hiyashi's
Uchiha if they were
plan.
still alive.
What was it? Hyuga Hiyashi's something
Eugenics
plan.
project. The eugenics plan.
Eugenics project. There it
Neji,
is.
you gotta follow the eugenics plan. Oh fuck, that was always funny to read.
I really appreciate how everyone, an hour after I've given the explanation that you're that Danmachi author, is now realizing you're that Danmachi author.
I wasn't there an hour ago.
Yes, but Aura was.
Well, yeah, look, it's Aura.
I know. I realize he's got an hour-long brain lag.
Only an hour? God. That's impressive, honestly, if it's only an hour.
Oh, so it's gotten better.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes, it's gotten better. But of course, because, Harry Potter gets all of those disgusting stories, Naruto gets those disgusting stories. What does the Ruby section have? Nowhere near anything like that. For some reason, the Ruby section has no interest in child
It's just
Ruby.
power wank for Jean.
It's just extreme power wank for John and incest.
John is the worst character.
Yes.
He's mild self-insert.
Yeah.
I fucking swear he should, if I was ever to write a Ruby fanfiction, the opening scene would be John getting fucking kicked out for falsifying his records and shit. Because, how many other prospective huntsmen from other preparatory academies have worked hard and we're on the cusp of getting accepted to Beacon, and then you got this dude that just flagrantly fucking goes through and forges his shit.
Personally, I feel like the best way to put it is for him to make it to initiation, and then he splats on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, make sure you kick out the avowed terrorists while you're at it.
Yeah.
Well, no, you see, Ozpin believes in second chances, even if the person doing the second chance is an avowed terrorist.
Blake had plenty of second chances. She chose to reload every time.
But I mean, Ozpin this is the same Ozpin that's just his whole life is just fucking mistake after mistake after mistake.
Yeah.
What's one more mistake on the pile?
So
at least he came pre-advertised. I remember in the very early chapters he was like, "Yeah, man, I've made more mistakes than anybody else."
Now,
by the way, Sneaky.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
Remember, I mentioned the Ruby Beyond thing?
Yes.
So they do some actually decent dialogue. They showcase that Ozpin has fully taken over Oscar, by the way.
Of course.
And he's hiding it from everyone.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yep.
Because he's like... he said something, and it was comes to John. John's like, "You mean Ozpin did that, right?" It's like, "Oh, yeah. Just, I'm just a little tired. Been a long week." It's like, I see he is wisely keeping his mouth shut around 54-year-old John, who would probably stab him once he realized the Lich took over.
I mean, okay, honestly, that possibly was one of the best scenes where John just came out of nowhere with a steel chair.
Listen, he had a teacher. The ghost of Hazel went and taught him. All right, here's my weapon. This is what you gotta do.
The ghost of Hazel, the child beater, temporarily possessed John.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. That fucking Harry Potter thing did like permanent fucking damage to me. So I'm gonna go sleep it off. I'll see you guys later.
Psychic damage inflicted.
So yeah, like I was saying, so you know, the Harry Potter has some really degenerate, weird shit going on. Naruto is like less weird. It's just
giving birth to a child.
I'm gonna be real, Chief. I'm not reading your story because it has shock value.
Yeah. Sneaky hitting the mute button to not get banned. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, I had to cut that part out right there.
Yeah. Does anyone else remember the old Bible section of FFN?
Yes. We actually covered that before. But so the Ruby section is very interesting in that it is just wank. It's just power wank. There's like nothing beyond power wank. It's like, yeah, there's like some sex, but it's like normal sex mostly.
Weirdly, it's pretty sad that Jean's game.
It's not even like degenerate sex. It's just like harems and shit. It's like
it's really sad when one of the best fic is Signs Dead Gamer.
Yeah, Signs Dead Gamer fic.
One of the best.
Did you know that sign was literal sin? If you've ever been to the Ruby Gamer section.
Revealing the hidden lore.
Don't dead name me.
But
sorry, he transitioned. I'm sorry.
So, personally, I feel that Ruby is the peak culmination of the power wank existing in the Ruby section. Because, I mean, did you have a chance to look at the chapter that we linked, to the chapter 9 at all? I'm gonna take that as a no. All right, so we're gonna hit it.
Traumatized, probably.
Let's just start at the half demon, quarter fortis, 8th metahuman, 8th demi runner, and it keeps going.
No,
Keeper of the second ring of hell.
You have to show me the list.
What King of Magic.
We already showed the list. Yeah, we already did that.
We did.
Keep up.
You gotta do.
We showed him the list of lists, and now we're showing the character sheets to beat all character sheets.
But yeah,
Ryan, Thomas, Montoya, Belmont, Cooper,
Azazel, Connor,
Azrael,
Azrael.
Wait, don't worry, it gets better. Highest bounty is 999 duvajillion in every currency existing.
And a total of 1,869 scars and counting.
That's right. His bounty is so high it actually eclipses the economies of every planet he's on.
How the fuck
he
can you be that
entirely of scar tissue?
Yeah,
he's the half son of Sly Cooper and Carmelita Fox.
Yeah, he's the half son of Carmelita Fox and Sly Cooper, except he's also half demon. He's only 1/4 faunus. I don't know how that works. He's 1/8 metahuman. I don't know how that works.
I wouldn't think about it too hard.
He's 1/8 demi runner. I don't even know what that shit is.
Wait, did he? Oh no, wait. I think that's in his techniques. Apparently,
he is the legendary bounty hunter known as the King Grim Reaper.
Oh my god, this guy is either like 12.
Also, by the way, 50% of his blood is black. I don't know what that means.
Soul Eater, black blood.
Yeah, I know, but like, how does only 50% of your blood?
Well,
You
it's
know
a
what's
mixture
even-
of black and red.
You
that
know what's
comes
even
out
better
reddish
on?
color.
By the
we
way, Hell
realized-
is real, and he's the guardian of the Circle of Lust. Yeah,
we realized we bullied this guy off fanfiction.
Yeah, we actually bullied the guy
Oh,
on fanfiction.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
fucking go. That's
most-
teamwork, boys. I'm so proud of this community.
Yeah, he has 1,869 scars. He slept with Erza Scarlet one time.
Mm-hmm.
The most egregious line I see in this, like everything else is
Yeah.
bad, but the most egregious line I see is people say I look like Chris Pratt. My eyes
Yeah.
keep going back to it, like with all
Yeah.
the ludicrous, insane bullshit. That
Yeah.
my mind keeps going back to people saying I look like Chris Pratt.
Look,
really?
Chris
Here's the
Pratt,
thing.
he's
Here's
not
the
a
thing.
bad-looking guy.
My response to that is, which Chris Pratt? Like,
Well,
are we talking like Star-Lord Chris Pratt, or are they saying that you
Star-Lord.
look like fucking
Parks and Rec, yeah.
Inspired by Marvel
or-
And with
Cinematic
that,
Universe
I'm getting
Star-Lord.
Right. No, like,
Kill
but
them.
like,
Chris
the
Pratt.
thing is to that though is right, like,
Oh God.
he's not a bad look. Chris Pratt isn't a bad-looking guy, but it's one of those situations where it's really weird that you're like, yeah, well, people say I look like him. It's like he's not that bad-looking, but like that's not really
I know
huge...
it's the half demon, half son of Sly Cooper, Carlita Fox, a quarter Fountas, but this dude looks like Chris Pratt.
Yeah,
Like-
Chris Pratt's apparently half demon and a furry, I guess.
Up here, like, of all the fucking actors to like pretend to look like, though, Chris Pratt
Right,
is-
yeah, Chris Pratt. Yeah.
Well,
But like, that's my
look,
point,
Sneaky,
though, right?
Sneaky,
Like, it's
Sneaky,
like,
Sneaky.
what are you doing?
I would have said Ryan Gosling because I'm him.
Oh, you're literally him.
Yeah, he's literally me.
Tom Cruise,
Uh,
man.
So anyway, he has the
Halfway
following
through.
manifestations. He has Chi, Ki, God Ki, the Azure Grimoire, Bloodlust, Eco, Chakra, Ryatsu, Reishi, Ryoku, Energon, the Morphin Grid. That's right, you heard me. The Morphin
Yep.
Grid.
You.
Oh, he just is the morphing grid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has the Force. He also has One for All. He also has magic from every single series that has magic in it. He also has materia from Final Fantasy. He's also a psychic from Mob Psycho. He also has
Just the small
Hammond.
portions of
He also
Super
has
Saiyan
all of
C-type,
One
B-type,
Piece's
and
power.
A-type.
He
Super
also-
Saiyan Rage form, Super Saiyan Beyond God, Great Saiyaman 3. His abilities, he's separated by the fandom he's stealing them
Yeah.
from because he's got so many
He separates the abilities he's stealing.
by
It-
fandom.
It's like you have all these abilities, but
Jesus.
how do you have 1,869 scars and counting? Like, do you suck that bad?
Yes, he does. Did you know that at full power Super Saiyan God Rage mode, he hit the machine that Torchwick was using and didn't even do 20% damage to it?
Oh, no, you're missing the best
He left
part.
a big dent.
No, you're missing the best part. The best part is he shot a cannonball at the machine and did 18% more damage to the machine
Yeah,
than he
than
did
the
in
Super
Super
Saiyan.
Saiyan God Rage Berserk mode.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure half these abilities have some kind of healing component. That
Oh,
would move
like
scars.
nearly all of them do, yeah.
hmm
Yeah, he also just arbitrarily has satellites. Just
He also has
Just has those?
transformations called Dark Ryan, Light Ryan,
Wait.
and Infinity Ryan.
Yo, dude, Sneaky, he has neurovision. He sees neurosalma in the corner of his eye.
I mean, wouldn't you want to?
Bro,
Um,
that would fuck so hard. I would
Yeah,
want that.
by the way, one of his superpowers is having instant access to criminal records,
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Mm.
which, I mean, that's
How,
alright.
how,
The very bottom
how
of this
often
fucking
does that
chapter
power
there
get
with
updated,
the,
I wonder?
Yeah, I don't know.
the fates. The fates
Like, does he
at the
have
very
to go
bottom with
into a
the
nearby
author's
police
note.
station once a month, or...?
He's 20 years old when he was posting this chapter, apparently. He made sure everyone knew.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Earth style whack-a-mole jutsu. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, he steals a bunch of fucking weapons from a bunch of different series. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got every
1
single
billion.
weapon.
1,279,1097 Grim in one afternoon.
Yeah.
This dude is literally like this whole character sheet of character sheets
Yeah.
is literally just a Wikipedia article on like half the franchises in existence.
But wait, we haven't even gotten to his list of waifus.
Wait.
Oh god.
Sneaky. I refuse to believe this guy is older than the fucking Brazilian.
No, he is not. He's absolutely 100% not. We made so much fun of him. He fucked off. There's no way he is older.
He says he's 20 years old.
He says he's 20 when he posted this character sheet, but we made.
Yeah, and
but the thing is,
says
we
he's younger
figured
than
out
60 all the time. Doesn't make it fucking true.
But didn't we figure out he was actually young? He was only like 16 last year when we figured it out. Like we figured out based on his profile that he was that young or something.
Yeah, he was 16 years old.
Oh my god, bro.
And he was lying, and he kept when we brought it up, he just never denied it.
Yeah.
Well, the Brazilian escaped this one, I guess.
Yeah, he has turbo hyper mega giga slash.
Oh my god.
I don't know where you got the money to pay 10 people to make an intro video for this story.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god. There's an intro video?
Yeah, on his
He
YouTube
does.
page. Yeah, he made it
You know
on
what
his
the worst
YouTube
thing is?
page.
No matter what you tell him in the reviews or what you call him, for some reason he takes the most offense at touch grass.
Yeah. Dude fucking lost it at touch grass.
Oh my god.
Do I still have his fucking...
Oh my god. Yeah, it's this entire thing. It's just a fucking list of all of the abilities his characters have. And like we said, like it's one thing to have this giant list and then the rest of the story is just like some sort of like raffle stomp, right? But no, like it's 89 chapters of canon plot happening. Like no matter what he does, canon plot always happens.
Happened.
No matter what.
That is...
If I remember correctly, the reason we stopped is because the exact same combo they used in Ruby against the Paladin is what they used to be Torchwick, except he shoots a giant cannon at him as an add-on.
Yeah.
That's what made us stop in the end, because we were like, we're making fun of it, but this is just fucking boring.
Well, it's one, like, holding on to the rails, like, if you have, like, a multi-cross story,
right,
and the whole purpose of the story is hopping different worlds, and you're only spending so much time in each world, then holding on to the rails of canon isn't exactly a bad thing, because you're only spending, maybe 4, maybe 5, 6 chapters in one world. You're doing frequent world hopping. But that's a very specific, kind of multi-cross story. But when you're going through and creating a powerful character in a story that should have...
Oh, by the way, he also can summon every single hero from the Throne of Heroes in Fate.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, that is...
Oh shit, I'm just checking my PMs. Apparently that, because the emails are down, that guy who wrote counter to all fucking PM'd me and I didn't even realize.
Oh, nice. Post it. You were saying, Fox?
Oh, I was just saying, like, man, the butterfly's got... The butterfly wings got to flap somewhere.
Yeah.
And, you have, like... And that's why you see a lot of, especially starting fanfiction authors, how they hold on to the rails of canon is because they don't know how to start creating original content for that story. Like, they might be a big fan of the franchise and whatnot, but they haven't figured out how to get up a creative thought process as to, okay, cause and effect. Like, okay, so if I go through and I, create a character and I kill Roman Torchwick at the very beginning of a Ruby story, how does that affect? Like, what kind of domino effect does that have? Like, does that lead to Neapolitan getting off the leash, and all of a sudden you've got like a whole bunch of people being killed,
fucking
all
serial
over
killer,
the city?
yeah.
Yes.
Do you have Cinder Fall going through and taking a much more active approach in the Gathering of Dust, which reveals her to the rest of the cast, much earlier than intended. But it's a lot easier to just go through and like there's one story on Space Battles that I really liked, but it went to a fuck, it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons. What was the Dungeons and fuck, the Dungeons and Dragons universe or setting, Exalted.
Faerun?
Yeah, Exalted. Okay.
Yeah, so it went to Exalted and it stayed there for like 40 fucking chapters, and I'm just like, yo, I know nothing about Exalted. But up to that point, though, he had done a really good job at going through and having cause and effect and having his main character's actions have consequences in whatever world he's world hopping to. And then after Exalted, he goes straight into One Piece,
Right.
and then just holds on to the rails of canon and never lets fucking go.
Yeah.
I don't even like One Piece that much, but I'm just like seeing all the comments and everybody's just like, yo, this dude is like really powerful, and all of a sudden he's just like super nerfed hardcore.
Yeah, how familiar with Exalted are you?
Not very.
Basically, basically by level 5 in Exalted, you know how level 5 in like D&D you're able to swing your sword twice? In Exalted, by level 5, you can punch 5 mountains out of existence.
Yes. Exalted is so overpowered for most settings, especially One Piece, it's not even funny. If they need to go to the final island, he could just punch apart the fucking red line.
Yeah.
And then sail there.
So it's ludicrously powerful, and if you ever have a character go there and get Exalted powers, it's just like what is the story even going to be like?
Yeah, it's like where do you go from here? Where is the conflict going to be? Because there will be no.
That's
conflict.
also why I never liked all those fucking Exalted worm fix and the Exalted crossovers that came up, because I was reading all that and then I did a bit of research on Exalted and I'm like, there should be nothing that can stand up to any of these people.
Oh, yeah, like okay. So to even better example, at level 1 in Exalted, some Exalted I forget what you call them, like pursuits. So you have Solar Exalted, Void Exalted, etc. Some Exalted types, literally at level 1, gain the ability to just instant kill NPCs.
Yes.
Like I spend 1 chi point, that NPC blows up.
So it's just like Jangia on
Yeah.
steroids.
Yes.
They didn't take the needle, they took the whole bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
It's another case of, oh, I can power wank with this, and they wrote it into every fandom they could.
Yeah. But yeah, it really hurts.
Harassed? You mean the cat that sleeps on my front porch?
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's really painful in the Ruby section specifically because there's a lot of new authors there. I mean, obviously, it's a very new author-friendly series. It's a very low intelligence attracting fandom.
It was a very popular fandom until last year or two.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bandwagon fandom.
Because the reason we kept going back to Ruby is because we didn't have anything new to do in Ruby because the whole fandom was dying.
Yeah,
that's why we kept going back and making fun of this guy.
Well, another thing is the characters are all pretty. They're all pretty well displayed.
Not well written, but you can easily they act well as a cardboard cutout that you can base around actions around and other like personality quirks. And they make a good template.
Exactly.
Except for Blake.
Blake runs away from everything, including being a template.
Her character trait is running away from everything.
Runs away from being a template. Fucking.
But also the power mechanics of the setting are also very simplified, so you really don't have to put much creativity into aura or your semblance. It's just the more aura you have, the better.
And the semblance is, what do you like? Your very bad temper? Alright, fire quirk or something that works around your temper.
Yeah, it's very easy to make shit for it, which is why a lot of new authors tried to, and I mean a lot of new authors failed to. And you see a lot of the most early sections of Harry Potter and Naruto all of the really rough patches those fandoms went through in terms of writing quality as a general pool.
It all went
Well,
to
also
Ruby.
I also feel like you have the people that like the people like me that started 2000.
Right.
I discovered fanfiction in 2005, but it wasn't until like I got to college in 2009 that I really started trying my hand at it.
Right.
And then as time goes,
Curse of Ages.
everybody, if you look at my fanfiction,
That's just you, sign.
account,
That's just you, sign.
and you'll see I got I mean I made some, I think I felt that I made some good attempts, like seeing all the trash that I was reading. I was like, damn, I'm a fucking awesome author compared to these guys. And
I cleared the bar, but the bar is buried in the floor.
Yeah. I stepped over the high bar. Like
the bar is digging beneath you.
The bar is actively disturbing tectonic plates.
The bar is on its way to fucking China right now.
And
He's taking over Xi Jinping's office.
And so everybody starts writing, and they go through and they get that first shot of adrenaline from their first review, and they keep providing, and then and as time, most people would improve. So then you have and you have so you've got authors that have been
surely
writing for a long time,
right?
And that that they improve and they get better, and then eventually they return to their roots. So I think that's what we're happening, why you have a huge disparity in quality, because you'll look at some old
true, yeah, that's fair.
You'll go into fanfiction.net and you'll look at most reviewed, and then you'll just see all of these really high quality Naruto fanfictions that just have really good depth, really good characterization. They have character arcs and growth. They have their characters making mistakes, getting fucked up,
sex,
and sex and getting married, and, having kids and stuff. And then you go through and you look at some of those authors and you go scroll down their fucking laundry list of stories, and you're just
those
like,
old as sign.
Oh, this dude wrote that piece of shit that I tore apart 10 years ago. Like,
yeah. No, it definitely.
When Sign was young, they were writing fan fiction on cave walls.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. You gotta start somewhere.
Exactly.
No, definitely. I've seen some people improve over the years. Unfortunately, I mean, I've been banned from subreddits for this opinion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no.
And my very controversial opinion that I've been banned for was that the fanfiction community should hold a collective standard to encourage people to.
Yes, because you have, I mean, I've said this a lot in like a lot of my responses to some of my reviews. Like, I'll go through and look at some of the stories that I used to enjoy, that I look back on and remembered fondly, and becoming a fan fiction writer has turned me into a fan fiction elitist. Like,
yes. Yeah.
Like, I hold my like the stories that I read these days are the if I can't go through and look at a story that is either at the quality level that I can write or better, then it just utterly turns me off. Like when I
that's fair.
When I see forgotten punctuation and run-on sentences, or just a whole page of one sentence lines, and it's just like,
I mean, I've said it before in the past where, for me at least, I'm still in a very generous stage where, like, if they, forget punctuation here and there, but their plot's at least interesting and told adequately enough, I'll still read the story. I'll still keep going.
If they're passionate about it, and they do their research, and they put thought into it, then I could see that. I don't go through and just X out the first missed period I see. But,
so you say that, but actually we have someone on Sign's server, Somnolent Slumber, who literally does exactly that. He'll literally post like Missing period detected. Shit story.
Yeah, it's very funny.
The difference between rain and rain.
Yeah, so
and then people
don't get
actually
me wrong.
recognized him for that. They were like, "Wait, aren't you the guy who keeps telling people they're using rain wrong in their stories and they're using rain instead?"
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. He's usually on point with his criticisms. Usually. There's been a couple occasions where I've been like, what the fuck are you on about, bro? Like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
The worst offender for me is the author that goes through and has multiple people speaking in the exact same paragraph.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, you have to, like, if you go through and you do this, then you have to make sure that there are appropriate amounts of description to signify who is speaking.
Well, it's not just that, but it specifically English does allow for multiple people to speak in the same paragraph, but typically one person has to be dominant in that paragraph, and the other person is either starts off or ends the dialogue with either like a yes or a no or go on or something short. Like you can fit a short dialogue tag into the end of whatever someone else is saying, of someone replying to them. If it fits the flow. I mean, it rarely ever does fit the flow, but technically it is allowed by English standards of narrative writing.
Yeah. For me, it's just the readability of it.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely.
Like
what pissed me off?
Naturally, as a person, will go through and your mind only goes through and really catches the highlights. Like when you look at a fairly thick paragraph, your mind is going to go through and latch onto the quotations, and they might parse the finer details in the paragraph, but you're naturally going to kind of just power read through that to get to the next quotation mark, so you can fit a continuity of conversation in your mind.
Yeah. And what I always really hated, and this was a very frequent thing in the Naruto section, and technically by English standards allowed, but something I really hate, is when authors would dialogue from character A, action from character B, next paragraph dialogue from character B, action from character A, and it would always just fuck up my ability to figure out who's talking right now.
Yes. Like that is why you will see in every one of my stories, there is only one single person ever speaking in a paragraph. And another thing is, I really prefer a more kinetic style of writing, where even if somebody's going through and giving a big exposition dump, I'm talking to you guys right now, but my hand is waving through the air. I'm playing with the plastic, dip bottle in my other hand, and then I finish out my sentence, and then you guys come in and talk, and so it's so you're never getting just a straight dialogue piece.
Yeah, you don't have two fucking NPC robots standing there T-posing at each other, spewing lines of verbal diarrhea.
It's like the only time I'll go through and have single lines of dialogue is when I really want people to pay attention to what is being said in that single line of dialogue.
Oh, it's not only that. I mean, sometimes it is what it is. Like, if your character's just fucking leaning there thinking, and someone comes up to them and is like, hey, you doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing okay. You sure? Yeah, I'm fine. Like, they're not emoting much. They're kind of just there. Like, that's kind of how it is sometimes with people.
Yeah, definitely. Especially once I'm getting to the end of a chapter and I'm tired and I'm just like, I want to get this thing finished. Then I'll go through and and start dropping the detail. I'm dropping my quality level from 1440p down to 720.
No, that feel.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, on QQ, have you you've posted to both fanfiction.net and QQ? You said effectively.
Yeah, I have one story on space battles, and that was the one that really got me back into it. It was a gamer story, it was a worm gamer story, and I was trying to do something different, where I had the main character starting off in a part of Texas, away from the main cast. I was going to build up the character and his family, which was a cousin to the Dallins. So then, when he would move from Texas up to Brockton Bay, there would be some kind of link connecting the main character to the
main
Downs, so that
cast.
way to the main cast, so that the plot could happen. And I got like 190k in, but I made the mistake of doing the delvable dungeons as a way to help the main character power up and run stuff. And
bad move.
Yep.
Did you also make it so that other characters could join him and get stronger as well?
Like a
no,
party
no, no.
system?
He picked up he picked up a familiar.
Yeah.
In the first dungeon, and bound them because I had it set up to where he had Skyrim and a basic Fate system of magic, which was just
damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It garnered a lot of response, and it really helped me out.
I mean, is there anything in Fate that's actually basic?
Well, I mean, it did, but you know, that's just Worm in general.
It was simplified by the gamer system, so he was never going to get any of the very specialized or anything. Like he had access to basic thaumaturgy.
I was going to say, even reinforcement, if you don't know structural analysis, you can just fuck everything up on that. Like, it's not even that basic. It's still very complex.
Yeah. So I had one, but it was that story that actually got me back into writing. When I was on my break in Afghanistan, I'd get off my camera, check my maintenance, and then I would sit down at my computer and I just start writing. But that was what got me back. So when I came back home, and I started sitting on my ass, I was just like, I need something to do with my time, and that was what got me back into writing fan fiction.
Right.
And now I've got like over 3 million words and
so do you have a Patreon open?
Yeah, I do, but it's just donation only.
Right.
If somebody enjoys my stuff,
you're not say over promising how many commissions you can do a month.
I feel like that's getting
Did you know?
Random question.
Did you know that Sign has 10 children?
Yeah,
10 babies, all commissions over 9 months old.
He's a proud mother of 11 now.
11.
Damn. Sign sounds like somebody. Sign's got 10 kids. He sounds like somebody to be aspiring to. Like I'm here, no girlfriend and shit, sitting in my house. Like,
oh well, don't worry. These were all asexually reproduced with a napkin.
Yeah. Yep. He's the mother from 10 male commissioners.
I don't know which of those is worse.
Yeah, no, we make fun of Sign here because Sign has a bunch of
chapters.
It's
funny.
Well, yes, but Sign's got a Patreon where he has a bunch of chapters that he writes as per the monthly payment, but he also takes on infinite commissions, and
he's so far behind so many of them that he was still taking.
Sign, you stopped taking commissions because we mocked you so hard about having 8 children.
Yeah,
your fix was so long they were born.
Yes.
Yes.
People gave you money and had to wait for you to birth their fix.
Well, for a while there, people just kept giving me money and going, "Write this. I don't care when it comes out. Just write it." Okay, I'm not going to turn down money.
I don't care when it comes out. Yeah.
It's like what sort of turned me off to the whole commission thing is just looking over space battles in QQ and seeing just terrible stories.
Yeah.
And it's just like, read 8 chapters ahead. And it's like, why would I want to read 8 chapters ahead of a terrible story? Like, who the fuck is paying for this?
You would be surprised. We found Patreons before from fanfiction.net authors.
Oh, we found some dark pages.
40 chapters ahead.
$60 for 40 chapters ahead.
And 4 people bought that, I believe.
Wasn't that also the same author that had just ripped off a
how to
No, different author.
But same stream from the same stream from last week.
Same stream, different author. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think honestly the biggest thing that's holding me back from doing any kind of commissions is number one, I've had a whole bunch of DMs and PMs and stuff from people that are just like, hey, I want you to do if you got commissions, I want you to do a story for this. And I'm like, bruh, I have no fucking clue.
You're right, exactly.
Anything about this fucking franchise you want me to fucking look at? I'm just like I can barely force myself to sit down and. I mean, okay.
Second, your idea is shit, and I don't want to write it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like I have been burned by so many franchises. I was like, oh, BattleTech, giant stompy robots. Let me just check out Sarna real quick. 6 months later, how am I still going through new pages? Like, what the hell is this shit? But the other one is just, what do I tell the IRS? Like,
actually, you'd be surprised.
You sloob.
Yeah, no. Believe it or not, the IRS does in fact
not care.
So it's not because of you, actually. It's mostly because of
VTubers.
Places like shit. I
Sneaky,
forget
what the fuck did you say?
What, VTubers?
OnlyFans.
Yeah, OnlyFans. It's mostly because of things like OnlyFans.
Yeah, that and fucking A, my parents are just like, hey, what are you doing? You're writing? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm writing an original novel. Don't ever ask.
Yeah,
don't ever ask
to read it. Yeah.
Don't ever ask the author what his original novel is and what it's about.
My mother, you know how I got my parents to stop asking to read what I was posting? I just started explaining to them the fandom.
Oh,
like not even like trying to make them like not even like, oh, it's terrible because this is going on in this.
You explained actual parts of the fandom.
Literally just the wiki. I just started regurgitating the wiki at them, and I just see the interest drain out of their eyes, and they're like, "That's great, sweetie. I'm okay. I don't need to read it anymore."
Yes.
It's not as bad as the time that you had to inform your family members about what your younger sibling was reading on the Kingdom Hearts fanfiction.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And on that, I think I'm off. See ya.
Yeah, I had
there's a dark cameras. It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, well, they're good. Bye. That's a small turtle on top of a larger turtle.
It is very nice.
Yes.
But yeah,
amazing.
I was just like, most of the people just want me to write stuff, and I'm like, yo, I cannot in good conscience go through it and say that I'll fucking do this, but I'm like, then I have to go through and start researching and I'm struggling just to get through free run. Like,
personally, I'm just saying, like, I give this recommendation to everyone I can. Don't accept commissions generally. If someone does come up with a good idea and they're like, hey, can I pay you for it, and it's for a series you really enjoy and like the idea actually has merit to it, then yeah, sure, maybe if they want to donate extra money, that's fine. But don't take a commission because you're like, yeah, I'm sort of familiar with, insert series here. I'll just write a story for it. They paid me $100 for 2 chapters.
Well, and the worst part is I could never abide by like the the quote unquote industry standard of a 2K chapter. Like, I tried that with my furry story. I was just like, okay, I'm going to sit here and not write anything more than 4K.
Yeah,
and I failed miserably.
No,
it's just like I want to have a certain level of detail. If I can't let somebody read a scene for a setting and then close their eyes and then imagine that scene in their head as it plays out with enough detail, then I don't feel like I'm doing a good enough job.
Well, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself because we did cover this in a previous podcast, but apparently 60% of humanity is unable to do that.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry too hard about that. Now, what I will say is I respect you for not taking commissions because at least you don't take people's money, tell them something will be written, and then have 6 children.
God damn it!
No. To be fair,
I am not going to be used as a blunt instrument.
No, to be fair, now Sign isn't the only one that does this. Another fellow, you might know him, but he mostly stays on space battles.
Oh, I want to be clear. Sign is not the only target of my ire here. He just happens to be the one present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a guy Argentorum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's real bad.
Yeah, he originally got started making a lot of worm stories on space battles. And admittedly, fair to him, a lot of his ideas were clever, and well executed, in their initial stages at least.
Yeah.
And that got a large following for him, and then a lot of people were like, hey, can we just pay you money to actually write these stories instead of writing teasers for like all of your scrapbook ideas? And he's like, well, I guess fine, yeah, sure. So then people started paying him, and it's like, yeah, fine, all right. And then he starts writing a bunch of chapters for all these stories, and then everything was hunky-dory. And then he decides that, actually, I have enough money now, I'm going to quit my job. And I'm going to start writing for realsies. And we were like, oh, great, so you're going to finish the commission list. You're gonna finish the commission list, right? And no, instead he went on to go write his own original series and kind of just ran away with the commission money. And nowadays he just comes back every 6 to 8 months, updates with like 2 chapters off of the commission list, and then fucks off again to go promote his next book in the series that he's written. And I don't even know if it's a good book or not. I'm just not reading it on principle of the fact that he took a shit ton of people's money and then never actually wrote the commissions. He got paid.
Yeah, that is pretty damn scummy. Like, at the end of the day, I write fan fiction mainly for me because I got stories in my head and I want to share them with other people. And,
right. Yeah.
If people enjoy that and they want to toss a couple dollars into the pot, then
I mean that's literally what we have for the Patreon I have up with Gray Sonar. Is that we literally have only one tier and it's just $1. And it's the tier is called donation. Thank you for your donation. You will not be receiving anything for this. We will not be writing faster for this. You will not be getting anything out of this. That's it. Just thank you.
Yeah, it's just like my Patreon has the only post in the Patreon that I have is just explicitly stating, this is just
thank you, Aura,
and thank you, and I'll give you guys a heads up if I'm going to stop writing, so you can cancel your subscriptions or your donations and stuff. Like,
I mean, see, that's the wild thing, right? Is that Gray and I have not updated Undying Scarab. I did post the chapter recently last night, to self-promotion, but we have not updated that story in 1.5 years now, and we still have people donating $20 a month to us.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I wonder how much that is people that just forgot.
I am definitely kind of in that group myself because there's like 3 other authors that I have donations to that I just don't read their stuff anymore. Like Parcassius. Fanfiction.net. Like he had like his fate.
I think the last chapter of a story from him I read was like 2018. And that was really around the time that it started going downhill because he started stretching those fucking chapters out so hard.
Well, they just became extremely formulaic. It's like, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't really like the, I love
the monthly.
I love Sage of Eyes. I love his stuff.
Right. Yep.
But with the 2K chapter, there is literally only so much content that you can have with it in 2,000 words, so you can't really do any serious world building or character growth.
You say that, but on the flip side, Parcassius manages to turn an 8K chapter into a single sentence.
I wouldn't know.
Quite literally, some of his newer stuff, like I've tried to look in on him recently with some of his newer stuff, and it's like an 8,000 word chapter. And the entire chapter can be summarized with, he opened the door.
Yes.
Like that, then it's like 8,000 words of like Parcassius explaining the world's lore, the character's decisions up until this point, why he's opening the door, what he's going to say when he opens the door. And then the next chapter is all of that again, except replace opening the door with, now that he's opened the door, what is he going to say? and then that's that chapter, and then the next chapter after that is another 8,000 words that can be summarized with, and then he takes one step into the room, and the next chapter is the second step into the room, and it's just like, oh my fucking god. I am going to age out of existence by the time you finish this story.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, there was
You mean
one,
you're not having a good time
No.
hearing it described at the speed of glacial thought?
Yeah, well,
That's fucking weird, man.
yeah.
You are a strange individual. Who doesn't like that? That's why everybody
You are a
watches
sad, strange little man.
That's why everybody watches those 3-hour action flicks at Hollywood box office.
Yeah, all those ones that are doing so great right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I got like, a couple authors in my Patreon that I just still donate to, just because I haven't really gotten around to just canceling the subscription because I don't read the stuff anymore.
Yeah, I feel. I mean, I finally canceled to Vimes Enthusiast.
Nope, I
You
don't
read
know
it?
that.
No. Vimes Enthusiast got very famous for basically he does all of his writing by dictation. He has a speech to text device.
Oh shit! I could never fucking do that. I could never do that.
No.
He back when I was following him, and apparently it's even worse now, is that he effectively writes a novel a month.
That's impressive.
90,000 words spread across like 3 or 4 stories a month. And so like basically one chapter a month, one story a month gets one massive like chapter between 30 to 45k words, and the rest of the chapters are like 15 to 10k words for the stories. Yeah. And so he'll cycle which story gets the massive chapter that month. And he does everything by vote, so what people vote for is what he focuses on the most, and I don't know how he fucking pulls it off, but I guess it's because it's dictation, and he'll just fucking sit there and just fucking talk for hours, and he's got like 9 betas
Oh, Jesus.
who do all the spell checking for him and shit.
That is insane.
I think the thing that upsets me, he's not paying those betas shit.
No, he's not paying them.
Why would he pay them when they just do it for free?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I have to sit there and like I'll spend hours in my bed just going over a single scene's worth of dialogue, just thinking about it, how to phrase it and actions, and then I'll forget half of it by the time I sit down at the computer to start writing, and then I'll just play it by ear from there. Like I'll think up of a general outline as to how I want the chapter to play out, and I'll start writing, and half the time the finished chapter looks nothing like my outline. my mental outline. It's just like, that's why I never really write out all of the times that I try to sit there and go, I'm going to create a world doc, and I'm going to outline how I want everything to work, and I'll put 25,000 words into the Word doc, and then none of that ever makes
Well,
it
I
onto
mean,
the
what
screen.
we've done so far for Undying Scarab, just to keep our story straight, because we got a lot of fucking moving parts now, and we've deviated pretty significantly from canon, is that whenever we create a new faction, due to the actions of the characters involved, or, specific characters get invented because WoW is very bad at making new characters, we could basically just create a character sheet for them, or a faction sheet for them, and just put it into a giant folder. So whenever we go, wait, what do they do again? What do they do again? What's their personality type? Oh, okay, right, okay. So we don't do too much world building on that end. We kind of just rely on various character sheets and faction sheets to fill in the gaps in our memory.
Yeah, pretty much everything I do is from the seat of my pants.
Which, I mean, isn't bad. I mean, if the whole purpose is just, I'm going to take this character, give them this premise, and watch them go, That's completely fine to write by. The reason why we're doing a very structured approach, which is very not the way that either Gray or I write, Max can attest to that. The reason why we're doing a very structured approach to Undying Scarab is mostly because so Taylor's the main character. Taylor from Worm is the main character.
Mm-hmm.
She is the end. And by the end, we mean literally the end of everything. She is the one thing that lived after the end of reality.
Okay, so entropy took its course.
Yeah, so she is the end. And basically in WoW, that makes her really fucking powerful. Like, One Punch Man powerful. So there's not a lot we can do with just, hey, throw Taylor in and watch the dice roll. So we've had to take a very structured approach because we do want to hit certain key things in the story and get certain plot beats out that, you know, we wanted to do from the start. So we kind of had to plan how to get there in the first place, how to make it feel worthwhile when you're reading it.
Yeah, there has to be...
Yeah.
If your character is that powerful, there has to be some way for the other characters to maneuver around the main character and, you know, plot and scheme and not get steamrolled.
Yeah. And, I mean, mostly the limiting factor on her power for the story so far has been the fact that, A, she just woke up, B, has no idea actually how to use her powers at all. And she's been effectively doing the equivalent of throwing a nuclear sun's worth of energy at casting arcane missile.
Mm-hmm.
Because she has no idea what she's doing. And because she can get away with it, though, so it works for her.
Yeah.
But that still does limit her power significantly, and of course, over the course of the story, we've been showing off her getting better at it all. Showing off her learning the functions of magic, showing off all of this stuff. And we do make reference constantly to, like... And we did a pretty good job, apparently, because a lot of people were very happy with us when we did the... So where we left off and stopped posting at was the major reveal that we have been building up to the entire time, which was Taylor is the end. Because at first there was like, oh, she's just someone that got resurrected as a corpse, and then some weird things were happening with her, and she was pulling off some stuff. Yeah, one of our best betas was someone who posted a review of our story saying they absolutely hated it, and I asked them if they wanted to beta our story so we could not do the mistakes he didn't like, and he's one of our best betas now.
Just like, your story sucks. Okay, do you want to help us make it better? Yeah, sure.
Nat 20.
Roll for a charisma check. You roll at disadvantage. I rolled 220s.
Yeah, basically, literally what happened. So yeah, it's been pretty good, and people were pretty happy with it because then people started going back to all the previous chapters and being like, "Oh, is that what you meant when you mentioned this thing and this thing, and then now this thing connects to this thing? Oh, that's so cool." But it's been hard. So you gotta put a lot of thought into shit like that. Yeah. Because obviously, if you just start the fucking story out being like, Taylor's the end and she's super fucking powerful, like, you just lose the entire audience instantly.
Yep. And the worst part is when you are writing for settings that have a whole bunch of really deep lore to them. Like, that was one of the things that I learned with the BattleTech franchise was just like...
the absurd level of lore.
Yeah, here I am writing a scene out and stuff, and then thinking it's all hunky-dory, and then I click on one link and it takes me to another link. It's like, actually, no, that whole scene you just wrote, like, that doesn't work.
Because, actually, the cockpit tech will prevent this from happening, and yeah, it's like, oh, fuck.
And then they have this thing, and this thing is specific countermeasures to that, and well, if you're using this suit, it can really only do this thing, and it has specific quirks and bad things about it that do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like you go through and you're just like, oh hey, the Robinson's Rangers. That sounds like a really cool mercenary outfit. I'm gonna go through and pull them into the story. And you look at the wiki page. That's it's pretty.
Oh, they existed
self-explanatory.
400 years before what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, actually, Robinson's Rangers died on a battle on this planet in the Draconis Combine 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh shit, okay.
Still pissed off about how dirty they did my boys in the Grey Death Legion, by the way.
Mm.
Well, I think it's kind of neat how their kids are just like, in the new books, their kids are just using their parents' legacy to like fund their own personal shit, and they're just like nostalgia pumping on the Great Death Legion name. Just like,
I mean,
they don't give
okay,
a fuck about the Great Death Legion, but they care about the name and all the money it's making them.
I was gonna say, you're not wrong, and that is fucking hilarious. But like, come on now, have some self-respect. I want to see some murder from you kids.
Yeah, I want to see you guys actually go through and do mech warrior shit, like
Right.
real mech warrior shit. Like your dad is famous for being a badass mech warrior, and you're just like, nah, we're not taking that contract. That
But
looks
that's
too hard.
not just their dad. Their dad and their mom are famous for being just fucking terrifying murder hobos.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, WoW is definitely another one of those series, and that was why we had to really take our time with it, because and that's also why we have 5 betas, and one of them specifically is a massive WoW nerd. Because you would think with 2 massive WoW nerds, because both Gray and I had been playing the game for, let's see, 2008 was 16 years ago. 16 years. You would think between effectively 30-something years of playing WoW combined, we would know enough about WoW to write about it. No.
Nah.
No.
Yeah, no. It's like you know just enough to get yourself into trouble with the people that know the lore way better than you do. Like, I mean, holy shit, like my Battletech stories, I'll always get somebody to go through and just actually know this, actually know that. No, this planet can't do, I'm like, okay. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm trying to write a story. Can't you give me this? Like, no. Here's the sign up page. Like, okay.
Well, and at the same time, though, it's like, it's unfortunate because you can fudge some things sometimes with certain fandoms, but it's stories like BattleTech, stories like Warhammer, stories like WoW that have both a lot of lore, but also a lot of things that happened in that lore that very specifically happened because this specific thing works specifically like this.
Yep. And there's a whole bunch of people that have grown up with that lore, and they want everybody who writes about it to respect the lore, which is I'm totally fine with.
Yeah.
It's I can't tell you how many like snippet ideas I've had where I'm just like, hey, I want to do a World of Warcraft story where, somebody fucks a night elf because night elves are hot. And
I see.
Like,
reminder: do not fuck the
This
forest.
man's an alliance lover. Mods, twist his nuts.
Clearly, somehow he has neglected the fierce and powerful beauty of the sun crackheads. I mean, elves.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, just night elves are like what I see when I search YouPorn. So it's just like, they pop up a lot. I'm interested.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they will.
I haven't played World of War. Like, I played fucking Warcraft 3 or some shit like that, like way back in the day. But I didn't know. It was a cool.
Yeah, that'd be about 23 years ago.
Sneaky, please don't cast the curse of years on our new.
I don't need to be turned into a fucking like ash pile. Thank you.
AoE damage, maximum spell. Hey, no, see, I know exactly how long Warcraft 3 was ago. I spent my entire childhood playing it. Excessively.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like once you scratch the surface and you find where to dig, and you're just like, holy shit, because if I write something, I want to do a good job with it, but if I go through and look at it and see that there's way more shit to sift through than like, it's one of the reasons why I haven't stepped into 40k.
Yeah,
hell, I do wiki dives on 40k just for fun, but like,
40k is great for that shit.
What's actually very funny about it all is that Gray and I actually started Undying Scarab in Legion. So we started planning it in Legion, the expansion from 2016. And obviously you know the lore of Worm.
Yes.
Right?
I have never read Worm, but I have read enough Worm fanfiction.
Unfortunately, you
to
know the lore of Worm.
to know the entire lore of Worm from all of the Worm fanfiction I have consumed.
I have read Worm once, and that was specifically because I was in college at the time, and I had to wait for the bus to come pick me up and bus me halfway across the state to go to my college every day. And so that's what I read at the bus stop because it was really fucking long. So I didn't feel like finding another story to read. So I was like, oh, million words? Fantastic. What the fuck is this shit?
Well, all right, hang on a minute, Sneaky. The bus did not take that long.
No, there were certainly days where it did.
Yeah, no, there was days that it did.
Were they far and few between? Yes. Were they often enough that you had to consider them? Yes.
But either way,
yeah, I think my favorite genre of fanfiction has been the crossover, mainly
for Worm.
because, well, no, just the
crossover in general. Okay.
Because it has opened my eyes to so many different fandoms that I would have never even looked at or considered before. But because there were characters and stuff going on, like I got into Worm mainly because of a Fate crossover. That was the
you poor soul.
Thaumaturgy Expedition or something like that.
At least you never read James D. Fox's story. Silver and Steel or something like that.
I read that one after I got introduced to Worm.
Yeah, well.
Poor soul.
Still, one of the few stories that I actually have a comment on that I didn't get banned for, and to this day I'm still getting likes on that comment, and it's like arbitrarily in the middle of like 5 pages of discussion between 2 chapters, and I'm still getting likes on it. And my comment was the light at the end of the tunnel shouldn't be a muzzle flash. Because Silver and Steel by James D. Fox was just so god-fucking awful.
Well, I mean, Silver and Steel at least ended. Like, I'm still getting fanfiction updates from the from the Worm Grand Order crossover, and it's just like, okay, so when is Taylor going to improve? Like, I got like, I stopped half or near the end of the France world, whatever it was, because it's just like I didn't see any improvement coming from Taylor in the slightest.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, with Fate, everything is kind of pretty much set by your number and quality of magic circuits, so you're not really going to get any power improvements.
Well, I mean, it's not only that, but like Fate Go is literally based around getting better servants, not improving the ones you have.
Fate Grand Order is the shit.
I mean, that's
what was that one television show? It had Lamb Chop. This is it is the story that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. And somebody started reading, not knowing what it was, but everybody keeps reading. Oh, just because it is the story that never ends.
Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, there's
well,
certainly.
The main story did end last year, I think, in JP.
I generally stay away from Fate Go crossovers and Fate Go stories in general. Simply because they're really fucking long. They have really fucking large amounts of characters in them, and pretty much no author is ever going to do a Fate Go story justice, simply because of the sheer amount of characters that could show up.
Well, and another thing is with Fate Go, you literally have to follow the rails of canon.
Yeah, you quite literally have to. There is no way to not do the rails of canon.
So if you've read one decent Fate Go fanfiction, then you've read them all, because you know there's no and of course the the main character for the story is always going to be a master, and there is no meaningful way that he as the master can have an impact on the setting other than, soothing somebody's boo-boos and getting a recalcitrant servant to be less recalcitrant.
Yeah, it's yeah.
And he also can give them his mana.
No, actually, not even that. Specifically, I know what you're referring to, Nose, but specifically, it's not even that, because in Fate Go, they literally have multiple nuclear reactors pumping mana into them.
Yeah. That's just in
Yep.
the dirt cheese.
Yeah.
It's why you can have multiple servants, like high-powered ones, running around doing shit.
Because God knows you're sorry ass.
It's why, like,
reading them.
I think it's canonized by FGO that basically every servant, like, you find, meet, and can summon, just is in Sheldea, just fucking around doing whatever.
Yes.
That's how.
Because the thing is that you can't really add the gotcha system into your story, because I mean that's going to wildly change your story. If you got Scathach instead of, I don't know, fucking Merlin, massively different direction your story is going to go in.
Yeah, it's like you would literally have to go through and just have a pool of servants that you really like, and then you can just do an RNG as to what servants you really like that you want to have appear in the story. Like that would be the most you could do to keep it fresh for you. That's kind of why I enjoyed the Celestial Forge story, Do What You Can, because what I had planned out going forward was completely changed with every roll. So it kind of really tested my writing skills and my ability to conceive of how the story would progress. Like there was only one
but in the end
that I redid. And that was like a hell portal technology or some shit like that, where I was just like,
yeah,
I really don't want to introduce that.
Yeah,
to the
smart
story.
plan.
It's genuinely depressing. Like I've found a few fics that have been decently entertaining that do have Geostar, but it's like I honestly come to terms with the fact that this fic is either going to take forever to finish, or it's going to die a very
it's a
slow
lot
death.
like reading a One Piece story as well. One Piece is another one of those stories where it's very hard to get off the rails of canon from just because of the sheer power difference in all of the characters.
And also it's like I know very little of One Piece, but from what
there's so much lore,
that I've read, it's just the island hopping. Like you have to go from this island to get to this island to get to this island, and the log pose only points you to the next island in the chain if you actually want to reach the Grand Line. So it's just like, you're, even if you went through and tried to do something different, you will eventually run into the Foxy Pirates, or you will, all of these other characters.
Right. There's not much you can really do to deviate from canon in terms of the events taking place, because again, One Piece is one of those stories where it's like 90% of the events taking place are either reactions to the characters reacting to plots that were 100 years in the making, or they're plots that are 100 years in the making. And so it doesn't really matter what you did when you showed up, because those plots are going to happen anyway, and you kind of have to deal with them anyway, and the characters are generally going to be reacting to the same anyway, and you're going to be ending up generally on the same islands anyway, unless you come and pull something right out of your ass to justify how you're going to be island skipping without everyone in the crew basically leveling up effectively from their adventures on each island they end up on.
Ruby is kind of similar, I want to say, in a sense that, like, if you don't have a plan, if, like, say you're doing a crossover or whatever, if your character can't kill Salem, it just comes a question of, like, what does your character actually do or change down the line?
What is your end state?
Like, using
Worm is much like that as well, and we definitely see a lot more stories, because I mean Ruby at least tries to explore more of the Ruby stories get a lot farther than Worm stories, is what I'm trying to say. Worm stories have multiple great filters in them. Like the lung fight's a great example of oftentimes authors, knowing that the lung fight's going to happen eventually because, well, A, Coil, and B, he's a gang leader who's going to not react well to a new hero and or villain on the block taking territory or making changes. So eventually you have to fight Lung, but if your power is the ability to create basic drones that can move up to 5 pounds.
Yeah, it is a it is the Lung fight is a gatekeeping, it is a narrative gatekeeper. Like you have to either really flex your
Creative muscle,
chops
yeah,
as an author to go through and make it convincing, and that's the key word, a
Yeah.
convincing and creative way for the main character to go through and overcome that. But then at the same time, though, you have to justify why, like, if your character has such a weak power and they can't, they can't reasonably move away from canon too much because Taylor, at that point, becomes a absolute necessity.
Yeah.
So if you go through and you hug Bear, Care Bear Taylor, and make her, not a bundle of neurosis.
Challenge impossible.
Yeah, who the fuck is gonna go through and save the world now? And like there have been a couple, I think, there were like a couple decent like Harry Potter fan fictions where the main character went through and they got to Hogwarts and then they just did their own thing. They're just like, oh
you
yeah,
can
Harry's
easily do
doing
that.
this,
Yeah.
and they're just doing their own fucking thing. And it's like, oh hey, there's Harry. Like I should probably tell him about it. But nah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Go to the library and study so I can get good grades. Because at the end of the day, the main character is like, I have magic now. I'm in Harry Potter. This is
Well, see,
really
that's the
fucking cool."
very nice thing about Harry Potter is that the villain is obsessed with Harry Potter, and Harry is in his own little world as well. And so it doesn't really matter if you like did some sort of wild stunt one day and like backflipped off of a broom onto another broom. That wouldn't change Harry's opinion on Snape to make him not go after him. Like that wouldn't change Ron's opinion on Slytherins or Hermione's opinions on elves. It doesn't really matter what your character does as long as they aren't like directly trying to change those characters, because they all lived in their own little world, and the villain lives in their own little world, and those two worlds are bashing against each other like fucking What's that? The gravity assisted marble device that bangs the metal balls together from gravity.
Newton's cradle.
Newton's cradle, yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're like a fucking Newton's cradle, right? You know, they're in their own little world, and they're gonna swing and bang, and it's just they're just gonna go and do their own little thing. So yeah, your character can pretty much go off and do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're not making, wide sweeping changes to how the world operates.
Yeah,
Harry, I invented the magical curse shotgun. Would you like to see it?
You're right.
That's one of
Harry
the
the Platypus, I see you found my shotgunator.
That was actually fucking on point, bro.
You know what? You know what? I'd like to see that.
Unfortunately, I haven't really been able to make ammo for it. Do you know how hard it is to get ammo in the tri-state area?
Jesus Christ, he actually does it really well.
He does. I hate it.
Why do you have such a good nose? Are you secretly an overrated villain?
Are you secretly a Greek Jew with a really long nose who owns a oddly shaped building?
All right, hold on a minute. Let's put that one down for a minute, because it's just Sneaky's normal fucking retardation. What the fuck did you just say, bitch? Who said fucking underworld? I'm gonna fucking... Am I gonna have to fucking fight a bitch? Hello?
Knows about to throw hands.
Knows about to throw hands over the pipe wrench building.
I mean, listen, if that means you actually come out and visit me, yeah, sure, throw hands.
Alright, I'll throw hands. Sneaky, shut the fuck up, Peanut Gallery.
But anyway, point being, I've actually seen a pool cue launched out of a 4-gauge shotgun before. That was really fun.
Out of all the things to launch out of a 4-gauge shotgun, a pool cue.
Yeah, it turns out it's the same caliber.
Yeah, it's got the same dimensions.
Yeah.
But Ruby, I've watched like the first. I managed to struggle through like the first 2 seasons of it, and then like Fanfiction has kind of like filled me in on like season 3.
A, you didn't miss anything. B, I was right there with you. Max sent me the fucking seasons to Ruby back in like 2014. He's like, "Here, watch this. It's the new fight show by Monty Ohm. You know, the guy who does the fights for Rooster Teeth." I was like, "Oh, okay," and I watch it. And I send them a message. I said, "Okay, now send me the real episode."
Well, it's just even with the fan fiction, like the fan fiction can never ever make it. Like if they can't make it to the fall of Beacon, then you will never see like anything else. It's like I have no idea what happens after the fall of Beacon in Ruby.
Nothing.
Like the most I've
nothing
seen
good.
Is, like
well, no, hang on, Sneaky. That's not true. One of the most interesting falls from grace I've ever seen.
Oh, that's fair.
Gaslighting itself as a heroic rise occurs.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And it successfully gaslit several crazy people in the fandom into also believing it was a heroic rise and not a fall from grace.
So, do you know what actually happens after season 3?
No.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Wait, Sneaky, can I just give a quick summary and then you can expand on it?
Yeah, jam it in there.
Okay, so for 3 volumes, nothing happens. And then for 3 more volumes, Ruby becomes a terrorist group. And destroys Atlas.
Yeah. So, at one point, Team Ruby realizes that splitting up and looking for clues was a terrible plan. And they decide to reunite by committing terrorism on the other still put together school. And then Raven and Cinder have a Bleach meme fight where they teleport behind each other a bunch and then jump onto a bunch of rocks.
Okay.
And then after they do that, they decide that terrorism was cool now. And they're gonna go find a new town to do it in. And along this trip, I believe this is where they get stranded in the house where they have to fight Dementors.
Yes. This is where they get
Ruby
stranded.
uses the power of friendship with her Sharingan to kill the Dementors.
I wish he was joking, but
you think I'm fucking joking?
He's exaggerating.
To be fair here, it was a cool Grim design.
Oh yeah, it was a great Grim
the
design.
Idea behind it was pretty good, and the execution was actually kind of decent.
Honestly, the funniest.
Were those the Grim that sap away people's little lives
Yes.
slowly but surely?
Yeah, the apathy, I think they're called.
Yeah, the apathies.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best part about it is the plot behind the reason why this house has a bunch of apathy buried in the catacombs. Well, I'm not really sure why.
I like how that's well question mark.
Well, it's a well, so it's a well that goes into a catacomb filled with apathies, right? Which is like, okay, kind of weird, but like I could sort of see if the catacomb was being used as a cistern, but then that raises the question of why exactly you're drilling for water in the snowlands where it snows every day, always.
Well, they were in Mistral at the time, I believe, so it wasn't entirely like the frozen wasteland that was Atlas.
Well, another thing is converting snow to water requires an immense amount of energy. Like if you had to go through and cut down trees and shit in order to melt snow.
You're not wrong, but like again, the thing is though, is if it's always snowing and the cistern isn't flowing water, then wouldn't the cistern also just freeze?
No, it's like the temperature's underground. Like just all you have to do is go down just a few inches, and then the temperature is typically above freezing.
All right. Well, anyway, so they had a cistern that somehow.
Science aside.
Yeah, science aside. Now that I know that, that's
kind
of
of
cool.
With your fucking science, you goddamn nerd.
So yeah, they basically this guy started a homestead with a bunch of other people because fuck the government. I hate paying taxes. And I'm not even kidding. That was literally his reason.
There's
a pretty good reason.
There's a coherent tax structure in a world like Ruby.
No.
Where everybody fucking dies all the time.
Well, no, yes, actually, there is a coherent tax structure because the tax structure only applies to the cities.
Yeah.
So that's why he
I
started
mean,
a homestead.
we don't know what the tax structure is, but it exists.
It exists enough for someone to complain about it and say, fuck you cities, I'm gonna go into the wilderness and build a home, and fuck you. I'm not paying taxes. I don't care who you send. And then
I don't care who the IRS sends, he is not paying taxes.
And then so he starts this homestead with a bunch of other people, and then it's hard, and the land is shit, and they don't really know how to, survive, and they start running out of money, and so a lot of them want to start leaving, and then either he stumbles upon the apathies or their miserableness attracts the apathies, but either way he finds out about the apathies, and he realizes that them becoming too unmotivated to abandon him in his homestead means
Okay,
that...
no. It was they were paying money to hire a huntress because Grim kept coming, and he wanted to cut costs.
Right.
So he lured one to the cavern underneath to keep people from being too depressed or whatever. But unfortunately, the others followed.
Yeah, the other apathies followed, and it turns out that if you don't feel anything for too long, you just die because you don't have the will to keep living.
Wow, shocking.
Yeah, so everyone in the home died, and Ruby spent like 8 episodes there, and then they realized that they have to be friends now, and Ruby realized that friendship is good. And so then her Sharingan evolved and allowed her to shoot beams of lasers, and she killed all the apathies with them.
Okay, I'm following. That sounds inspired.
Yeah.
Seriously, though, Ruby fell into the pit looking for the relic because one of those things can just reach up and just snag it for some reason.
Yeah.
And she just stumbled on them.
Yeah, so
they set the house on fire.
Yeah, they even fought the apathies in the first place because one of the apathies was kind of just like, hey, yo, that's a shiny-ass trinket you got there. I'm just gonna take that shit while you're too busy arguing with the rest of your team because you all hate each other now, because arbitrarily everyone hates each other now.
The whole... They should not have made Salem immortal. Or
yeah.
We've all said that.
God,
yeah, we've all said that.
Yeah. We've been over that. So
we have been over this at least how many fucking times?
So
Genuinely.
honestly, the next best part is fast forward a bit to the part where they get to this new 5th city. They invented a new city. For John's lesbian...
The 5th city was Kekistan.
Yeah, for John's lesbian race mixing sister to show up at. Yeah.
Gotta get those DEI points, man.
Yeah, literally no point to it at all. Didn't change anything. John punched Oscar in the face, so that was cool, I guess.
Well, no, he didn't punch Oscar. He punched Ozpin Oscar.
Well, let's not forget. I didn't. Well, actually, wait. Didn't Crow
Who keeps popping?
take a swing at Ozpin?
That might be me.
That'd be Aura.
Sorry.
Yeah, multiple people took swings at Oscar Ozpin. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Crow also punches Ozpin.
Yeah.
John has taken a swing.
Wasn't it at the time that
Hazel was reluctant until he learned Ozpin was in the child's body?
Yeah.
And then he unlocked his true child-beating powers.
Yeah.
You can punch that child?
Oh, yeah,
actually,
right.
Ozpin's
So,
in that. Carry on.
I don't know if they introduced Hazel before season 3. But Hazel is another one of Salem's minion people that was only part of Salem's cult because Ozpin sent his Ozpin sent his sister, Hazel's sister, out on a mission that he knew Salem would be like watching for, and then Salem killed her, and so Hazel blames Ozpin for getting his sister killed, so he joined Salem, the person who killed his sister, to kill Ozpin.
No, she was just a normal hunter who went on a mission and died.
Oh, okay.
Like
That's what I
his
thought it
sister,
was.
his
Oh,
I'm pretty
right.
sure it was my sister knowingly signed up to be a huntress and she died on a mission. Therefore, it's your fault. Osmond's like,
Yeah, right. That's what it was.
Hazel,
And-
do you not know what? Do you
and-
not know what hazard statistics are, my guy?
So Hazel is built like a fucking brick shit house, and
Doesn't he have like a masochist fucking semblance?
yes,
No.
his
Well-
semblance.
No, he doesn't even have semblance. Well,
No,
he
he
does.
does. He
Oh,
does.
yeah,
His semblance is dead nerves.
His semblance is I can't feel pain.
so I'm gonna shove the magic rock dust in my. Everything.
I'm just going to impale myself
found
with
it.
magic rocks.
Yeah, honestly, on the one hand, cool world building to show the interaction between dust and the human body when it has aura. On the other hand, man, it's a shame it had to be showcased in Ruby.
Yeah, fucking Ruby of all things.
Here's Hazel.
Yeah.
That's built like a.
Brick shithouse. Hazel the child beater. Dude's abs has abs.
No. Don't forget, it's
He's the
Hazel
avatar.
the enthusiastic child beater.
But feels nothing but emotional pain over his dead sister. Yes, correct.
That
it just
completely
occurred to
blows wide
me-
its own
Yeah.
world building.
Yeah,
That might be the single best animated punch in Ruby after Monty passed.
it really was. They spent
Yeah.
half their budget on it.
Yeah,
Um,
that was one thing my brother told me. He was just like, "Yo, the fight scenes were really hype," and then Monty died, and then after that, it was just like nobody
They
knew how to do
spent
a fight
so
scene.
much time doing everything but fight scenes in Ruby that season 5 was quite literally 12 episodes of the fight is gonna happen soon. Stay tuned.
It became Dragon Ball Z.
Season
Basically.
5 was a constant thing of like, oh, okay, they're doing something, and nothing happened.
They're gonna do the thing.
They're
They
doing the
do
thing.
thing.
They're doing the thing, Max. They're gonna do the thing.
I forget. Was it season 4 or 5 that Blake burned her house down and then blamed the terrorists?
Season 5.
Okay.
No, I think that was 6.
No, they were
no, that was either that might have been actually season 4.
It was
No,
4 or 5. I
That
think.
was not 4.
No, because 4 was Ranger and Sun and Blake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Sun
And
and
then
Blake
Blake
was part
and
of
Yang
season
met
4, and
I think.
yeah, no, if season 4 had Sun and Blake in
Here
it,
it says 5.
so you
But
5.
4 is
Oh,
when they
okay,
got
4 is when I
married.
got there. Yeah, 5 then was the one. Yeah, so the White Fang attacks Blake in her house in Menagerie in season 5, and
Ain't no way.
her dad chimps out, and then she sets fire to her own house and says, "Look what the White Fang did to my house," which
Yeah.
I mean,
By the way, the
technically,
Ruby. By the way, her house has its own Wikipedia wiki page on the Ruby wiki.
of course it does.
They mention history in true colors. Blake sets the house on fire.
Bruh.
Blake is so committed. to
Following
avoiding
the
any
attack, it is
kind of-
unknown
of
if
any
the house
kind
was
of
repaired.
relationship drama that she burned her house down to avoid her pseudo ex-girlfriend.
Oh no, not just to avoid her, so
True
she
Colors
could
was the
blame
F
it on the
name.
White Fang.
Yes.
Literally set
I
fire to her house intentionally, and then was like, "Look what the White Fang did to us, the people."
Yeah.
As I point to my house that I burned down.
Well,
Max, when you said
I mean,
True Colors, I thought you were talking about Blake herself, not listing the episode name.
Oh yeah, that was the episode name. That was also when she showed her true colors. Let's not forget, like, Sneaky. She didn't do it on purpose, but she may as well have.
No, she did it on purpose.
No.
Yeah,
I
she
think
deliberately
meant
she deliberately said it on fire.
No,
I
she did
remember
on
her-
purpose.
I'm pretty sure she meant to hit the person with a
No,
bullet.
she
and
grabbed
just
the thing
fucking
down and
missed.
threw it on the floor.
No, she intentionally set the
No,
house on
no,
fire
she
to give
fi- no,
herself
she
an
fired-
advantage.
She fired a bullet up, hit the eaves of the house. Which, by the way, if it was accidental, which I think it was supposed to be, why the hell was she using fire dust in a
Why
wooden
were the
house
eaves of
using
her house
thatch?
made out of hay? Yeah, like yeah.
Well, because tropical, Sneaky. Thatch roof, man. Come on.
Oh no, Blake deliberately set her house on fire. I'm reading the
Wait.
transcripts. She takes
No.
out 2 cartridges, one of fire dust and ice. She loads the fire dust into her weapon and aims at the shrubbery at the top corner of the room.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dad.
I told you. Yeah, she literally did it on purpose.
I will literally
Wait,
post
hang
the
on.
screenshots
Hang
of
on.
the transcript.
She had a line of dialogue while doing it?
Yes.
Yeah, she literally says sorry to her father.
Oh
I'm posting
my
it now.
God.
So it's I
Oh
thought
my
she hit like I
God.
thought she took like a lamp or something a burning lamp or something and threw it on the ground. No, she just shot the ceiling.
Yeah,
Oh my
she started on
God.
the roof. Yeah.
Yo, she gaslit everyone on the island so that her dad would never find out she's the one who fired the bullet
Yes.
that burned down the Belladonna family home.
Yes.
All
So-
because she wanted to avoid an uncomfortable conversation with her
Ex. Yeah.
Her
was she-
ex
Her
terrorist
ex-girlfriend.
comrade who had
Yeah.
an unrequited crush on her.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was an unrequited crush, but I wasn't certain if it was an actual relationship or not.
The funniest part.
It
was not a relationship.
Ilya wished.
Blake literally knew. So they canonized this. Blake knew that Ilya was in love with her and deliberately abused Ilya's love for her to get Ilya to do things for her.
Yeah.
Not
Wait,
sexually.
what?
Yeah, not
Oh
sexually.
yeah, they did do that, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
You know what? That makes me all the more pissed off at Blake's voice actress being like, it's so nice to have a story discussing the trauma of abusive relationships. Like, wait, hang on a second.
Yeah, exactly right.
Hold up a second.
And then on top of that, Blake was actually still straight at the time. So Ilya was the only representation of a lesbian relationship in the show at the time, and she was a crazy, psycho-obsessed stalker who committed terrorism in the name of her lover, who was also a terrorist. Just got a round of applause.
All right, listen, it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh damn it!
So well, let's give you the crash course. Let's keep going. Okay, so season 6 was the apathies. They find an old lady. They go to the town with the.
They find an old lady who just so happens to be someone that could teach her how to use her silver eyes.
Yeah,
right?
she just so happens to be the previous silver-eyed warrior, and she just so happens to be in their path as they just so happen to be taking a major detour to the town they didn't know existed until now.
That Ozpin somehow didn't know existed.
Yeah, apparently. And so they show up at town. Just so happens John's sister's there working as a radio operator, and Ruby is like, "Oh, that's great. We can use the military radio to call Atlas, so we can tell them to give Weiss back." And everyone was like, "No." And then they go to Atlas, and Atlas is like, "No, we're not letting you use our military radio, so you can call your friend."
Weiss was with them.
No, they had Weiss by that
Oh,
point.
they had Weiss back. No, whatsoever. No, it was call Atlas so they could go to Atlas because Atlas was on a military lockdown. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so anyway, Blake the terrorist walks up with the group to the Atlas military base. And the Atlas commander there, who is played as an extreme parody of apparently supposed to be Donald Trump.
I thought she was Napoleon.
Well, according to the Miles, Luna, and Carrie, was also Donald Trump. Apparently, everyone in Atlas is Donald Trump.
Yes.
I did not hear about this till
Yeah,
now.
Jackie Schneed, Donald Trump. Ironwood, Donald Trump. Anytime a character is bad in Atlas, they're Donald Trump and a fascist Nazi.
Oh, that's peak.
I knew
That's
Jack.
peak storytelling.
I knew Jack was painted as like a Trump XP or whatever. At least if they were trying to. I didn't know Ironwood was. I didn't know this lady was.
Ironwood was because he said he wants to make Atlas great again and he wants to secure Atlas's borders.
who wants to go to Atlas in the fucking first place? Like what?
Dude,
Team Ruby, apparently.
I don't know. Like it's literally Russia, but it only snows.
Well,
It's
just like there's like 25 million people in the entire world of fucking Ruby. Like you're not having a whole bunch of fucking migration.
Yeah.
Especially when everybody knows that fucking, if you're not in the floating city of Atlas, then you're living in the shadow of the city of Atlas, and it sucks there. So, if you're somebody from, maybe if you're from Vacuo, that's a step up, but not much.
I can't see anyone from Vacuo wanting to go to some place that is the opposite of Vacuo in terms of temperatures.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, so I'm exchanging a hot desert for a cold desert. Neat. Thank you. I'm exchanging dehydration for frostbite.
So,
awesome.
Yeah, they just march up to the military base and they're like, hey, let us in and let us call Atlas and also let us have one of your bullheads. And the military base commander is like, no. First off, no. Second off, we don't allow your kind here. And Yang and Weiss are like, oh, your kind? Are you talking about Blake like she's some sort of faunus animal? And us, we're all sitting here like, no, the Atlas military commander is probably talking about the literal terrorist part of your team.
So this is the part where, like,
I still don't think she ever denied the white thing.
No, she did not. In fact,
actually, hang on. There may have been a moment in Volume 9.
Maybe. But she did in Season 5 rally the White Fang to follow her to invade a school so they could fight the White Fang who were planting bombs.
I don't think it was painted as the White Fang then, but I could be wrong.
Anyway.
Yeah, either way. So
it's fucking stupid.
They get rejected for a very good reason from the military base to use military equipment to travel to a military country based on a military lockdown, because they don't have even their Huntress's licenses yet. So they literally have no authority or certification.
Yeah.
Even Crow, they don't give a fuck about Crow.
Yeah, well, Crow's just one guy. They're not going to let Crow on and bring 9 extras. Like, maybe they'll let Crow through.
Who among them even knows how to fucking fly a bullhead? Crow?
Conveniently, actually, the old lady who's blind knows how to fly the bullhead.
Oh, you mean not Yoda?
Just tell me when I'm nose down, dearie.
Literally, though. So anyway, they get rejected from the military base, and the Ruby goes, all right, time for planned terrorism.
That was actually John's idea.
No, it was Ruby's, wasn't it?
Look, it doesn't matter. One of them decides we're going to break into the fucking military base.
Not only break into the military base, they're like, okay, so we're going to break into the military base, but we can't let them call for backup or to let Atlas know that we stole one of their bullheads. So we have to destroy their only communication tower.
Okay. I actually did watch this scene again once before because I got into an argument with that.
Right.
They made it clear that they were just cutting off the radio and that the communication network was right next to it. So they were only targeting the radio.
That's the same thing.
The radar.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, there was a specific air radar.
So they just happened to accidentally also destroy.
They didn't do anything, actually. Adam interfered.
Right.
That's how they got caught.
Yeah.
But they were going to try and cut off the radar.
Oh, yeah.
Adam
we're going to get to that.
Taurus defends.
Yeah, defends Atlas. Yeah. So this is the wild. Yeah, this is the wild part, right? So, Crow's like, hey, Ruby, maybe we don't commit terrorism. And Ruby goes, fuck you, Uncle Crow. You're just a useless, drunk old man. Almost word for word what she said. And
basically.
So they go and they split into teams. One team's going to go steal the bullhead. The other team's going to go cut the radar. And the team that's going to go cut the radar is, of course, Blake and Yang. Because at this point in time, Rooster Teeth has decided that they are now a ship. Because we need to increase the amount of lesbians in the story. Because
the last lesbian worked out so well.
Yeah. And as they're sabotaging the radar, like a mile off the ground, deep in the military fortification area. Adam Tarish just shows up and starts attacking them.
He somehow snuck into the heart of what effectively is a heavily militarized city.
And just
well, no, the radar was on the outskirts.
it was on the outskirts, but like the point more is the fact that he just somehow showed up and was somehow also climbing the radar tower.
Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that. It's like, wait, hang on, how did you guys not see him?
It's it's not just that. How
Like,
did you not see him? It's
there's
just,
trees, but this is
How
a
do you
clearing.
know they were there?
yeah, it's just like how did he just conveniently show up here?
Oh well, he's got that X radar
Oh, the X radar, of course,
built
yeah.
in.
So yeah, they have this whole moment where they fight Adam, and then he goes to cut Yang's hand off, and she's like, "Ha, my hand's stronger now. You can't cut it anymore." And then they break his katana, and then they stab him in a lesbian move where Blake takes one half of the blade, and Yang takes the other half, and they stab him from the front, and Blake stabs him in the back.
As one does.
As one does.
And it was at that moment I realized as she drove the broken half of the katana into Adam Torres's back, that was the moment I knew.
Yeah, and they realized their love for each other, and then didn't do anything with that love. I think they might have kissed. Question mark.
They held hands.
They held hands.
They held hands.
That's literally it.
Yep.
That's what people
also, Adam revealed that the reason why he wears a mask is because no one cared about him before he put the mask on.
Nobody cared about me before I put on the mask.
No, that is word for word, and I hate it.
And also the other reason why he wears a mask is because some Schnee dust mine manager got a custom built brand specifically built for Adam Taurus's face, specifically so he could brand his eyelid with the SDC logo.
Ooh.
He's not joking, by the way.
Yeah.
That's actual. I was joking about the other thing, but yeah, no, it's.
No, I've seen fanfiction like mention that, so I was like, oh, okay, so that is an iota more depth than we had before to Adam Torres.
It's a very weird iota of depth because I mean, if he's a terrorist, why is he covering up the scar branding? I mean, I feel like that'd be great PR to use against the Schnees. And B, how did they do it to your eyelid?
Yeah. By the way, just again, when we saw that, we probably spent a good 5 minutes going, why are you hiding your face? You should be sprinting through the streets screaming, look at what the Schnee company did to me.
Yeah. So
literally propaganda posters everywhere with your face on them, literally the poster boy of the White Fang.
Like you could walk down the street of Vale going, look at what the Schnee family did to me. Look at it, citizens of Vale. Look at what your cheap dust costs. And I think you could probably get people to stop supporting the fucking Schnee Dust Company overnight.
Yeah.
Well, though you'd have to ask yourself this question: would Ozpin even allow that to happen?
Yeah, true. Real, brother.
You know.
Okay, I mean,
wait a second. Is there somebody trying to go through and stir up fear and panic in the populace of Vale? Can't have that. Wait, he's trying to go through and bring down the Schnee dust conglomerate that supplies all of the cheap dust? Shit, that would cause even more problems. So,
kind of suppress.
Take a trip into the deep hole, little
he
boy.
He would send his
Crow. You gotta kill the faunus rights activist, Crow. It's for the future, Crow.
Glinda, we got another one.
Yeah, right. So anyway, they do this, and then they're like, okay, so now we're all gonna meet up and then steal the bullhead. And so then the bullhead team's like stealing the bullhead, but like Atlas detects the fight that happened at the radar tower or some shit, and they're like, oh, it's those fucking kids. They're trying to sneak onto the military base, and then the commander's like, all right, it's time.
get the giant Pacific Rim robot.
Yeah, we need to deploy the Gundam.
Yeah, the only decision that you can reasonably disagree with Cordova on is why'd you pull out a giant kaiju fighting robot?
Yeah, so apparently
deal
the
with
Atlas military base hid a Gundam inside a fake mountain that they made.
I've read about
Yeah,
that. It just
to-
what blows my mind though is just the
to
sheer
fight the
expenditure.
Leviathan. Well, no, to be fair, we saw why they had one in that same season.
It's also why they canonized. They also canonized in that episode missile dust, and they canonized force field dust.
Hard light,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was just hard light dust.
That's
Something
what
like that.
I
they-
Yeah.
remember missile
Correct,
dust
they use
being a
hard
thing.
light as
What,
the
is
force
it
field.
missile dust just fire dust?
You would think.
I don't remember. No, hang on. I hate
I'm on
you.
the
I
wiki
have to look
looking
this
now.
up. Yeah, please, Chef. Just look for missile dust. I refuse. I refuse to believe it was that stupid.
So yeah.
Oh no, I'm running low on plot dust.
Quite literally, it got painful.
There's steam, gravity.
Steam dust.
Oh yeah. By the way, don't forget that was where they unveiled gravity dust.
Yeah.
Like gravity dust is cool. Like, but
No,
steam
gravity
dust?
dust was theorized like once they told us what dust was, people went back to the red chair like, I wonder if gravity dust is what Ruby was using for the second cartridge.
Yeah.
That was theorized for a while.
But either way,
it was the hard light dust that
Yeah,
we lost our shit at
gravity
because
and hard
fuck
light are
off.
the only real outlier ones. Steam dust is only like a one-off thing, apparently, from just Mercury combining shit mid-fight. I don't see anything else.
Wait,
I don't
that's
see a
what it was
missile.
supposed to be?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought that was his semblance being weird.
No. He doesn't have one, remember? Because someone has a semblance that can steal other semblances.
Oh god, that's right. Yeah, his dad's like, I'm just gonna take your semblance. Like, yeah, that's great idea. Let's just piss off your emotionally unstable son even more, who's expressed his desire to kill you at several points in your lives.
Yeah.
Fantastic plan, sir.
So yeah, they fight the giant robot. They show off that Ruby's scythe actually takes damage, which was wild to learn that the weapons in Ruby take damage.
Yeah, how many seasons in?
Yeah.
Well, aren't they all supposed to be reinforced by Aura in the first place?
Well, they actually never established that.
That's mostly fan stuff.
It's
If anyone
completely
ever said
fanon.
it would be word of God in some obscure interview somewhere.
Yeah.
If it makes sense, we can't have it.
Yeah, basically that's how Rooster Teeth operates. So yeah, so that happens. Then they fight the giant robot. They defeat the giant robot. They get into the bullhead, and then they're starting to fly away. But it turns out that attacking the Atlas military base caused a lot of people to panic, especially when Atlas military base suddenly deployed a Gundam. And so a giant wave of Grim appeared to go kill the town. And then Ruby was like, oh no, I feel bad now that we attacked the military base, and now it's causing a wave of Grim to kill this town. This is all Atlas's fault. We have to go save them. And so then she uses some elite Haxor powers to go kill the Leviathan and all the Grim invading. And then they fly away and use the next wave of Grim to prevent Atlas from chasing them. And Cordova's like, alright, let them go. That was a pretty cool fight. It's like, huh? So then they get to Atlas, and then they crash the bullhead into the middle of the street, and then Grim invade, and then they get arrested for, well, terrorism. Yeah. And then Ironwood is like, hey guys, I'm freeing you now. You should work for me because I'm a good guy and I'm gonna lie to you. Also, you're gonna lie to me, except Ruby is then gonna proclaim that the Team Ruby lying to Ironwood is okay, and Ironwood lying to Team Ruby is not okay, because Team Ruby is the heroes of the story, and Ironwood is a stinky doo-doo face.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Curses the consequences of Atlas's actions. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Still one of my
then
favorite moments.
Then they got new outfits, and then they teamed up with the Special Forces team, which was both racist and gay, literally.
These people have zero fucking self-awareness.
It was actually a really great moment where where there was a Faunus on the Spec Ops team, and the two Faunus started talking about being a Faunus in Atlas and how she's surprised that he would be on the Spec Ops team in Atlas. And then, like, the team leader comes up to the Faunus and is like, "Hey, we have a locked door ahead. Do you think you can lockpick it?"
Because that's why we have that's why we
keep the Faunus on the team, yeah, so they can commit some crimes.
Like, what? You think just because I'm a Faunus I can lockpick it? And
no, it's because you're really good at lockpicking.
This door is actually really easy. I've picked way more harder locks than this.
Yeah, so it was just a moment of like, are you fucking kidding me? So yeah, then it turns out that the leader of the Spec Ops team is actually a different guy, and that he's gay, and he's gay for Crow, and it's okay that he's gay for Crow, however, because Crow's also gay now, and actually
he discovers it just that season, by the way.
Yeah,
and only for that season.
Yeah,
and the dude can't be lamenting over the fact that his best friend went through and fucked his sister and the woman he loved.
And him.
Oh wait, and him too?
Yeah, maybe.
Tai Yang
the player.
Okay, okay. Listen, all you need to understand is that Tai Yang fucks.
Indeed. So it turns out that actually Clover cleverly their superpower, their superpower is they have good luck. And so,
that means they can be around Crow because his superpower is bad luck.
Yeah, which it cancels each other out.
Except it doesn't, because Good Luck Boy still dies.
Yeah, it's just pretty funny. But anyway, so he uses his good luck powers. So, normally you'd be like, all right, so I have good luck powers, which means I'm going to do everything I can to be ready, and then my good luck will always make me win. No. You see, he uses his good luck powers to fuck around. And
kill people with a fucking fishing pole.
Yeah. While everyone else has like exosuits and like guns and bombs and grenades, he's got a fishing rod, and he uses his good luck power. Is he closes his eyes and casts his fishing rod forward, and he uses his good luck to always land on the exact thing his fishing rod needed to land on to beat the Grim.
So he didn't actually try to learn any sort of actual fucking
skill?
No.
Yeah,
I get the feeling the writers were reading Tower of God at that point, because the fishing rod as a concept really started coming around after Tower of God, that Korean manhwa with the fisherman position.
Entirely.
What, Ruby was stealing ideas from popular manga? No
way.
No, Miles and Carrie are bastions of artistic integrity.
Yeah. So anyway, this is where they also canonized how dust works. Apparently, dust just randomly forms in a giant elemental mishmash in random places.
Damn, I can't believe that it's Skyrim.
Yeah, and so you mine it with a pickaxe. But actually, you have to be
a metal pickaxe.
Yeah, you have to mine it with a metal pickaxe, but also you have to be really careful to not touch any of the dust crystals, because if you touch them, they'll explode.
But the vein in the ground, slap that shit all day.
Yeah, pickaxe, drills, doesn't matter. But if you even cut it slightly with your blade, or if a bullet nicks off of it, the whole mine will explode. That's why we use slave labor.
Well, it's just like it makes you even incredulous as to how they even turned that shit into an industry. Like,
Yeah, it makes it
Slavery,
really hard
obviously.
to believe that you're able to somehow grind it into dust using friction and heat to grind it into dust to make dust with. When
no. You see, we super cool.
Oh yeah,
the
except for the
millstones.
Yeah, except for the part where they use just a normal grindstone in class, because they canonized making dust gunpowder in class in season 2, I think.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, no, it
But
was a little tiny episode where well, not episode, it was a tiny scene. Ruby and Weiss were arguing in the classroom, and she like sneezed again and exploded again.
So her
Pretty
no,
sure.
I think you just rewrote the sneezing skit from Volume 1 and decided to stick it somewhere in Volume 2.
No, I'm pretty sure it happened again somewhere. It was a small little scene.
Well, it's just like it can be set off by sneezing, but not by grinding.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is the other thing, right? It is, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing.
I mean, you know what? Actually, it would have been kind of cool if we'd had the resident gun nut reloading bullets as a relaxing pastime.
That would have been nice to see. Yep.
It would have been a good part to go through and showcase her competency. Like, she's a gun nut,
Yeah,
so
exactly,
she's highly
right.
competent with everything related to guns, but she's a klutz
Like,
everywhere else.
Shit, Ad and I did that in our somewhat odd self-insert where she does the work on Yang's weapon because Yang doesn't know how to do weapons. What are you, crazy?
Yang spends
You
all
think
of her
Yang
time.
knows? You think Yang knows how to put a hair trigger modification on her gauntlets? No, leaves that shit to her little sister.
Yang is too busy clubbing.
Yang is too busy learning how to punch and pick up the ladies from her dad.
But
4
yeah,
times.
no.
You see, Yang, confidence is the key. You walk right up to her and say, "I'm gonna fuck you," and it works. Like,
I mean, in the case of Yang, it probably would, especially because
yeah.
Yang is tall enough to get away with doing the one arm thing on the wall.
The Cabadon.
Yeah.
Also, you know, Tai Yang may well have done that with Raven as well, and Raven would be like, all right, you know what, sure, why not? First time you've shown the spine.
You asserted dominance.
At which point she takes him into the room and says, now I'm going to assert dominance.
This dick is mine, or so you think.
Best ever. Okay, that was the food fight, right?
Oh, is Sneaky looking for the dust scene in Volume 2?
It's the supposed scene, yes. Dust smuggling done illegally.
I mean, if you find something, great. I don't think you will though. I think World of Remnant in Volume 2 may have had a dust section.
You know what it might have been? It might have been a Ruby Chibi episode.
Anyway.
You know, that sounds like something that would have been a Ruby Chibi.
Anyway, Ruby's fucking stupid. Miles and Luna are fucking stupid, and it's time for us all to go the fuck to sleep.
Well, excuse me, princess. Anyway, yeah, so they blah 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 stuff happens. Team Ruby decides to team up with terrorists again. Because they think Ironwood's evil by not using Atlas's military to police the world.
How dare you not create a one world government?
Yes. And so they team up with a bunch of lesbians called Robin Hood's Rangers or whatever. Merry Men or something.
Oh yeah, that thing. those people.
And she hatches a plan. So in this military dictatorship, they actually hold elections, and she hatches a plan to rig the election in her favor by changing everyone's votes to her.
Ooh, man, that's getting a little too close to reality.
And so they do that, and then they get arrested by the special forces team. And
because hey, you just committed a federal crime.
Yeah, and then
well, it's also because they'd been raiding military supplies.
Yeah, they also were attacking the military. Also, Tyrion, the guy with the scorpion tail, he also gets arrested in this whole shindig. And so, Scorpion Tail guy, Team Ruby, Crow, and Aesop's are on a giant airship with only a cargo bay for its entirety, traveling to some facility so they can all get arrested permanently. And then the announcement that Robin won goes out or something. And so then they try to stage a coup, and Team Ruby's
By the way,
like,
this entire time, a guy who's supposed to have been dead, and he created the entire Mistral, or the entire Atlas security system. He's just been doing whatever the fuck he wants, helping Jacques become secret president of Atlas.
Yeah.
Because he died, and they all thought, oh, well, let me rephrase that. He faked his death, and so everybody said, oh, well, he faked it. He's dead, so we obviously don't need to, I don't know, update security clearances or remove his passwords. I mean, why would be?
Yeah.
He's dead. What's he gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, as has been discussed, apparently Remnant has never suffered a cybersecurity attack and never developed any meaningful IT security protocols for some reason.
So
I remember. I'm sorry. I just want to say. I remember Max and mine's.
You complain
plan.
about us taking so long, and then you're the one that's stretching it out.
I mean, I'm not, but
anyway,
you're right.
So so they start a coup on the the flying plane. The flying plane, hundreds of miles in the air. They start a coup on it, and the plane crashes because they shot the pilot.
As one does when
you're having a
staging coup
firefight on a plane.
airship.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not even like in a funny way.
We've missed a few. I think we've missed a few steps if you're leading up to one of the dumbest fights to occur in Ruby.
Yeah, I am. But point being,
okay, yeah. So Ruby's not on the plane with them. It's Crow, Tyrion, and Robin.
Right. Okay, my bad. Yeah, whatever.
With good luck boy, and a pilot who was really in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah. So anyway, Pilot Boy gets killed off, or something, and now Tyrion and Crow are fighting against Clover, and Tyrion's like, "Hey, I know I'm an international terrorist who has tried to kill you multiple times, but he's trying to arrest you. We should team up with each other so you can't be arrested." And Crow's like, "Oh, okay, that makes great sense." And so they team up against Clover. And
no, that's not what happened.
That's basically what happened.
Crow tells him to fuck off and tries to work with Clover. And Clover says, "No, fuck you. I'm fighting you both." For some reason.
Because they needed drama.
Yeah, so they needed drama because the gay men have to hate each other or something.
I don't know.
So anyway, they're fighting, and then Crow gets knocked away, and Tyrion's like, "Throw me your blade," and Crow's like, "Oh, okay," and does that, and then he kills Clover. And Crow's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that this happened. How could I have seen this coming?"
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal, except I don't find it inevitable.
Or sudden.
Yep.
Yeah.
The psychopath that kills people.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The psychopath who tried to kill my niece and giggled at the thought of killing small children. What? He killed someone? Wow. Never saw that coming.
Yeah, so yeah, that all that happened, and then Ruby hatches another brilliant plan that because Ironwood's evil now. By the way, oh yeah, at some point Ironwood shoots Jock in the face, and he's like, "My power is autism, Jock.
Oh,
My power of
that
autism allows me to focus on my goals." And then he
That was a
shoots
bit
him.
later.
yeah.
That was a
Okay,
bit later.
so
It doesn't really
yeah,
matter when it
that's
was.
Sure.
I mean, it kind of. They try to paint him as the villain
And
for
Killing
vaporizing.
Jock?
Yes.
No, okay. So here's the thing: he didn't just shoot Jock in the face. He used a specially made laser attachment that he plugs his pistols into that makes a giant, well, beam, approximately the size of a car. So he vaporized Jock, and they have the camera angles to make it look sinister. I'm just like, Jacques was an
I mean, this
actual.
Jock,
Jacques was
Jock
a
died?
human supremacist who reveled in the suffering
Jacques
of the
was an
foremost workers
actual
in his
race
company.
traitor who was trying to bring about the apocalypse in the name of his greed.
Base?
Yeah, like,
Fuck
why would
Jock,
I
kill
feel
him?
bad about him being vaporized?
So wait, it's like Ironwood's the bad guy because he killed Jacques?
In a better show, this would be the point where they all rally together to defend. If you still want to have the city die, just have the city die.
So yeah,
They
anyway,
also made
Ruby.
they made Ironwood.
No, I'm gonna say sorry. We do have to fill something important here. Ironwood murders Jacques because Jacques is working with Salem and the guy who was dead who has control of the security systems because he also was rigging the vote.
Yeah.
With the help
committed
of
high
the
treason.
computer guy.
Yeah,
So that
well,
he
he
could-
wasn't working with Salem knowingly is something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he
we're
wasn't
missing.
willingly.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one aside from Aura here who actually watched.
Yeah,
the
sorry,
rest
he
of
wasn't.
Ruby.
You're right. He wasn't.
Hey,
willingly
I
working
watched
Aside from
it.
Volume 9. No, you watched Volume 9. You skipped
Anyway.
7 and 8, I believe, because you're like, I'm done. Fuck this.
No, I
Anyway.
watched it.
When did you watch it?
But did we
The
not
point
watch it
is,
together?
The point is, Ironwood kills him because he's literally working for not Satan.
Yeah, it has technology to make car-sized laser beams. Dude still is equipped with a fishing pole. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a fishing pole, by the
yeah.
way, that in a world of guns meets weapons, it did not have a gun function.
Yeah,
Well,
also
one thing they have giant fighting robots that have access to aura, but they're
Yeah.
still getting fucking steamrolled by the basic fucking
Yeah.
Beowulfs.
So one thing to point out is that Ironwood during this point when he turns on Team Ruby is that for the most part he was justified because Team Ruby had lied to him. They had basically did shit behind his back.
They committed terrorism.
They did to him what Ozpin did, which, you know,
yeah,
after showing them trust, because he's like, I'm going to trust you, even though I know Ozpin lied to me about so much.
Ironwood brought them into his confidence. He brought them along with his plan. He made them full league huntsmen by giving them the education and training, and they still kept shit with them until the last possible minute.
Yeah,
and then he just said, "Fuck it, I'm done." And then when Ruby busted out, because he was decided to take the weekend and get the fuck out, because Salem was literally on her way, and she told him. Ruby busted out the door, and he's like, "Arrest Team Ruby. They're going to be dangerous. They're going to try and stop him." And it's like, for all the parts, he was justified.
Yeah,
his actions made sense.
Ironwood never did anything wrong.
Yeah, but he was the bad guy though, because having authority figures take responsibility.
He has autism, and he's the bad guy.
After that point, though, it's like the authors deliberately just killed him and made him like a generic overbearing villain. It's
and so Winter rebelled because actually the Ironwood's evil because he has autism. And this is news to her. He actually hid it from her all along that he had autism,
despite being his right-hand man.
And I still love that clip
every
where
day.
Winter's like, "You ruined everything," and it's just like, you were literally his right-hand man.
Yeah, you literally were doing it. Yeah. And so to make the situation even dumber, Ruby decides that actually Ironwood's evil and that Ironwood should evacuate the entirety of Atlas before leaving. And Ironwood's like, I can't do that. That will just get everyone killed. And so Ruby sabotages Ironwood's fucking flying city to prevent him from flying away, to force him to defend everyone in the city.
When instead you could have just...
Which then eventually gets everyone killed, and
I
they
don't
go to
remember that
fucking
one.
Magic Rainbow Land.
Yeah.
I think Watts was the one who fucked up Amity.
No. They took the rod. They took the rod and turned it off of providing infinite gravity dust.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry for Atlas. Sorry, I was zoned out slightly because I stumbled on a fantastic Reddit thread on Ruby critics.
Amazing.
Oh,
no. Post it.
Well, I'll post it here because oh boy.
Yeah. So
the question makes a great point. But anyways,
they take the and it turns out that Atlas has actually been using the Relic of Creation this whole time to power the flying city with infinite flying power juice. And
which is implied to be how they also reverse engineered gravity dust for Amity.
Yeah, and it turns out that actually the Relic of Creation can only create one thing at a time. And so because they use the Relic of Creation to shoot a fireball, that caused the city to fall from the sky. And then they turned Penny into a real girl, which was just in time for her to be turned into a dead girl.
Yeah.
I hate that authors will do this. Like, I know you didn't do this throughout the plot forward. You did this for shock factor, and then found a way to retroactively move the plot forward for Sean and not really Ruby. And it's,
and then
it could have been great character growth.
After that, they decided that the best plan was to evacuate everyone through the vault, and have the genie create a dimension door to Vacuo and evacuate all of these people in heavy winter gear into Vacuo without supplies.
Yeah, because
by the way,
Vacuo...
by the way, when they're doing this, for some reason they're in like fucking
the void
Sora's
space.
dreams from Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way, that jackass Relic was like, if you show me the idea, I can make it for you. They showed him the schematics of the delivery system, which means that it would have been enclosed pathways. Why did he leave the pathways open if he was given the idea?
Because he's an asshole.
Pathways?
Yeah.
But like that's not what he said. He said, if you show it to me, I will make it exactly as you describe and show me the plans.
Because, Max, then they couldn't fall off of the magic bridge in Sora's memory to fall into Dreamland, so they could gain the power of awakening and go back in time to save Kairi. And I've only made up part of that.
I don't know which part of it you made up is the real problem.
I hate that he's made it up, and he's also made it like fucking Kingdom Hearts 3, and I hate it.
Yeah.
End my suffering.
No.
But
suffer more.
And then we get to Volume 9, and Volume 9 is honestly the best writing Ruby's had, but all the best writing has to occur in a vacuum, otherwise
Volume 9, I don't know if you saw any of it.
I've seen a bunch of clips.
Yeah, so they fell into the
John
void.
Gets hot.
Yeah.
But he had to, but it's like, oh, John, you're hot. It's like, yeah, I've been here by myself for 10 years. Like, oh.
Longer than 10, I'm pretty sure it was like 20.
Anyway,
like 20
look,
or
the point
30.
is he was there for a while.
Yeah.
Either way, you probably saw some of the best writing in those clips.
Yeah.
From
it was a wild ride from start to finish, because they fell off in the void, and because they fell in the void, that actually made them wake up in Storybook Land, which was actually real, and it's the prequel to Remnant.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And so,
by the way, Ruby and her friends, all of the storybook stories were actually true, and they're part of them.
Yeah. Also, even better is that actually Alice in Wonderland, she's black now.
Yes, of course, as one does.
As one does.
Also,
you would know that, Nose, if you hadn't bitched out.
Yeah.
I
Like,
wouldn't
don't
call
forget,
bitching
you
out
won't be
like
dumb.
saving my sanity.
don't
No,
forget,
that
by the way,
is exactly what it was.
they made her evil.
Yeah,
and her,
as
she
Max
killed her own
says.
brother.
Oh, no, they.
she actually didn't. If you
No.
didn't bitch out, you would have known this.
Yeah.
No, you
No,
were not.
weren't.
You left.
You left. Don't pretend you sat all the way through it with me and Sneaky.
And Gray.
Gray had somewhere to be at least.
The
Gray
Ellis
wasn't
girl
able to
wasn't
stay,
evil.
but he did
She
stay.
just
He
wanted to
stayed
go
as
home.
close
He
as he
stayed
could.
nearly. Yeah.
He had to leave.
Yeah,
I want to say he had to leave it like the last 20 minutes because he had to get going.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was.
He
Yeah.
also, I think he also, yeah, he also missed like a really great like end of a hero's journey, start of
Yes.
another one kind of
Yeah,
moment.
and that was as Max said, that was the worst part about Volume 9, is that there was multiple times the writing was actually fantastic, but it was only fantastic if you took the writing as a completely isolated in vacuum scene.
Yeah.
And had no, and like if you didn't know anything about what the scene was referring to, it was great. But if you knew what the scene was referring to, you're just sitting there like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you really trying to pull this shit right now?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
I don't remember why. I did have something I actually had to go do. Fuck if I can remember what it was because I've tried to block most of that from my memory. But one thing that I do remember was when Blake and Yang they were in the
argument. The argument storm.
Yeah, okay.
Storm or whatever.
So
The pun
there
storm.
was there's a storm where it was the Punderstorm where it took whatever was most heavily weighing on your mind, and for John, Weiss, and Ruby, it was trying to get back home to prevent the world from being destroyed, and for some reason for Blake and Yang, it was
the
their
fact that
relationship.
Despite like 2 years of an on-screen
it gets even better.
They never said "I love you."
Yeah, it is so fucking good because basically they're put onto these two pylons and they're separated by a vast distance, and to create the bridge to connect them, they have to admit things to each other that they've never said to each other. And they proceed to have the characters be like, Blake, I always looked up to you. I thought you were cool. Plank appears. Oh, Yang, I thought you were really passionate and impressive. A Plank appears. It's like, wait, you guys never said this to each other?
You've been team members for like 3 years now, and this is the first this is coming up? Excuse me?
You've been in a relationship for a minimum of 1 year?
Yeah, and they
You guys
finally
committed acts of terrorism together. Like,
Yeah.
how could you not?
yeah, like
Yeah,
they
exactly.
admitted they're like, oh, we love each other, and then that's how they finally connected. And it's like, you have been in a supposed relationship with each other and you haven't even said I love you yet. The closest you ever got was fucking hand holding until this point.
This reminded me of something. There were 2 great moments that we skipped over in the earlier volumes. One, Rin laying into John and Yang over how their decisions were causing harm to innocent people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Rin was the mouthpiece for the audience, and the mouthpiece was thusly silenced as a gotcha, you're all idiots.
Yeah,
You're
and then
dumb, I'm right.
Arthur
Yeah.
Watts lays into
that
Cinder
was
while she is
such a
holding
good
him
one.
over the edge. While she's holding him over the edge of the building, like, I will drop you. He was like, go ahead. You'll still fuck it up anyways, like you fucked up everything else in your life, because you can't succeed for shit. He lays into her.
Oh, it's
And
such
she
a good
actually
one.
she pulls him back over the edge. Like, she actually sits down. It's like, fuck, you're right.
I'm a giant fuck up.
It was so good.
She
I mean,
sits
the
down
whole
and goes,
thing-
I'm a giant fuck up, and I'm lashing out at the entire world for it. Like, I forget exactly what he said, but Watts basically says something along the lines of, "You are just
Or
an
find the Watts
angry little
speech.
child."
Yeah,
Right?
there we go.
Oh,
All the other people here have a great reason for burning the world to the ground. You're just a petulant child.
Yeah, you're just throwing a tantrum.
Well, and
And
the
so,
whole thing is
as thanks for this amazing pep talk, she decides to use the Staff of Creation at the end of that volume to lock him in a room to suffocate him with fire.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is, it's like if
all
all of
powerful
her
magic-
plans were just not as convoluted,
Yeah.
like she literally could have just
Oh,
just taken
yeah.
the dust and blown down the fucking front gates and caused a massive amount
Oh,
of
yeah.
panic. Because apparently causing just a massive amount of panic has
Yeah.
laid low like 4 cities by
Yep.
this point.
Yes.
Why do you have to even do all of this rigmarole? Just go through and blow a
Yeah.
fucking gate down.
Like, shit. Blow a gate down yourself and just start murking people, lady.
It gets even better because later on in season 9, they have the same scene happen again, but this time it's Ruby yelling at John and John yelling at Ruby and everyone else yelling at Ruby as well, and Ruby yelling at everyone else.
Some of the best writing in the series happens right there.
Because she is justifiably like, this is where the homophobic Ruby memes come from, because she's like, oh, I'm so glad you two finally figured out your issues with each other. We're only just trying to get home and save a nations of people.
But no, I'm glad you guys could work through your emotional relationship drama. Yay!
And then she's like, meanwhile, John, you're here. Instead of doing anything, you're just having a fucking schizo fit over trying to be a hero for once in your life, over a bunch of people who are trying to commit suicide because you won't let them live.
At which point, John decides that he has had enough and claps back with, "Oh, Ruby, I'm so sorry we're intruding on your hero fantasy, and you've made everything about you." And then he's not done, because he then rounds on Weiss, Blake, and Yang and is like, "And you fucks are enabling her."
Yeah, you guys are all placing the burden on her.
It was really
You are
fucking
simultaneously dumping the problem on her and enabling her.
Yeah, it was so fucking good.
What
It
made
was
it
like,
even kind of
yeah.
What made it better was that. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on, Max.
Oh, it's just astoundingly. I could recommend Ruby to someone, but it's like, I will recommend this to you with one caveat: you can only watch volumes 1, 2, and 3, or only volume 9.
Yeah.
And volume 9 has the best writing, so maybe pick that one. If you want charm, 1, 2, and 3. If you want good writing, 9.
And then my
Ignore everything
personal
else.
favorite scene was the drug trip scene. so
Drug trip.
Yeah, so they're in a forest, and they meet this herbalist in the forest, and the herbalist is asking them all these philosophical questions.
Oh,
and
by the way, just real quick, this is all, everything in here is a storybook. So this is the Alice in Wonderland section.
It's all of it's in
Not
Alice in
even subtle
Wonderland.
about it.
No, the
entire
entirety
thing
of
is in
volume 9
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
Sorry,
This is the caterpillar man. Yeah, the herbalist is the caterpillar.
Yeah, herbalist is caterpillar.
And they're not even. They're honestly, I'm surprised they didn't get sued by Disney.
Yeah.
Well, they can't.
Well,
Alice in
they
Wonderland is
can't,
public domain.
Yeah, so
no,
anyway,
but they made it very close to the Disney.
So anyway, the herbalist is
but the
asking them all
Disney-
these philosophical questions as he's making a potion to return Blake, Yang, and Weiss back to normal size because they got shrunk, because they drank the shrunk me stuff or whatever. Or they got shrunk by the king.
Yeah,
And
they got
so
shrunk
now-
by the king, so they could be chess pieces.
And now they have to go eat the resizing parfait. So anyway, he's asking them all these philosophical questions, and they're finally like, why are you asking us all these really deep philosophical questions about our purpose and our life and our goals? And he's like, surprise, bitches, secondhand smoke. Boosh! And just doses them all with a fucking gas bomb.
Which was so funny.
And so they're all having these hero's journey drug trips, and like, you know, Weiss confronts her clone who's telling her to give up, and she's like, no, I'm gonna fight to make my name and not just another Schnee. And Yang's clone's like, you should just give up, you'll have your arm back, just give in. And she's like, no, my body parts aren't what make me, my adventures and my choices are what makes me. And Blake's clone's like, yo, bitch, you should run, bitch.
Run away from all your problems again.
Yeah.
And
and
finally,
then proceeds to be like, wouldn't it be better if you were just a dirty animal?
Yeah,
I forgot about that bit of it. I forgot about that moment. I can't believe I'm saying this. I want to rewatch Volume 9 now. Talking about this. I'll skip the first hour though. 'Cause the first hour is kind of like a little
That shit
boring.
was so fucking boring. But yeah, but then Blake's like, no, I'm not gonna run anymore. I'm gonna be the hero. I'm gonna do things. I'm gonna stop being indecisive. And
Also, I
then
have a girlfriend.
Ruby's turn.
Oh,
And
yeah,
Ruby's
that's glorious.
character walks up to her and goes, "Do you feel like a hero yet?"
We're not kidding. Literally, that's the line.
It's not word for word, but like
It's not
that
word for word,
that
but Ruby
that is the spirit. That
Ruby
is the
just
spirit of it.
fucking collapses. She just like one hit KO. She's down.
Oh, don't
Was it
not
the
it's
scene
worse
after-
than that, Sneaky. The camera switches to Ruby's, and she's already on her knees, and the camera pans up to her younger self.
Yeah. Do you feel
It's
like
just
a
like,
hero yet?
oh.
And this is what I'm saying. Like this was an actually great moment, not in the way they intended though. Because do you feel like a hero yet? Her journey quest delusion drug clone asks her. After she's just killed 2 nations, she's responsible partially for the events of more terrorism that's gotten more people killed. She's committed so much terrorism, gotten so many people killed. Her fucking clone is like, do you feel like a hero yet?
I love, I think, the scene that appeared after that where Ruby's like, we fucked up, and it's like, Weiss is supporting her agreement, but Blake and Yang are like, no, don't say that, you'll be like Ironwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to gaslight her into saying that, no, we did the right thing.
Also,
Bitch.
and then the curious cat comes in and interrupts the drug trip before Ruby can have actual character growth, because, I mean, later on it's revealed that he's intentionally doing this, but later on, they have another fucking just moment of like, Rooster Teeth, what the fuck are you doing? Because Ruby runs off and she confronts Neo, and Neo's like, hey, commit suicide, everything will be better if you just die. And Ruby's like, hey, you're right, actually, I am just gonna kill myself because everything will be better if I commit suicide. And then she does.
Nice.
And then everything is better because she commits suicide.
Not the message you wanted to give there, Rooster Teeth.
And then, you know, of course, Ruby has this. This is another moment of like, oh, this would be really good if I didn't know exactly what they were referencing. The Ruby has this whole moment where she's talking to one of the gods of creation, not the brother gods, a god of creation, because she creates all of the weapons that are ever going to be used by people mentally.
It's such a good moment.
I thought that was just an
yes, thank
exaggeration
you.
of representation. Oh, good lord.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got banned from the subreddit for that one.
Tensions.
Didn't you use a sock
contribution to
No.
the Ruby fandom.
Oh.
But yeah, so Ruby has this whole talk with the god of creation, and she's like, oh, and you can pick any weapon here and I'll let you turn into that person, and you can be a different person and they can have all your burdens. And she's like, but what if I choose to be me? And the god of creation is like, man, I'm so happy you did that choice.
But wait, the god of creation, like, what about the brother gods? Like, where the fuck did those two
Oh,
come
she's a god of she's a god of creation.
Yeah, turns out that the brother gods aren't even the gods of creation. They're actually 2 really powerful beings. You know, Tanya's so fucking vindicated right now, by the way. The brother gods are actually 2 powerful goats that were created by
Yeah, they evolved into dragons over time.
Yeah, the brother gods are actually goats.
Oh yeah, you missed their origin story, where it turns out actually they were creations of the great tree.
Yeah, the tree.
But they went a
actually
little
is the
off.
creation
They
god.
went a little off script.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
They went just a little off script. Also, it's their fault that the denizens of that land are stuck in this cycle of like, find your purpose, you don't have one, alright, self-delete and we'll try again.
Yeah,
Because they set the system up.
Yeah,
They're
basically.
trying to matrix this shit.
Yes,
And
basically.
while also completely invalidating the entire struggle between Salem, Ozpin, and the Brother Gods and the.
No, hang on, listen. That was invalidated the moment they revealed that the world is in danger because of a lover spat that's millennia old.
Yeah,
that was invalidated the same episode they dropped the lore on Ozpin.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could have actually worked it. I feel like they could have worked it, but I mean,
Also,
not they,
I don't think it
obviously,
validates it. I think it just kind of strengthens the whole, like, yeah, the Brother Gods are not ready for that kind of responsibility because they fucked up at least once before Remnant.
Well, and the whole thing is,
How many other
like,
times did they fucked up before
the creator gods, like, or the god of creation, like, what is
creator tree
kicking back and just letting all this shit fucking happen? Like, okay, yeah.
What's it care?
Yeah,
it doesn't care about Remnant.
You see, the tree is a tree. It's got tree concerns, like being a tree. It kind of just thought it'd be nice to create something, so it did, which it created the Brother Gods, and it was like, all right, cool, you guys have this land, do stuff on it, and so they did. They created the storybook land, and then they were like, wow, we hate the storybook land, it's really boring, we're gonna, instead of fixing it, we're just gonna go to a new world, create that world, and then fuck around on that one. And then so the Remnant's actually book 2 of 3.
What if Remnant is actually book 5?
Yeah, that's fair.
They just don't
kept
learn.
fucking up. Yeah.
The brothers.
Well, I mean,
the brothers were kicked out.
Kind of.
They were just being nuisances.
No, they weren't kicked out.
They left. No, they weren't kicked out. They just left because they
Yeah.
got bored. They wanted to try doing things.
I thought they were just making themselves like a nuisance to the trees. Like, here's a door, you can leave, come back whenever.
They just
nope.
The
door was something that was made. I think it was made explicitly for Alice.
Yeah, I remember the door being left open. The god of creators said the door was left open so they could return. They have not.
Oh, okay, then that would be it. But like, they weren't kicked out. They left their own volition.
Yeah.
The Brother Gods are just terrible fanfiction writers.
Yes.
To their credit,
you see, the Brother Gods actually,
they didn't leave until they left the system in place for the world to regulate itself, but it was a bad system.
Yeah.
With a lot of fault. Not even a lot of fault. It was one major fault.
Yeah.
The Grimm.
Yeah.
No, not
the storybook land didn't have Grimm.
The storybook land. The fault was the Cheshire Cat, who they didn't properly teach how to handle things.
Yeah.
Because the cat's purpose is to find those who have lost their purpose. But the problem is that because of this, the cat couldn't return to the tree.
Well, not only that, it's the cat also, their purpose
he
was
wanted to know what happened to the gods.
Well, they were made curious. They're literally the manifestation of the concept of curiosity. And the problem is they have lived for so long because they were the only ones that would never get reinvented, is that they have seen every permutation of the storybook land.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing left to be curious over.
Well, another thing is to have your whole purpose be going out and finding out people that don't have their purpose, like that's just that's one hell
brutal.
of a fucking depressing purpose to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the gods is kind of.
What is my purpose? Figure the fuck out.
But anyway, so that's the events of Ruby and how it's an absolute drug trip and how they don't deserve any commendations at all ever for any of their writing.
Unless you only experience Volume 9, in which case you're really rooting for this team of go-getters.
Yeah.
And only Volume 9.
Yeah. Don't watch the other 8 volumes. You're not going to like it too much.
Come up with a story in your head. It'll probably be better.
God, I forgot about the Jabberwockers, too.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh yeah, we're also going to leave this thing. What's this thing do? Oh, it permanently erases stuff. Why?
Yeah.
Why would you? What is wrong with you?
Also,
I just like I really dislike this about Japanese writing when they go through and they take something that has a very small self-contained world and they're not satisfied with exploring this small self-contained world. They have to expand it and make it, go to the stars and then go from the stars to the fabric of reality, and then from the fabric of reality now they have to go through and explore, creation itself. And it's just like, no, Ruby Remnant, stick there, stick with the Grimm, stick with the hunters and huntresses. Like,
Yeah.
that's really good. Like, you didn't even need the brother gods at all to go through and create the Grimm. The Grimm
No,
could've just
Didn't
been
even
they
need
were
the
a terrible
relics.
addition.
Didn't need the. I mean,
Yeah.
the maidens. I mean, were a pretty stupid addition. But I mean, didn't need the relics. I mean, the maidens could have been some weird quirk that happened way long ago, and you could have just been like,
Well, and another thing is instill in history a sense of progress. Like and what I mean by that is have humanity slowly but surely clawing back land from the Grimm over time. And, essentially, they could have just gone through and said the Grimm had the entire world. Humanity was born, humanity fought, humanity started expanding, and they've pushed the Grimm now to just one continent. And now, throughout the course of that story, you have the current cast of characters going through and, being among the crop of hunters and huntresses that are, making the final push to put an end to the Grimm threat once and for all.
That's right. You don't know about this. So yeah, they canonized the Grimm having Nidus worms.
Okay, I don't know what those are.
It was from StarCraft. It's a giant worm that tunnels underground and can offload hundreds of units.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, the Grimpool. Yeah.
Yeah, the Grimm pools are just giant Nidus worms. The Grimm pools that spawn Grimm, they're actually a giant inky tentacle, and it just burrows wherever it wants to go, and then it just starts popping Grimm out wherever that is.
Cool.
But it's never done this in a city. It's never done this where it could be observed, because it just knows that.
Wait, that's actually a thing?
Yes.
They actually canonize how Grimm get everywhere?
Yes.
I need to look that up because that sounds like a really cool fan theory. As far as I'm aware, it's actually just liquid. We know that some larger Grimm can just spawn them, like the dragon and the whale. I don't remember the Grimm pools being canonized as like just
they move.
Giant Grimm tentacle.
Yeah.
No, they move, but that doesn't make them a tentacle.
Well, I mean,
as far as I'm aware, they're still just liquid.
It's basically a tentacle.
I mean, hell, they could have done it to where.
Well, now
it was
you're
just
just reaching.
It's, ancient caverns and shit like that, and the tide of the broken moon goes through and pulls liquid Grimm juice from one side of the planet to the other. Bam. That's how you get Grimm migration.
Wow. So you know the Albane brothers, the two Fox brothers on Menagerie? They were going to show up as early as Volume 1 using Grimm liquid to summon extra Grimm during the Beacon initiation.
That would have been a very good plot.
That would have been a great time to introduce that.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I hear some of the stuff that they wanted to do for Volumes 1, 2, 3, I'm like, guys, you could have taken your time. You didn't need to rush production on this.
It's like, oh, we didn't have time. We had to cut it out. It's like, bro, you literally had a 4-minute video. 2 of those minutes were your intro and outro. Don't give me that shit.
Yeah. The episodes fluctuating wildly between 5 minutes and 12 minutes. And if you saw it was 12 minutes, you knew that there was going to be a sick-ass fight scene. Because the fight scenes took up most of the screen time for that episode.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So anyways, Ruby's still as much of a shit show as it was before. I completely forgot about this weird-looking fucking bug Grimm thing. I love that this angle and screenshot they use makes it look like Blake is trying to is shaking his hand. That's great.
And none of the somehow none of them are still anywhere even close as good as Commissar Weiss and full beast mode Blake.
You're a
Truly
great
is a
addition to
saver.
White Fang, Agent Grimm.
Oh, imagine how much better things would have been.
Grimm! Gary the
Okay.
Grimm!
That could have made for
Thank you
something
very
more
much for dealing with
compelling
my plumbing,
if
Jerry.
if they'd been like, here,
God
White
damn it,
Fang, that
Sneaky.
we've conscripted, use this Grimm. And you could have been like, wow, Adam is so psychopathic, he will absolutely use a Grimm himself.
Yeah.
Or like, we don't want to wipe out the cities, we just want them to take us serious.
Small
But,
Weiss.
Small Weiss. Speaking of
here's
which, I
here's
will
hoping
say,
Trigger buys that IP.
yeah, I will say, 110%, you need to watch Ice Queendom. It's just so fucking good. It's the superior version of Ruby.
Plus, you will then understand the joy of Big Nicholas.
Big Nicholas.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, what's the better version of Ruby?
Ice Queendom.
Ice Queendom.
Oh.
Big Nicholas.
Yeah. Dude. I'm glad that they cemented more of Nicholas Schnee's legacy, and you're just like, man, he is absolutely the type of motherfucker that if he could
What a
see what
Chad.
Chuck had done to his company, he would have knocked his fucking lights out and annulled the marriage.
I do really love the part in Ice Queendom where they used racism to fight racism.
Oh yeah.
You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? You need to watch Ice Queendom, dude.
None of us think you're joking.
No, I know you guys don't. You fucking watched it. I'm talking to him.
God, if I was going to write, like, dude, I had a fucking like 5K words written for like a Ruby fan fiction. Like, it was going to be my first step into QQ,
Oof.
and it was just it was a
shit show.
It was a mess.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just like the planning. Like, I made my big mistake, and I tried to actually plan the story.
Well, I mean, the problem with Ruby is that the more you look at Ruby, the more you realize you have to fix about Ruby to have an even coherent story going on.
Yeah, well, and I was going to go through and do that. I was going to make it an AU to where the Grimm were more of a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, Max, you hear that?
Like,
I don't know why you're like Sneaky. I was on that train from day one, even before you started hearing about Ruby. Like,
I know.
Anyone who's sane is like the Grimm should be a naturally occurring phenomenon.
I know. I'm more just laughing about how literally everyone we've ever brought on. Yeah, every author we've ever brought on has been like, yeah, so I'm thinking about making the Grimm a natural phenomenon. It's like, wow, Jesus Christ, is this what it's like to talk with authors who actually know how to write?
Yes.
Well, it's like you can't make a character or a faction a complete brick wall that nobody can climb and nobody can surmount. Like, if you could kill Salem, it doesn't matter that she's immortal. Like, her immortality is what she's immortal, not invincible. Like, she can be killed, but she'll just live forever.
Right.
Unless killed physically. But it's, they could have made it to where Salem was dangerous as a individual because she had 10,000 years of combat experience and she'd seen every trick in the book. You could do some interesting character building to where, like, Salem goes out and, like, starts her own fighting styles and propagates it among the humans and shit like that, only for, like, some big badass character to show up, like, I'm gonna defeat you with my, flying swallow fighting style. She's like, haha, bitch, I made that like 5,000 years ago. Like, okay, cool. What are you gonna do with it? But
Sneaky and I have had discussions about Grimm and Salem. Like, when they introduced the Hunter or whatever it was in volume 7 or 8, I sat down with Sneaky. It was like, it'd be really cool if there were Grimm that predate Salem that she doesn't mess with because they don't listen to her.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that's what
like
all the giant
human level and
like should have been.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like even the ones that it'd be great if there were some small ones where it's like they were able to just say, no, I'm not getting larger. I'll just put all that into brain power. and just have a stinger where she goes in a cave and she's like, I've come to negotiate a deal. And then just reveal a Grim coming out. It's like, all right.
There is
that often. Let's hear that.
much talk, and I have listened. Gravemind Grim.
That's such a good. It would be such a good one.
You know what? A Gravemind Grim would fit super well.
Oh, you know what? If Ruby, when she falls off the bridge, instead of just getting sent to fucking Neverland, just meets the fucking Gravemind.
Man, yo, that would actually have been such a hype moment of like some sort of tentacled eldritch Grim being like, there has been much talk, and I have listened, and now it is your turn to listen. And he just dumps some absolute fucking lore on everyone.
By the way,
you could even have it where we like
it would be amazing. Have Salem show up and be like, I'm the one who controls the Grim, and this fucking ancient Grim just looks at her and goes, you control some Grim, and then you just see like billions of glowing eyes in the dark.
Yeah, right, exactly, right.
The idea of Grim just having like mini factions and shit of like each having their own goal would just be such a novel concept to me, at least for Ruby. Because like they're so boring.
Yeah, exactly, Fox. Yeah, like there's so much that could have been done with it.
It's midnight.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go finish.
I was supposed to be writing for like 6 hours.
Man, that's exactly what I'm here for. You see, I do it to Sign. I'm gonna do it to you. I did it to Info. I do it to everyone. And everyone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna sit down to write." I'm like, "Nah, bitch, you're gonna sit here and talk about writing."
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we could talk more about like ancient Grim for like literal hours, but I'm gonna
literal hours. Anyway, that's what Tuesdays and Fridays are for. Anyway, yeah. So we'll see everyone next time because it does always get worse.